When I start making love, I don't just make love, I be stroking. That's what I be doing. I be stroking. I stroke it to the east, and I stroke it to the west. I stroke it to the woman that I love the best. I be stroking. Let me ask you something. What time of the day do you like to make love? Have you ever made love just before breakfast? Have you ever made love while you watch the Late Late Show?
Such a stupid song.
Well, let me ask you this. Have you ever made love on a couch? Well, let me ask you this. Have you ever made love on the back seat of a car? I remember one time I made love on the back seat of a car, and the police came and shined his light on me, and I said, I'm stroking. That's what I'm doing. I be stroking. I stroke it to the east, and I stroke it to the west, and I stroke it to the woman that I love the best. I be stroking. Let me ask you something. How long has it been since you made love? Huh? Did you make love yesterday? Did you make love last week? Did you make love last year? Or maybe it might be that you're planning on making love tonight. But just remember, when you start making love, you make it hard, long, soft, short, and be stroking. I be stroking. I stroke it to the east, and I stroke it to the west, and I stroke it to the woman that I love the best. I be stroking.
Such a stupid song.
Now, when I start making love to my woman, I don't stop until I know she's satisfied. And I can always tell when she gets satisfied, because when she gets satisfied, she starts calling my name. She said, Clarence Carter, Clarence Carter, Clarence Carter, Clarence Carter. Ooh, shit, Clarence Carter. The other night, I was stroking my woman, and it got so good to her. You know what she told me? Let me tell you what she told me. She said, stroke it, Clarence Carter, but don't stroke so fast. If my stuff ain't tight enough, you can stick it up my... Oh, I be stroking. I be stroking. I stroke it to the east, and I stroke it to the west. I stroke it to the woman that I love the best. I be stroking.
I be stroking. I be stroking. I do that all the time, but guys, I'm just kidding. Hey, what time is it anyway? Need you ask? It's finally Podblast time. I told you, you can't stop the chop. You can't stop the chop. And as everybody knows, we're a nostalgia show, but the Braves, they did it. They did it. They won the World Series for real.
Left side, Swanson to first. The Braves are world champions.
Ain't going to be too long with this because we're a nostalgia show, but I am in Atlanta, Georgia, and I'm very, very proud of the Atlanta Braves. They really pulled off a miracle victory. And it was a miracle to make it to the NLCS, much less the World Series, with all the injuries they sustained. And I'll talk about that briefly in just a second. But you can't stop the chop. You can't stop the blessed chop. You can't stop the chop. Got a couple brief interviews, but let's set the mood here as I briefly celebrate the Atlanta Braves. America's team pulled it off, and this was a complete miracle victory. Not only did the Braves have a very tough division in all of Major League Baseball, not just in the National League East being tough, but it's a very, very tough division. The Phillies are always breathing down their neck, and as I just mentioned, there were several key injuries, like outfielder Ronald Acuna on July 10th, because he had a torn right ACL that benched him. But there were so many heroes that rose to the occasion. They got some young guys together before the trade deadline. And, of course, reliable first baseman Freddie Freeman. By the way, pay him. Sign him up, Liberty Media, who own the Braves right now. After all, they did make $175 million on ticket sales alone for those 3 home World Series games. And also, the merchandising money, my God, there was an online sales record, plus the TV ratings were up just in World Series Game 1 alone. Viewership was up 17.5% over last year. So they make money on the ad revenue, radio and everything. So just pay Freddie Freeman, but some other heroes of the Braves team. Second baseman Ozzie Albies, he got it done both at the plate and on the field, stealing bases and defensively, helping to turn double plays. And how about multiple clutch home run slugger outfielder Jorge Soler? Born Jorge Carlos Soler Castilla, born Tuesday, February 25th, 1992. Man, he was 8 months old, just an infant when Braves win! Braves win! Braves win! Skip Carey made that classic sports broadcasting victory call when the Atlanta Braves defeated the Pittsburgh Pirates way back in '92 in the NLCS and made it to the World Series that year against the Toronto Blue Jays. Now, to modern stuff, I want to play a quick clip of hometown hero Dansby Swanson. I got it right here. This was right after they won it all. In
the World Series.
That's right, Ralph, the World Series. Here we go.
Thanks, Ken. Dansby Swanson, local boy makes good. You grew up close to the Atlanta Braves home park. You were 1 year old when Atlanta won the last time in '95. So for you, can you put into words what this championship means for you?
I've said it before, and I'll keep saying it like I'm an Atlanta lifer. I live and die the city of Atlanta, and there's no place that deserves it more than the city of Atlanta. I mean, being raised there, growing up there, having roots there, family. I mean, I got my family here. My best friends are here. Love my life. Mallory is here. It's just, you can't even put into words just how much this means, not for me, but for this entire organization, entire city. And I mean, you see the fan base. I mean, they're here. It's wow. I'm just rambling on.
And Dansby, a home run, and then the last ground ball hit of the World Series winds up in your glove.
Destiny, I guess. The good Lord. I mean, He's blessed me so much. Wouldn't be here without Him. Just the peace that He gives me is it's remarkable, and especially in moments like this, you know, you can never go wrong trusting in that. And like I said, I'm just so thankful to be here.
Dansby, this team was not over 500 until August 6th. When did you believe that this night was possible?
Well, all year. I mean, we really did. There were times where it seemed bleak, and there were times where you couldn't see the light at the end of the tunnel. But we knew that if we kept working, And if we were able to, kind of put together a team, which we did after some of the injuries, then this would be possible. And it wouldn't happen without the leadership on this team. It wouldn't happen without the coaching staff, the analytics department, front office, you name it. It wouldn't happen without them. And man, we really did it. This is the toughest team I've ever been a part of.
An amazing run. Congratulations. Enjoy it. Over to Ken Rosenthal.
Thanks, Tom. Next,
That's awesome. Awesome. Now, here's another very brief clip. This is just a couple seconds long. I got to explain this for those that don't know. The Major League Baseball commissioner, Rob Manfred, was the guy that ordered the All-Star game to be pulled at the last minute from Atlanta, Georgia, where I am right now, to Colorado. And when he took to the field at the end of Game 6 of the 2021 World Series to present the trophy, he got booed by pretty much everybody there. And I want to play this quick clip. I love it. It's poetic justice.
The world champion, Atlanta Braves.
after a great 2021 season and a dramatic postseason, it's my honor and pleasure to present the Commissioner's Trophy to the World Series champion Atlanta Braves and their CEO, Terry McGurk.
Oh, you suck, bud. You suck. Now, this guy, Manfred, he assumed office on January 25th, 2015 as commissioner of Major League Baseball. And then when he moved the All-Star game to Coors Field in Denver, Colorado, that just was a real low blow. And he went political, you know, and that's the great thing about baseball and most sports is that it brings people together. It doesn't tear them apart. So anyway, congratulations to the Atlanta Braves. There was a huge parade in downtown Atlanta and in Cobb County, ending at Truist Park at the Battery Avenue, where they play baseball in Cobb County at Cobb Parkway and 285. And this was on Friday, back on Friday, November 5th, 2021. I don't know why they did do it on a Saturday. Maybe someone out there could comment or call in 770-438-1050 and let me know, why didn't they do that on a Saturday when the kids are out of school, when there's not traffic to deal with? I don't understand. Maybe there's a logical reason for that, but it didn't make a whole lot of sense to me. But I'm not trying to be a pisser. It's a great moment for Atlanta and really for all of baseball, because a cheating team, a team who has been proven to be cheaters, the Houston Astros, were defeated. The parade was amazing, and there's some live performances at the ballpark at the end and conclusion of the parade. Ludacris performed. He's a rapper whose real name is Christopher Brian Bridges, born Sunday, September 11th of all days, 1977 in Champaign, Illinois. And a lot of people I know think he was born in Atlanta. That's not so. Now, he did attend Georgia State University, no degree. Not that he needs it now because he's made it. He's made it big. And then also you had rapper Big Boy, who was born in Savannah, Georgia. He is born and bred in Georgia. And Big Boy is spelled Bigboi. And he was born on Saturday, February 1st, 1975. He's 46 years old. He's best known for being a member of the Southern hip-hop duo Outkast alongside Andre 3000. So now relax and enjoy the offseason, Braves. You're going to be the best of all of Major League Baseball until at least November 2022. And congratulations to David Dickey Broadcasting. They covered the Atlanta Braves on their flagship station, 680 The Fan. And, man, his team of sales professionals and broadcasters have offices and studios right there at the Battery Ballpark. Exciting times for them and for everybody else. Now, later, we're going to have some soft drink taglines for you in our tagline game portion of the Podblast. It's a game I came up with. Taglines are like slogans, right? So I name the slogan, you name the product. Now, last time we did feature a new segment. It's going to be retired this week, just for this 1 week, and it's called Al's Movie Corner, starring Al Hardy. And he's got this thing where he's got to see like 3 movies a week or something with AMC. So he's going to the movies constantly all by himself. No, I'm just kidding. And to see movies. And one thing that he did, he reviewed Halloween Kills before Halloween. And he didn't tell me because he's a boomer. Nothing wrong with that, but Al Hardy is a boomer. And I'm a Generation Xer. He failed to mention in his review that Michael Anthony Hall is in the cast of Halloween Kills. And that's significant because Michael Anthony Hall, those that are my age or younger will know him from all those great movies, actually starting with National Lampoon's Vacation, the original Rusty. And the reason they kept replacing the kids in the vacation movies, in case you don't know, is because of him. He chose to do Weird Science for John Hughes, who also did Vacation. That was like his big hit movie, National Lampoon's Vacation, the first one, where they actually filmed all across the country on location. It was like just a killer time, according to cast and crew, in a documentary that I saw on A&E. They did a great documentary a few years ago on making the first Vacation. But he chose to do Weird Science, which I loved. And my God, some of that dialogue in that movie you couldn't get away with these days. You just couldn't. And it's just a funny movie with Kelly LeBrock as like a living doll that they make, he and his buddy. But the reason I even know that he was in Halloween Kills, since Al Hardy failed to mention that, and I don't fault him for that, it's just he's older, you know. He didn't know that Michael Anthony Hall is kind of a thing. I loved him in 16 Candles. Oh, man, just everything he did, except for Breakfast Club. I'm in the minority. That was the only John Hughes movie that just didn't really click with me. But he was on Michael Anthony Hall, Celebrity Wheel of Fortune, and he talked about being in Halloween Kills, and my ears perked up. I'm like, really? Okay, cool. So that might be of interest to me, even though Al hated the movie. I'll probably like it because I like inventive kill scenes and stuff because it's not real. But getting back to modern movies, I saw with Al Eternals, which is the latest Marvel movie, and we did a review. If you're listening at fistfulofradio.com, I'm scheduling it on the schedule accordingly, but it's also on our YouTube channel, my YouTube channel, I should say, The Nostalgic Podblast. It's called Movie Views, and this is Movie Views 6. The last one we did before that was the latest James Bond movie, but this is Movie Views 6, and Al did put together some cool video for that segment. It's only about 40-some minutes long. I didn't like it that much. I didn't hate it. But Eternals, and I'll get to Fall Guy in a minute. Fall Guy turned 40 last week, and I'm going to show you some memorabilia in my collection if you're listening on fistfulofradio.com streaming or on Apple Podcast or wherever you can find fine podcasts like this one. Just kidding. I do this live on camera, and I'm going to hold up some memorabilia while I'm playing audio. So it'll be audio friendly. But I'm going to show you some cool Fall Guy memorabilia that I have, all sorts of cool stuff. So we'll get to that later. But getting to Eternals, now it's based on a 1976 comic book that Jack Kirby created, and it was published back in April 1976. That's when the first issue hit the stands. It had a cover date of July. They're always 3 months ahead for circulation purposes, and I'm holding up before the camera an issue I have that's graded. I have 2 copies of this particular book. That's the second issue. But the Eternals didn't last long. Jack Kirby was not known as a writer. He's an artist. He helped create The Incredible Hulk with Stan Lee and the Fantastic Four, and he would draw it, Stan Lee would write it, and they would sort of co-write it, I guess. But he left Marvel, Jack Kirby did, in 1970 to go to the competing comic book publisher DC Comics, you know, Batman, Superman, all the super... remember Saturday mornings, the Super Friends that would air, you know? Form of an icicle, shape of a flower. You know, the Wonder Twins, they weren't really in the comics per se. Anyway, those are DC, Aquaman, Superman, Batman, and Robin. And so Jack Kirby in 1970 went to the competition. Well, he came crawling back to Marvel Comics. Can't say crawling back. I take that back. He came back. He returned to Marvel Comics in the mid-1970s, and one of the things he wanted to do was write. So he wrote The Eternals, which are aliens from the planet Olympia who are sent to Earth to help defend it against deviants. And Angelina Jolie's in the cast, there's more detail in the movie reviews. I'm going to move on to something else, but the comic book only lasted like 19 issues and 1 annual, which is like just something they put out, like it sounds, once a year, like a double-sized comic book. And then they tried to branch it out, and they didn't really interact with the Marvel Universe too much. And then in 1985, Marvel Comics did a 12-issue miniseries about the Eternals titled The Eternals. And for some reason, the movie's just called Eternals. They took off the V, T-H-E, the. But, you know, to me, I love Marvel movies and I love Marvel Studios, but I'm not saying they're jumping the shark, but starting with the New Mutants last year and continuing into Shang-Chi and now Eternals, they seem to me to be in a bit of a creative slump. I mean, yes, they're based on comic books, but they're stuck in a rut of the big digital monster. Look what we can do. Ooh, scary monster. And it is impressive, the creatures they come up with, but even going to Loki on Disney Plus, they sort of had a big monster, and that was like their payoff. And now less so with the Black Widow. I really like the Black Widow, and that wasn't really like a big monster fest, but I do know, to be positive, that with the new Spider-Man movie titled Spider-Man No Way Home, that hits theaters on December 17th, 2021, starring Tom Holland and Zendaya, they'll be back to greatness and back on track. And by the way, that Spider-Man movie, the new one, Spider-Man No Way Home, was filmed right here where I'm at in Atlanta, Georgia, in part at Pinewood Studios in the southern suburb of Fayetteville, Georgia. So that's all I have to say. That's all I have to say about that, about the Eternals, is that I was a little underwhelmed. And I got to check the box office before I sign off today. I'm just curious what it's doing at the box office. But hey, let me play just a little bit of a scene from Eternals in theaters now, as we're live, since I pulled the clip anyway. And Al shows this clip, so it's much better on video. But this is some okay audio. Where the F is it? Yeah, it's right here. Here it is. Just play a little bit of it. My heart will go on.
5 years ago, Thanos erased half of the population of the universe. But the people of this planet brought everyone back with a snap of a finger. The sudden return of the population provided the necessary energy for the emergence to begin.
How long do we have?
7 days.
We're Eternals. We came here 7,000 years ago to protect humans from the deviants.
Why didn't you guys help fight Thanos? Or any war, or all the other terrible things throughout history?
We were instructed not to interfere in any human conflicts unless deviants are involved.
By who?
We need to find the others.
I haven't seen some of them for centuries.
Hi.
Hello.
This is what the end of the world looks like. Needs to be a front row seat.
You know what's never saved the planet? Your sarcasm.
We've loved these people since the day we arrived. When you love something, you protect it.
Enough of that. So it sounds kind of like a ripoff of the theme to Titanic, the song "My Heart Will Go On" a little bit there. That music, doesn't it? A little bit. What's her name? God, I'm having a brain toot. God, that French woman. Hang on. Oh, hell, I got to move on. I can't remember her name. Who sang the theme to Titanic? Let me look that up right fast, quick. No, I'll look it up in a second. Moving on, we're going to get to the Fall Guy 40th anniversary in just a second, but I have a Jeopardy update. This is very, very brief.
This is Jeopardy!
Celine Dion. She's the one that sang the Titanic theme, of course. But getting to Jeopardy! All right, the last time I watched Jeopardy last week, the current champion was Kate Kahn with only $20,000 in cash winnings as of Monday, November 8th, 2021. But more importantly, it's over 1 year since we lost the great Alex Trebek to pancreatic cancer. And some quick background on Alex. He was born in Sudbury, Ontario, Canada on Monday, July 22nd, 1940. And he became a U.S. citizen in 1998. And sadly, he died Sunday, November 8th, 2020, at the age of 80. So rest in peace to the only Jeopardy host I ever knew because of my age group, Alex Trebek. And I liked him a lot in Classic Concentration from 1987 to 1991, even though reruns aired until 1993 or so on NBC in mornings. I really liked that game. I wish someone would bring that back. NBC owns the rights to Concentration. That's the memory game where there's a puzzle. And I remember having the board game when I was a kid. It was really cool where it had like a puzzle on rollers on paper. And you would try to solve the puzzle, and you have to sound it out based on the artwork. It's just kind of a cool game, and I love the memory aspect to the game as well. So Godspeed to Alex Trebek, and I think Mayim is doing a fine job as the replacement host after all the drama settled with Michael Richards, the executive producer. So let's see. Oh, the only thing is that Mayim does, and others do, that annoys me, is the way she pronounces years in after the year 2000. It's 2021, not 2021. Think about it. Like, is it 19,077 or is it 1977? Right? So it just irritates me when people say 2021. I know that's a minor gripe, right? There's people starving in the world. More important things to worry about, but that kind of irks me. Item. I coined a phrase this weekend. A good buddy of mine, I won't mention his name, was in a club, Johnny's Hideaway, I think it was, and he did a live video, and it was like a disco night, and there were all these pretty ladies on the dance floor, and so I called it the Cougar Cam. So I coined that phrase, and I like that. The Cougar Cam, that's what it looked like. Anyway, there were a lot of lovely ladies just cutting it up, and I told him, said, look for that wallflower and make your move, buddy. I wonder if he did. Another quick complaint. Yogi Bear has been rebooted for a new show titled Jellystone on HBO Max, and the art is terrible. It looks like a Ren and Stimpy version of our favorite bear from Hanna-Barbera. So, Yogi Bear is, of course, one of the most iconic characters in the Warner Brothers roster of the Hanna-Barbera properties, and the company is revamping him for a new generation of idiots, I might add. That's me, Chance Bartels, adding that. So, hang on a second. Let me get this clip taken care of here. I don't want to hear no ad. No free advertising here. No way. No free ads. No free rides around here. So, God bless America. I just dropped something. God dang it. I'm going to lose my ever-loving cookies in a second. You don't want to see me lose my temper. It's not pretty, just like me. So getting back to the article, he's being revamped for a new generation of idiots. And the Warner Brothers animation series, which C.H. Greenblatt from Chowder and Harvey Beaks, executive producer, sees an ensemble of animal characters as they engage in silly antics. Yogi, Boo Boo, and Cindy Bear are apparently doctors in the Jellystone community, which takes its name from the national park that the bears lived at in the original shorts and shows. As you can see from the still below, actually you can't, it's on the Facebook group, The Nostalgic Podblast. The animation is meant to be fresh and fun when compared to the characters' original designs. It's not fresh and fun. The original characters look friendly. They look like someone you want to be friends with. They look cute. These guys look like jackasses. They look like a-holes, all of them. I hate the new art. And I don't think it'll grow on me either. That's just me. So, let's see. So, other characters that live in Jellystone include the town mayor, Huckleberry Hound, clothing store owner, Magilla Gorilla, and the retail worker, Jabberjaw. Top Cat, Wally Gator, Johnny Quest, Haji, Snagglepuss, and Captain Caveman are also shown in the trailer. Curiously, Quick Draw McGraw doesn't appear to be
a character, but his alter ego is shown. While adults who grew up watching the original cartoons might not be thrilled, like me, with the silly new character designs and style of comedy, hopefully a whole new generation of kids that are being dumbed down will be introduced to the characters. That's the goal, as Greenblatt explained in a press release. Yeah, keep dumbing everybody down. That's just good. That's real good. Quote, I grew up watching tons of Hanna-Barbera cartoons and have a deep love for these characters, said Greenblatt. The massive amount of both classic and not-so-classic characters we were able to use from the Hanna-Barbera library is really what makes the Yellowstone universe special. Rather than recreating the feeling of cartoons of the past, we wanted to have silly, weird fun with these characters and expand their personalities to give them more depth. Yeah, you're going to turn them into scumbags. I can see it now. HBO Max. Chances are there's a particular character you love, and you'll see him somewhere in this world eventually. We hope longtime fans appreciate our take on this world, and we're excited that parents get to introduce and enjoy their favorite Hanna-Barbera characters with their kids, especially since we're turning them into scumbags. Jellystone premieres Thursday, July 29th on HBO Max in 2022. That article, I paraphrased, of course, a little bit, interjecting my own jaded opinion. That article was written by John Connor Colston. And a disclosure, this is from popculture.com, which is owned by CBS Interactive, a division of Viacom CBS. And I am a subscriber of Paramount Plus streaming service. Item. Here's everything coming to Netflix, HBO Max, Disney Plus, Apple TV, Amazon, Hulu, and Peacock, which is the Xfinity NBC Universal streaming service in November 2021, which is where we're at now as we're live. Let's see here. Okay, there's a whole bunch of stuff. Ooh, I don't want to read all this and bore you guys to tears. I want to get to the Fall Guy. That's why most people are here, is to see and hear about, see my stuff, my collectibles, and hear about my remembrance of the Fall Guy, because I'm one of the best fans. I've done a lot of research on it. A lot of people just think it's a cheesy, stupid show, and in some ways it was, but there were some episodes that were really great. Some of the key episodes, we'll talk about it in a minute, but let's see, getting to this article, it's almost season to give thanks, and all of the major streaming platforms are making sure they show their gratitude to their subscribers. After spending the month of October stocking their ever-growing streaming libraries with a host of Halloween-perfect titles, the streaming wars will be heating up as the temperatures cool in November and streamers grow their content catalogs with hundreds of new additions. Starting the month strong, the Netflix streaming library will see the additions of 21 Jump Street, First Night, and Moneyball, all at the start of the month of November, followed by other big-name originals like Big Mouth Season 5 and Tiger King Season 2. Yes, let's dumb down even more people with that Psycho and his tigers. A follow-up to the streamer's hit 2020 docuseries about Joe Exotic. November will also mark the start of the streamers here for the holiday streaming lineup, which includes A Boy Called Christmas, Father Christmas is Back, and The Princess Switch 3, Romancing the Star. Over on HBO Max, subscribers will be treated to the critically acclaimed biopic King Richard and the debut of original comedy drama series The Sex Lives of College Girls, created by The Office's Mindy Kaling. November will prove to be an even bigger month for Disney Plus, which will host Disney Plus Day on November 12th. 2021. The event, celebrating 2 years of the streaming platform, will see a mass amount of new titles headed to the content catalog, including the recent blockbusters Jungle Cruise and Shang-Chi, The Legend of the Ten Rings. It said ring. Whoever wrote this, I'll get to their name in a minute. Don't they have editors on these online articles? This is a big website. This is popculture.com. It's The Legend of the Ten Rings, plural, not singular. Dumbasses. In the highly anticipated original holiday adventure, Home Sweet Home Alone, among many others. To enjoy the news titles to the fullest, you may want to consider signing up for a subscription. You can sign up for Disney Plus right here in this link, and Hulu by clicking here, and Peacock by clicking here. Let's see this list here.
Most of these services offer a free trial period, including Netflix, which also offers a Netflix free section. Keep scrolling to see all of the titles headed to the streaming services in November 2021. So here's a list it started way back on November 1st, 2021 on Netflix. 21 Jump Street, 60 Days in Season 6, A River Runs Through It, Addams Family Values, American Gangster, An Elf Story, The Elf on the Shelf, Angry Bird Season 4, Slingshot Stories, Bella and the Bulldog Season 2, The Big Wedding, Bram Stoker's Dracula. Bram Stoker, of course, created Dracula in his book. Where the F is it? I try not to cuss. Elf Pets, Santa's St. Bernard, Save Christmas, First Night, Forged in Fire, Season 7, Gather, The General's Daughter, It Follows, Johnny Mnemonic, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, Golden Wind, Last Action Hero, Moneyball, Montfort, The Chickasaw Rancher, My Dad's Christmas Date. Oh, just stick to Hallmark, people. I bet this probably won't be any good. The Nightingale, Total Recall, Snakes on a Plane, Stripes, Tagged, Texas Rangers, The Claus Family, a Netflix film. And then on HBO Max, here's some additions. I'll just read some of these. This is so boring. I want to get to the nostalgia stuff. But HBO Max sees the debut in November 2021 of the 90-Day Plan, A Good Day to Die Hard, extended version from 2013, a Very Brady sequel from 1996. I like those two movies. The Brady Bunch movie and a Very Brady sequel. Those are very clever from the mid-90s. Adult Beginners, Aftermath. Anyway, Caddyshack from 1980. Clockwork Orange from 71. Just yada, yada, yada. This is kind of boring. I was trying to feature some of the new stuff. These are all classic movies. And let's see what's new on Amazon Prime. Yeah, again, Amazon Prime just has a list of, it's got The Lucy Show, Season 1. That's a classic. The Roy Rogers Show, Season 1. That's cool. Wheeler Dealer Season 1. And then on Hulu, let me just see some highlights here. Starting in November 2021. Something that's new here. The Informant, Fear and Faith in the Heartland, an original documentary film. That's a Hulu original. And then there's a long list of movies that are older movies. I don't see really anything that's new. Now on Peacock, new in terms of like all new material that they've announced. On Peacock streaming service, let's see, Addams Family from 1991, Billy Madison. It's alphabetical here. Blade from 1998, which was really a Marvel movie. That's a Marvel character. He's a vampire slayer played by Wesley Snipes in that original. E.T., the Extraterrestrial. Did you know that Harrison Ford is in the original E.T.? He played the principal of the school, and his scene was cut. And they put it in the Laserdisc years ago. I don't know if... I wish they would reinsert it into this streaming version of E.T. He scolds Henry Thomas for his frog gag in the biology class. Anyway, I digress. But yeah, Harrison Ford was in E.T. And you know what? His wife wrote it, Melissa Matheson. They're divorced now, but they were married at the time. And so I think that's why he had a scene written for him that ultimately was cut. So, well, you can look it up yourself, but okay. Oh, Jesus, what's this? Camp Confidential, America's Secret Nazis. That's a Netflix documentary that hit November 2nd. Ridley Jones Season 2. That's Netflix family original. And then on HBO Max, Single Mother by Choice 2021. Anyway, I'm going to log out of here because this is kind of stupid. I just want to give you guys some heads up that stream. Let me get to the classic stuff here. So, item. According to a classic first season episode of The Twilight Zone filmed in late 1959 titled Long Live Walter Jameson, which was the 24th episode that aired of The Twilight Zone back in the day on Friday, March 18th, 1960 on CBS. Did you know in that episode that General Sherman burned Atlanta, Georgia on of all days, September 11th, 1864, according to this clip. And that's not correct. Now, I need to know, am I misinterpreting something? Let me just play this quick clip and listen to this character who's immortal. He doesn't age. He's a college professor, and he tells stories about history so perfectly that the entire class is engaged and engrossed, and he just has a passion for telling the story, and it's because he lived it. Let me find that. I had that clip pulled, I thought. Yeah. Oh, I know where it is.
Silly me. Here we go. God dang it. Here it is. Listen.
Professor Walter Jameson, popular beyond words, who talks of the past as if it were the present, who conjures up the dead as if they were alive.
The Union soldiers burned Atlanta, but I assure you they took no pleasure in their work. They were forced to it by a man they hated more than they could ever hate the rebels. An ugly, sullen, unbelievably brutal man named William Tecumseh Sherman. To give you a more comprehensive idea of this great hero, let me read you a few extracts from the diary of Major Skelton. The date is Tuesday, September 11th, 1864.
See?
The city was ours. There was no need to destroy aught save that which could be of use in the fight against us. But Sherman was drunk with victory. He himself started the awful fires. The fires that destroyed that great citadel of grace and beauty.
In the view of this man, Professor Samuel Kittredge, Walter Jameson has access to knowledge that couldn't come out of a volume of history, but rather from a book on black magic, which is to say that this nightmare begins at noon.
You heard the date. He said September 11th, 1864. That's not correct. That's not when Sherman burned Atlanta. But was that just the date of the entry he's reading? It's not clear. I think that's bad writing. By the way, speaking of bad writing, that article that I read about the streaming things that had the bad grammatical error, that was written by Allison Shonter, Schonter. I don't fault her. I fault the editor, or lack thereof. Anyway, the date that, according to history books, but you know how our history is being rewritten all the time, it was Tuesday, November 15th, 1864. United States forces led by General William Sherman burned nearly all of the captured city of Atlanta, Georgia, in the United States. This event occurred near the end of the U.S. Civil War, during which 11 states in the American South seceded from the rest of the nation. Then again, the way history is being rewritten, like I just said, maybe Rod Serling and this episode author Charles Beaumont, that's the guy who wrote that Twilight Zone script, maybe they were correct. Or maybe the journal date was September 11th, 1864. I just said that. And not the date that Atlanta was burned. But in that clip, it sounds like he's saying it happened on, of all dates, September 11th, 1864. And as most know, the coastal community of Savannah, Georgia, was spared the wrath of Sherman. At any rate, this is a fine episode of a classic Twilight Zone, and it's kind of a dark version of the theatrical movie that came years later, Somewhere in Time, starring Christopher Reeve and Jane Seymour. And Kevin McCarthy is the actor you heard, playing Professor Walter Jameson, and also he played other identities because he never aged. So he had to assume different identities. He was Tom Bowen, Major Hugh Skelton. He just never aged. And by the way, that script reminded me of a cool show that came later as a TV movie in 1969 and became a regular 1-hour weekly series titled The Immortal, which starred ex-Marine Christopher George. And that series was based on the movie that aired on Tuesday, October 30th, 1969, as an ABC Movie of the Week. And then it was so popular, it became a weekly hour-long series on ABC, with new episodes airing from Thursday, September 12th, 1970 at 10 p.m. until Wednesday, January 14th, 1971 at 9:30 at night. And that's just 15 episodes. It didn't last long. It had some tough competition. The reruns of The Immortal ended on ABC on September 8th, 1971 in prime time. The plot: handsome professional race car driver Ben Richards seemed to have everything in this adventure series. He had youth, health, and immortality. Ben is immortal due to unusual antibodies in his blood, which make him immune to disease or aging. Immortality was something that many people wanted for their own purposes, so Ben Richards was constantly pursued. Ruthless billionaire Arthur Maitland and his henchman Fletcher searched everywhere for the immortal so they could steal every ounce of his blood to perform a transfusion so they could live forever. And it was up against some stiff competition, such as the second half of the CBS Thursday night movie and The Dean Martin Show on NBC. Now, here's a quick clip. Oh, I'm going to hold up for the camera. They did release The Immortal on DVD. If you're listening, this won't mean anything to you, but if you're watching on camera, here it is. The Immortal, starring Christopher George. I discovered it way back in the early 90s when the Sci-Fi Channel first debuted in September 1992. They aired The Immortal, and I thought it was really, really a cool show. And I have a quick clip, and this narrator in this clip will sound very familiar to you. And we'll get to Fall Guy in just a second. Just waiting for people to join. If you want to call and talk about Fall Guy, the number is 770-438-1050. But let's listen to a little bit of the opening of The Immortal. And listen to this narrator. And the music was by Dominique Frontier, who had scored 12 O'Clock High for Quinn Martin. He'd scored The Invaders for Quinn Martin. But anyway, listen to the narrator. You'll recognize this voice. Anyone that likes classic Disney will recognize this voice. Here it is.
This man has a singular advantage over other men. Ben Richards is immune to every known disease, including old age. Periodic transfusions of his blood can give other men a second, a third lifetime, perhaps more.
Find Ben Richards. The effects of a transfusion are only temporary. I must therefore control Ben Richards' life permanently.
He's the most valuable man in the world, but he's no good to me dead.
His brother may have the same kind of blood. We've got to find him before Richards does.
If you had $1 million blood, where would you hide?
I didn't ask for this. I was a test driver. I liked the job. One day the doctor told me I had some kind of special blood. I don't understand it. But I know this. Everything they're offering, I don't want. I gotta live free.
Ben Richards will live longer than anyone has ever lived. But a transfusion to the wrong man could make him a prisoner for all time. And so he runs from the hunters, the human hounds who would cage him.
The Immortal. Dun, 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 dun. Paramount logo, sorry. I liked it. It was kind of like The Fugitive, but that narrator. Here's another quick clip of something else he narrated back in 1965, 5 years before The Immortal. Here it is. Listen to this voice. Same guy.
Once upon a time, in a mythical place called Cape Kennedy, an astronaut named Tony Nelson went up on a space mission. The missile went up, but something went wrong, and they had to bring it down. Captain Nelson landed on an island in the South Pacific, where he found a bottle. At least it looked like a bottle, but it didn't act like a bottle. Because in it was a genie. Oh, not your average everyday genie, but a beautiful genie who could grant any wish.
That was the original theme by Richard West. It wasn't the dun 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 dun, dun by Hugo Montenegro, who also did the music for the spaghetti westerns that Clint Eastwood starred in. Fistful of Dollars. like a fistful of radio.
Captain Nelson was so grateful, he set Jeannie free. Only she didn't want to be free. You know how it is when you've been cooped up in a bottle for 2,000 years. She wanted to have fun. And she wanted to have it with Captain Nelson.
Wanted to have it with?
So she followed him back to Cocoa Beach, a mythical town in a mythical state called Florida. And there in this house, the girl in the bottle plays Spin the astronaut.
Okay, who's that voice? Well, that gentleman's name is Solomon Hirsch Fries, born in Chicago, Illinois on Tuesday, June 22nd, 1920. Better known as Paul Fries. And he was an American actor, comedian, vaudevillian, and impressionist, known for his work on Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, Walter Lantz, Rankin Bass, and Walt Disney theatrical cartoons during the golden age of animation, and for providing the voice of Boris in the Rocky and Bullwinkle show. A contemporary of voice actor Mel Blanc, Fries was known as the man of 1,000 voices. Some of Paul Fries' most memorable voices were for various Disney projects. Fries voiced Disney's Professor Ludwig von Drake in 18 episodes of the Disney anthology television series, beginning with the very first episode of the newly renamed Walt Disney's Wonderful World of Color on Sunday, September 24th, 1961. The character also appeared on many Disneyland records, like The Haunted Mansion. Von Drake's introductory cartoon, titled An Adventure in Color, featured the Spectrum song, sung by Paul Fries as Von Drake. A different Fries recording of the song appeared on the children's record and was later reissued on a compact disc. Paul Fries narrated a number of Disney cartoons, including the Disney educational short film Donald Duck in Math Magic Land. This short originally aired in the same television episode as Von Drake's first appearance. Paul Fries also provided voices for numerous characters at Disney parks, including the unseen ghost host in the Haunted Mansion attraction at Disneyland and Walt Disney World, and several animatronic pirates. He played the voice of the pirates, including the auctioneer in the Pirates of the Caribbean ride, and recorded the iconic Dead Men Tell No Tales used in the ride. Disney eventually issued limited edition compact discs commemorating the two rides, featuring outtakes or bloopers and unused audio tracks by Paul Fries and other artists. Fries also provided narration for the Tomorrowland attraction Adventure Through Inner Space from 1967 to 1985 and the original Great Moments with Mr. Lincoln. Audio clips from the attraction in Paul Fries' distinctive voice have appeared in fireworks shows at Disneyland in Anaheim, California. A computer-animated singing bust in Paul Fries' likeness appeared in the 2003 film The Haunted Mansion as a tribute. Similarly, audio recordings of Paul Fries from the Pirates of the Caribbean attraction, or Caribbean, depending on how you pronounce it, can be heard in Pirates of the Caribbean at World's End in an homage to the ride. Paul Fries also had a small live-action role for Disney in the 1959 film The Shaggy Dog, playing Dr. Galvin, a military psychiatrist who attempts to understand why Mr. Daniels believes a shaggy dog can uncover a spy ring. He also did the film's opening narration. Paul Fries suffered from multiple ailments, including arthritis, diabetes, and loss of vision, and had mentioned to friends he was in near constant pain. Paul Fries died at his home in Tiburon, California on Sunday, November 2nd, 1986, at the age of 66, from a self-administered overdose of pain medication. Though the official cause of death is listed as suicide, his agent issued a press release stating that he died from heart failure. Now back to The Immortal really quickly. The short-lived show that was excellent in my opinion. It was very engaging, starring Christopher George, who died in 1983, I might add, of a heart attack. And he was married to Linda Day George, who was a lovely actress until his death in 1983. Now, The Immortal, not to be confused with a syndicated TV series years later starring Lorenzo Lamas from Grease. Remember him in Grease, Lorenzo Lamas, who was Renegade years later with the long hair? He was like the stud that Sandy was trying to make Danny jealous, you know, the jock, the dumb jock. That was Lorenzo Lamas. He looks completely different in Grease with the short hair and the tan. And of course, Lorenzo Lamas' dad is Fernando Lamas. You look marvelous, who Billy Crystal impersonated and satirized on Saturday Night Live. But this version of The Immortal is no relation to the classic show I've been talking about. But this version was syndicated starring Lorenzo Lamas, and it was just called The Immortal in name only. 22 episodes were produced starting on Saturday, October 7th, 2000, ending Saturday, June 2nd, 2001. In that version of The Immortal, no relation to the classic, as I've said 3 times now, Lorenzo Lamas played Raphael Rafe Kane. And that show was a Canadian horror-based, as in scary movie, martial arts television show. Here's a quick 45-second long preview of that version of The Immortal starring Lorenzo Lamas, just to give you an idea of how that sounded. Let's see, where are you, my little friend? And then we're going to get to the Fall Guy in just a second. Thanks for bearing with me. I've shared this I have a Heather Thomas fan page I started back in 2008, and it has like 6,000 members, and I've shared this there. And I'm going to hold up a lot of cool, rare pictures of Heather Thomas for the camera if you're watching. If you're listening on fistfulofradio.com, just head to our YouTube channel if you want to check it out if you have time. The Nostalgic Podblast YouTube channel or Facebook group. It'll be pinned at the top. So, yeah, here is the clip from the Lorenzo Lamas version of The Immortal.
An oath sworn is an oath answered. An oath of vengeance for a life taken, a past destroyed, a future threatened. Enemy of darkness, his battle eternal, he walks the earth relentless. His mission, to hunt the messengers of evil and drive them back to hell. Now, the light of the earth depends on the immortal.
Immortal. So that's how that sounded, and that was syndicated. So, moving on, about to get to Fall Guy. Mentioned last time, where the hell is this? Let's go. I started watching One Day at a Time, the classic sitcom, for the first time ever. On Antenna TV. They rolled over with the first episode not too long ago. And I just have a couple brief comments about what I think about it so far. I've only seen like the first 10 episodes. But they air from 6 to 7 p.m. Monday through Friday. And like I said, I've been recording it to binge it. Now, each episode is cut from 25 minutes, 30 seconds in length to 22 minutes to air more ads. So over 3.5 minutes are missing for each episode. In fact, what's kind of cool is at the end credits of these episodes, even though they're shrunk down by Antenna TV to start the opening credits of the next show, you see the scenes. And what One Day at a Time would do was show every scene of the episode that they had just done as like a live play in order. So you see all these scenes that are cut, and there's funny stuff that's cut. So I went ahead and I just ordered the damn all 9 seasons on DVD for like $50 on eBay, including shipping, free shipping. Because also the reason I did that was I noticed that when they get to season 2, they're skipping an episode on Antenna TV. They're skipping the 8th episode of season 2 titled The Upholstery Ripoff, which aired Tuesday, November 23rd, 76. And I don't know if that's a Thanksgiving episode. A lot of times, like Nick at Night back in the day and Antenna TV will pull episodes that are holiday themed and save them for a marathon on Thanksgiving, Christmas, whatever the holiday is, Halloween. So I don't know if that's the reason, but I was just kind of pissed that they were skipping it because I like to watch stuff in order. And so I just went ahead and ordered the gosh darn DVD. So it'll be here any day now. I don't know where it's streaming, but streaming's like a shell game. You know, it could be like Friends. Friends started on Netflix, and then it went to Peacock, and it really ticked off a lot of people because Friends is like the #1 streaming show of all time, and so is The Office. The Office does really well, even though those are older shows. But let's see, what was I going to say? Oh, I did like the characterization in these early One Day at a Time episodes. Fall Guy's coming next, I promise, and I'll show you some of my cool collectibles here. Let me make sure I didn't skip anything. Yeah. So they skipped that episode. That's the reason I ordered it. And it might be like Turkeys Away, which was a WKRP in Cincinnati episode that aired Monday, October 30th, 1978. And that's like a classic. I thought turkeys could fly. By God, as God is my witness, I thought turkeys could fly. It's not laugh out loud funny, but a lot of people like that episode of WKRP, but I digress. But I want to say this quick commentary about classic TV. Classic TV shows get screwed by all of these edits because if it's an hour show, over 6 minutes is cut out so they can fit more commercials in. Because back in the day, a 1 hour show was 51 minutes, 30 seconds long without commercials. 1 hour show. They cut it down to like 44 minutes these days. So movies don't get that treatment. Movies may be edited if it's over the air for content, like bad language might be cut out or violence or a sex scene, but it's not removed for length in most cases. Now, things might be time compressed where it's sped up, where it sounds funny, kind of like TV shows in Europe. The PAL system, as they call it, PAL, PAL, they speed up the frames per second, and what happens is the music and the actors' voices, they sound kind of like Mickey Mouse. They sound kind of sped up. They don't sound normal. And you know what these classic actors sound like, so it's very jarring. On YouTube, someone has posted some Fall Guy episodes recorded in Europe because only season 1 was released on DVD of the 5 seasons of Fall Guy. Talk about that in a minute. But someone has posted various episodes, but they sound awful because they're so sped up. So TV shows get screwed. I like that classic TV shows like The Munsters are streaming uncut. That's what I've been wanting for years. But I prefer to own my favorite shows. That's why I've got DVD shelves and Blu-ray shelves galore. Because the streameth gods can giveth and they can taketh away, like they did with Friends and like they did with The Office. So let's see, what else did I say? Yeah, and what I hate is when these classic episodes are edited, you don't know which editor's doing the dirty work because it's rubbish. I mean, a lot of them don't know the show and they cut out key scenes. And without those scenes, especially some of the stuff I've noticed on One Day at a Time, they'll cut out like an important scene which will affect the story. And so I want to see it all. I don't know. It's really sad to me how TV shows get screwed. I mean, TV shows that were made from 1950s to 1980s, primarily. Any show that was filmed between that time period suffers harsh edits when it's played over the air on MeTV, Antenna TV. And I love those channels. I love those digital networks. They're free. They're over the air. But they have really a lot of editing, and it's the studios that do the editing. And a lot of times they don't know what the F they're doing when they edit these shows. It's really annoying to a TV freak like me when these shows are butchered, unlike movies. So let's see. And again, One Day at a Time, last thing I'll say about that was, it's a Norman Lear show. So it's going to have great writing, which it does. Like I love Maude. I love All in the Family. I've seen all of those, but the 2 shows I never saw that were Norman Lear classics is One Day at a Time and Chico and the Man. I never got into it. I didn't like Bonnie Franklin, who played the mom on that show. Mrs. Romano, she just irritated me, so I didn't watch One Day at a Time, but I'm really enjoying it, and it still holds up. Norman Lear sitcoms almost always hold up because the writing was so strong. Even if the fashions and technology seen in the episodes is dated, like Schneider has a 45 record. He shows up, he's always trying to romance Mrs. Romano, and he showed up with a bottle of wine, and he goes, "Where's the record player?" And he's trying to play a romantic song, "Baby, It's Cold Outside." It's kind of funny, but what I did like, as I said last time, let's see. As I said last time, I've only seen a few One Day at a Time episodes, which originally aired on CBS starting Tuesday, December 16th, 1975 at 9:30 at night. And it ended Sunday, September 2nd, 1984 at 8 p.m. That was the time slot. But I did like in the 7th episode titled Super Blues, super like superintendent, Super Blues, which aired January 27th, 1976, that the building supervisor, Dwayne Schneider's character, is fleshed out really well. And in the story, Bonnie Franklin's character, Mrs. Romano, throws a party for her neighbors and friends, and she doesn't invite Schneider. So she realizes her slight was not cool, and she goes down to his place. And he's got this huge blown up photo of John Wayne, the Duke. And she astutely realizes that he kind of pretends with his utility belt that he's wearing like the Duke's gun holster. And she also finds out he was married once before for 3 weeks. And he's shown Schneider to be a wise street smart man, easy for me to say, a wise street smart man beneath the absurdity and invasiveness. He's always using his passkey. Like these days, you'd be in jail all the stuff this character does. He just barges in, and it's a TV show. It's not real. I get it, but I just find it annoying in today's times how this guy is just so damn invasive. But Pat Harrington was really funny as the character. Anyway, I just like the character development of this show and all the Norman Lear classics like that I've mentioned, like Maude and its spinoff Good Times. And we'll talk about one of the stars of Good Times in a second. She just had a heavenly birthday. All in the Family, the Jeffersons. And they took on real problems, including taboos, and made those situations tolerable through good humor. Not the Ice Cream Man. Good humor is in clever writing and acting. They're plays. They're like little Broadway plays. And now that damn One Day at a Time TV theme song is stuck in my head. I watch these on the weekends when I'm hungover. So, item. Walt Disney and the Disney Company does not yet own Scooby-Doo, the Pink Panther, Superman, or Daffy Duck. That is all. I like to mention things they don't own since Disney is taking over everything that I like. And now, finally, as promised, the Fall Guy is 40. This will probably get muted if you're watching on Facebook Live after the fact. If live, it won't, but I bet this gets muted. But let's listen to a little bit. Let me make sure I got the right clip here for you. And I'm going to show you some collectibles. I got a cool piece about Fall Guy, a little documentary piece. Hang on a second. Yeah.
Well, I'm not the kind to kiss and tell, but I've been seen with fire up. I've never been with anything less than a 9. So fine, I've been on fire with Sally Field, gone fast with a girl named Bo, but somehow they just don't end up as mine. It's a death-defying life I lead. I take my chances. I die for living in the movies and TV. But the hardest thing I ever do is watch my leading ladies kiss some other guy while I'm bandaging my knee. I might fall from a tall building, I might roll a brand new car, 'cause I'm the unknown stuntman that made Redford such a star. I've never spent much time in school, but I taught ladies plenty. It's true, I hire my body out for pay. Hey, hey, I've gotten burned over Cheryl Teague's, blown up for Raquel Welch. But when I wind up in the hay, it's only hay. Hey, hey, I might jump an open drawbridge or Tarzan from a vine, 'cause I'm the unknown stuntman that makes Eastwood look so fine.
Yeah. Lee Majors can't really sing that well, but...
This is the story of one of America's great unsung heroes. I mean, you've seen him, but you never knew who he was. You've cheered for him and cried for him. Women have wanted to die for him. But did he ever get any credit? Or the girl? No. He was what we call a stuntman. And the reason I'm talking so fondly about him is, well, because it's me, Colt Seavers. Anyway, picture work isn't wall-to-wall employment. So maybe you wonder how a guy keeps his head together. Well, one way is to wait by the phone. And wait, and wait. The other is to take an occasional job for the court system of the United States of America, where a man is considered innocent until proven guilty. Unfortunately, sometimes a lot of these people get out of jail on what we call bail. And they run like hell. That's where I come in. I sometimes pick up rent money trying to find them and bring them back to justice.
A camera ready. B camera ready. C camera ready. Okay, fellas, look sharp. Here comes the plane.
So who did that music was Stu Phillips. Won't mean much to many people, but I want to educate. He had done music for most of the shows by Glenn A. Larson, who created The Fall Guy. We'll talk about him in a minute. He was one of the TV moguls like Aaron Spelling. He had just a whole repertoire of shows, good and bad. And Stu Phillips scored the music for Battlestar Galactica, which many deem as a ripoff of Star Wars on the big screen. And I think he's underrated. And he did a lot of good music for Westerns. He was a good composer, Stu Phillips. And we'll talk about the origin of that song, The Unknown Stuntman, that Lee Majors sang. And in the original pilot, the studio version, which never aired, he doesn't sing it, Lee Majors. That came along later when it got picked up by ABC as a series. And I like the version he doesn't sing better and has different lyrics too. But The Fall Guy, created by Glenn A. Larson. Well, who is Glenn Larson? Well, Glenn Larson was born Glenn Albert Larson on Sunday, January 3rd, 1937. And he was a musician as well as a television producer, writer, and director. His best-known work in television was as the creator of the television series Elias Smith and Jones, Battlestar Galactica, Buck Rogers in the 25th Century, which was based on an established character from the serials in the movie theaters, of course. Quincy, M.E., The Hardy Boys, Nancy Drew Mysteries, BJ and the Bear, The Fall Guy, Magnum P.I., and Knight Rider. And in addition to his television work, Glenn Larson was also a member of the folk revival satire group, The Four Preps.
Fall Guy is a Glenn Larson production.
Americanize that voice. And that logo, that's 20th Century Fox, which Disney now owns. They own the entire massive 20th Century Fox library of television shows and movies. But, of course, that was William Conrad. Cannon! And he was the narrator of The Fugitive. But Glenn Larson was an interesting guy. Now, he will defend to the death, and he's gone now. He did defend to the death that he came up with the idea for Battlestar Galactica long before Star Wars and pitched it in the late 60s as Adama's Ark. It was kind of like a space, Adam and Eve. Adama, played by Lauren Green in Battlestar Galactica, was Adama. And he was the leader, and they were searching for Earth, like on an ark, a space ark, going through the cosmos. So I kind of believe him. And the networks turned it down. Star Trek had just ended. Science fiction was going nowhere in the late 60s, early 70s. But then when Star Wars was a big hit at the box office, debuting May 25th, 1977, studios changed their minds about science fiction. And suddenly James Bond was in outer space and Moonraker. They whipped that together after Star Wars was released and was a big hit. Instead of producing For Your Eyes Only, which was supposed to be the 1979 Bond release after Spy Who Loved Me. In fact, at the end of the Spy Who Loved Me James Bond movie, it says, James Bond will return in For Your Eyes Only. Well, the next one was Moonraker that they slapped together to cash in on the trend of the outer space movie. There were so many crappy space movies out at that time. But getting back to Glenn Larson, as I said, he began his career in the entertainment industry way back in 1956 as a member of the vocal group called The Four Preps, with whom he appeared in one of the Gidget films. The Four Preps, and we'll talk about the TV Gidget in a little while, Sally Field. She just had a big birthday. She turned 75, and we'll talk about her and some highlights of her work later. But the Four Preps band ultimately produced 3 gold records for Capitol Records, all of which Glenn Larson himself wrote and or composed, including 26 Miles, Santa Catalina, Big Man, and Down by the Station. A later member of the Four Preps named David Somerville and a session singer he knew, Gail Jensen, later collaborated with Glenn Larson to write and compose The Unknown Stuntman I just played, which was the theme for the Fall Guy television series. And the series star Lee Majors performed the song over the opening titles. Not very well, but I like it. And it was a 45 record. There's a long version of it. It's like, oh, I meant to grab that for the camera. I'll get it when I play the documentary. I have it in another room. So let's see. Oh, this is kind of cool. His TV work. After working for Quinn Martin on productions including The Fugitive, Glenn Larson, where he had his first writing credit, and writing on 12 O'Clock High for Quinn Martin in 1966, Glenn Larson signed a production deal with Universal Studios. His first hit series, I mentioned earlier, Elias Smith and Jones, a 1971 to 1973 Western, which described the activities of Hannibal Hayes and Jediah Kid Curry, concentrating on their efforts to go straight. George Roy Hill's film, scripted by William Goldman about Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid, is commonly believed to have been the inspiration for the series. See, that's the thing. Glenn Larson, he would take a hit movie and try to convert it to TV. Like BJ and the Bear was kind of a combo of Smokey and the Bandit and Convoy, because you had the truck and you had the car and then and the monkey. Like, it was kind of like Every Which Way You Can, except it wasn't an orangutan, and a chimpanzee in BJ and the Bear. And Bear was named after Bear Bryant, who at the time, I think Saban has beaten Bear Bryant's record. But Bear Bryant was one of the best college football coaches of all time when BJ and the Bear was on the air. Anyway, where am I? So he got experience writing for Quinn Martin. And so he did that ripoff of Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid. Some say it's a ripoff. I'm just going to go ahead and call it. It was a ripoff. And then Glenn Larson was involved in the development for the television version of The $6 Million Man, based on the novel, Martin Caden's novel titled Cyborg. And Glenn Larson wrote TV movies and adapted it to the television screen successfully. And he was also one of the show's early executive producers. It became a weekly series, $6 Million Man, in January 1974 after 3 television movies, which started in 1973, aired, and they got big ratings. Later, Glenn A. Larson later secured a then unprecedented $1 million episode budget for Battlestar Galactica. Originally, the series was intended to be called Adam's Ark, and the show incorporated many themes of theology, such as sealing marriage for time and eternity and a council of 12. Larson, a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints in real life, he's a Mormon, he was a Mormon, had been working on the concept since 1968. I just said that. And former Star Trek producer Gene L. Kuhn, who was also a writer of Star Trek, had mentioned him in its early development. Glenn Larson initially renamed the series Galactica, but was then convinced to include the word star in the title in some way in order to capitalize on the popularity of the recently released Star Wars, eventually deciding on the title Battlestar Galactica. Even with its generous budget, Galactica often recycled special effects shots, and it was canceled after 1 season, but returned as Galactica 1980 some months later with a retooled cast, except for Lorne Greene, who stayed in the cast, and Boomer, the actor who played Boomer. He was in the cast also of Galactica 1980. Okay, so let's see. Oh, yeah, the pilot episode of Galactica, it was a big 3-hour event from September 17th, 1978. And I had to beg my parents, I was 7 years old, to stay up late till 11 o'clock to see the end of it, and they let me. That was the first time I could stay up that late. But I'll never forget, that was a big TV event. So that pilot episode, a 3-hour episode titled Saga of a Star World, was edited into a 2-hour theatrical film released in North America, Canada, and Europe. And then a second, it did pretty well at the box office. So a second theatrical release titled Mission Galactica, The Cylon Attack, was compiled by re-editing other episodes of the series. After the series was canceled, Glenn Larson went on to create a relatively low-budget sequel to the series. I already mentioned this, Galactica 1980, which was set many years later. And they actually discovered Earth, which was the only saving grace of that terrible show. And they had one episode with Wolfman Jack as himself, where the Cylons are trying to get to a radio station, to like one of the biggest rock stations in New York City, to get a transmission out to their base star, to where Earth is, and so they can attack. And so there's a race against time to get to the radio station and stop the Cylons in that Galactica 1980 episode titled The Night the Cylons Landed. The last episode of Galactica 1980 was pretty cool because it brought back Dirk Benedict as Starbuck. And it paired him up with a woman, and they have a child, and he crash lands and finds a Cylon ship. And there's 3 Cylons, 2 are destroyed, and 1 is sort of half functional, and he uses the parts from the other 2 destroyed Cylons to rebuild him, becomes a friend to him. And then the Cylon gets jealous when he meets this woman, And the lady, what's her name? This relates to Fall Guy. Judith Chapman is the actress who plays this woman from space who mates with Starbuck, and she gets pregnant and produces Dr. Z. Anyway, I'm all over the place here. I have that on 16 millimeter film, by the way, that episode. I think it's called Whatever Happened to Starbuck or something, or I got to get that title right. I know what it is. My brain is all frazzled today. I haven't had a drink in days, weeks. My brain's just shot. The Return of Starbuck, that's what it's called. But Judith Chapman, she is now on Young and the Restless and has been for years. And in Fall Guy, she played an insurance investigator, a thorn in Colt's side in season 1 and 2, named Kay Faulkner. Anyway, I'm all over the place here. Getting back to Glenn Larson and his origin leading up to Fall Guy. Galactica 1980 was less successful than the original and was canceled after just 10 episodes. So Glenn Larson reused some of the sets, props, costumes, and effects work from Galactica for the lighthearted sci-fi series Buck Rogers in the 25th Century. In 1979, it launched on NBC, and it was based on the comic book character created in 1928 by Philip Francis Nolan. Nowlan. Larson co-developed the series with Leslie Stevens, who had worked on The Outer Limits in the 1960s. Leslie Stevens was one of the executive producers of The Outer Limits. The feature-length pilot episode was also released as a theatrical film in March of 1979, and it grossed $21 million at the North American box office. The weekly television series began in September 1979, running for 2 seasons until April 1981. They retooled it terribly for season 2, and they made it where it's like Star Trek, where they're on a ship away from Earth, and they got rid of a lot of the cast members like Dr. Hewer, and then they got rid of Mel Blanc. Hiya, Buck. Remember the robot Twiggy? Well, the guy who played Twiggy was, of course, in the original Addams Family's cousin It. And Mel Blanc voiced Twiggy. Well, they stupidly... he sounded nothing like he did in the beginning of season 2 of Battlestar Galactica. He sounded just kind of stupid like this. He's like, hey, Buck, why don't we go down to the planet? And he wasn't a wisecracking smartass. And they changed the character, and it was terrible. And then they got so much fan mail that they rehired Mel Blanc and returned Twiggy to his original roots. But let's see here. Yeah, so it got canceled in April 1981. They introduced this character, Hawk. And what's interesting is Aaron Gray, one of the stars of Buck Rogers in the 25th Century, there's been a rumor, and she did a Fall Guy. I'm going to hold up an autographed picture I have of her with Lee Majors. But the rumor was, I don't know if there's any truth to this, she was a blonde in the first season of Buck Rogers in the 25th Century. And then in season 2, she was a brunette. And then she also acted with Ricky Schroeder in Silver Spoons right after the end of Buck Rogers in the 25th Century. But the rumor was that she was a lesbian when she was a blonde, and then she became a switch hitter and got to liking men when she was a brunette. I don't think there's any truth to that. And when I met her, I've met her a couple times. She does a lot of shows. She's very friendly, very nice, happily married. She didn't care for Lee Majors. She didn't elaborate, but I'm holding up before the camera a picture of her from season 1 of The Fall Guy, a 2-part episode called License to Kill. And Steven Spielberg actually used one of the stunts in this episode in Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade from 1989, filmed in 88. He used a stunt from the end of part 1 of this episode, a cliffhanger stunt with a boat that explodes. Anyway, I'll talk about it in a minute. But before the camera, if you're listening on fistfulradio.com, again, I say this ad nauseum. If you care to look this up, I'll give you the cue mark too. This is something new I can do, so you don't have to watch the whole thing. Where am I? 1 hour, 23 minutes, you'll see a still. If you want to go to YouTube, The Nostalgic Podblast, and scroll to that, you'll see a neat picture of Lee Majors and Aaron Gray from The Fall Guy License to Kill. She played a naval commander in that 2-part series. She played a very substantial character, actually. So getting back to Glenn Larson as we lead up to Fall Guy, let's see. So, yeah, Galactica ended in April 81 on NBC. And then in the 1980s, Glenn Larson had further success as one of the creators of Magnum P.I., which ran from 1980 to 1988, starring Tom Selleck. And Roger Mosley is the helicopter chopper pilot. I liked his character a lot, TC. Around the same time, Glenn Larson left Universal Studios to work at 20th Century Fox. Additionally, Glenn Larson created The Fall Guy, which just turned 40, which ran from 1981 to 1986. The first episode debuted November 4th, 1981 on the ABC television network. And then when season 2 of Fall Guy was in production, Larson's next prominent series was Knight Rider, which featured science fiction elements with a lighthearted action-adventure scenario and limited violence. And I liked how he brought back the red eye of the Cylon at the front of the car, KIT. You know what KIT stands for? Knight Industries 2000, like TT, 2000 spelled out. Knight Industries 2000, that's KIT. And I didn't like the voice. William Daniels, he's a great actor. And he's still married to Bonnie, his wife, and he was on St. Elsewhere. He's a great actor. I've never liked his voice, and he's the voice of KIT. William Daniels, and he's Mr. Feeney. A lot of younger people than me like Boy Meets World, and he played one of the teachers. He's a beloved character to a lot of people, so forgive me. I know a lot of people like William Daniels a lot for that role. So Knight Rider lasted 4 seasons as well. No, Fall Guy lasted 5 seasons. Knight Rider lasted 4. They both ended in 1986, Knight Rider and the Fall Guy. Yeah. And Knight Rider started in the beginning of the 1982 to 1983 season. Let me see. So the basic elements characterized many of Larson's series throughout the 80s, including Automan, Manimal, and The Highwayman, though all of these shows were unsuccessful and none lasted more than a single season. So Glenn A. Larson's profile declined, whereas Aaron Spelling went up in terms of TV moguls who produced many, many shows. I remember Aaron Spelling, he started with one of his big hit shows was The Mod Squad in 1968. I think that's when that started. And of course, you know, God, he had so many successful shows. Charlie's Angels, The Love Boat. Him and Leonard Goldberg were a power team. So many shows. God, I could go on and on. I'm going to do a whole Podblast on moguls, specifically Aaron Spelling, Beverly Hills 90210, Melrose Place. We're going to talk about one of the stars of Melrose Place who had a birthday and talk about her career in just a little while. But let's see. Larson's profile declined. He made a brief comeback in the 1990s with an adaptation of the Ultraverse comic book Nightman, which lasted 2 seasons. See, I never heard of that. It must have been syndicated. Now, Glenn Larson put his future wife at the time, an actress named Janet Lynn Curtis, in many of his TV shows before they were married, such as The Misadventures of Sheriff Lobo and BJ and the Bear. She played a character named Margaret Ellen, who was a roller skating young cutie in Orleans County, Georgia. And she also portrayed a character in the original Battlestar Galactica show in a 2-part episode titled Last Planet of the Gods. That was the second episode. It was a 2-parter. It didn't air the same night, but after the 3-hour premiere saga of A Star World, Lost Planet of the Gods aired as a 2-parter. And so Glenn Larson's future wife was in that. And in The Fall Guy, his wife, Janet Lynn Curtis, acted in the pilot movie, and she reprised her role in a season 2-hour episode titled Cult Angels, and she played a character named Melody who worked at the Palomino Club in California. And also, Janet Lynn Curtis Larson became an associate producer on The Fall Guy. She married Glenn Larson on Sunday, August 29th, 1982, and they divorced on Wednesday, December 24th, Christmas Eve, 2008, and they had 2 daughters together. And by the way, in the Fall Guy pilot, Glenn Larson's son, Eric, played a little boy who's hit and killed by a drunk driver, played by Eddie Albert, who most know from Take This Job and Shove It. No, from Green Acres. He's the star of Green Acres, of course. But he played a substantial guy who owns half a town in Arizona, and he's in L.A. goofing around with some blonde gal pal, and he's not paying attention to what he's doing, and he just runs over this kid. Well, that was Glenn Larson's son, who played the kid on the bicycle, who is killed. And of course, the scumbag flees, and Colt has to bring him back to serve justice for vehicular manslaughter in the Fall Guy pilot episode, a 2-hour pilot movie that aired November 4th, 1981, over 40 years ago. Now, in 2003, Battlestar Galactica was remade for the Sci-Fi Channel as a miniseries, and it was a major hit, and it was followed by a 2004 series that, unlike the original, lasted multiple seasons. Larson was not involved in any capacity with the new series, though he did receive a screen credit as a, quote, consulting producer, unquote. And after the series ended in 2009, A short-lived prequel series, Caprica, followed in 2010. Again, Glenn Larson was not involved, but he was given a screen credit for the creation of certain characters. And one of the original stars wanted to bring the true Battlestar Galactica back, but he's dead now, and it never happened. Never happened. Richard Hatch, not to be confused with the first winner of Survivor, Richard Hatch, who evaded taxes and went to jail. He didn't pay taxes on the $1 million that he won in the very first Survivor reality show, also named Richard Hatch. Richard Hatch, by the way, his big break was on the streets of San Francisco. He replaced Michael Douglas. So Michael Douglas left that long-running hit show for Quinn Martin that started in 1972 to do movies, Michael Douglas. And so Richard Hatch was on that show. In fact, it's kind of cool. In the 1976 to 1977 season, there's an episode of Streets of San Francisco where you have Mark Hamill, right before he took off as Luke Skywalker. I mean, right then. It's called Innocent No More. That's the episode title. I have it on film. And he plays a little psycho, Mark Hamill does. And so he's opposite. He's an antagonist of a guy who played a ripoff of his Luke Skywalker character in Battlestar Galactica. Apollo, the actor. Yeah, Richard Hatch. So it was kind of neat to see Apollo and Luke Skywalker in the same show in a sense. Innocent No More. It's probably on YouTube, and I have it on film, like I just said. I'm repeating myself. I have brain damage. What can I say? Despite the success of Glenn Larson, much criticism has been aimed at him for his perceived general lack of originality, as many of his television shows, as I've talked about, are seen as small-screen knockoffs of feature films. Harlan Ellison, award-winning sci-fi author who wrote one of the best episodes of the original Star Trek, titled City on the Edge of Forever, starring Joan Collins, a time travel love story episode of Star Trek, the 28th episode filmed of season 1 of Star Trek that aired in 1967, once referred to Glenn A. Larson as Glenn Larceny for the notorious similarities between Glenn Larson shows and cinema blockbusters. That's pretty funny. And Harlan Ellison also wrote some key Outer Limits episodes before Star Trek. And he got pissed. Star Trek, they altered his script. He wanted to have an international space drug dealer in the episode who is dealing drugs on the Enterprise, and to avoid getting caught by security, he beams down to the planet, encounters the Guardian of Forever who guards time, and escapes into the past. So Spock and Kirk have to go back and get the drug dealer. Well, they changed that element, the network did, and it pissed him off, so he never wrote for Star Trek again, talking about Harlan Ellison. But Harlan Ellison himself is regarded by many as an asshole. Excuse my language. He just is. And if you see interviews with him, you can see why he has that perception. And I have that too. People think I'm an asshole, and I kind of am. Anyway, and in the autobiography that James Garner wrote about his life, titled The Garner Files, the great James Garner stated that Glenn Larson stole a number of plots of the Rockford Files, which James Garner's production company co-produced, and then used them for his own shows, simply changing the dialogue minimally and using different character names. James Garner's group complained to the Writers Guild of America, and Larson was fined. And an episode of Larson's series titled Switch, called Death by Resurrection, had the writing credits revised to give sole credit to the writers of the original Rockford Files episode titled This Case is Closed, as it was very clearly the basis of the Switch episode. Nevertheless, by the way, we were talking about Magnum P.I., one of the shows. Did you know that Tom Selleck got his start on the Rockford Files? Towards the end of that run, and James Garner quit the show. He's having knee problems, and he just got burned out after, I think, 6 seasons. But he played a young P.I. He played another investigator in that show. Did you know that? Yeah, I have them all on DVD, but I digress. Nevertheless, James Garner felt that the fine had given Glenn Larson a lesson. Let me see. Nevertheless, Garner felt that the fine had taught... Oh, I got this backwards. Sorry, guys and gals. James Garner felt that the fine that was imposed on Glenn Larson taught him nothing when he persisted in plagiarism and later copied the theme music from the Rockford Files for one of his own shows. James Garner stated in his autobiography that when Larson subsequently showed up on the Rockford set, he put his arm around James Garner and said, "I hope there's no hard feelings, Jim." After Larson ignored a warning by James Garner to take his arm off him, James Garner claims he punched Larson so hard that Larson, quote, flew across the curb into a motorhome and out the other side. And that sounds like a scene in the pilot of The Fall Guy when Howie Munson shows up. That's Colt's cousin. He shows up to try to make it in movies after he's failed at multiple colleges and universities to find his stride. In the Fall Guy pilot, Howie Munson shows up to Colt's set he's working on in the trailer, and Colt winds up punching him, and he goes out of the trailer. See, I think he borrowed that from a real-life incident. Kind of funny. But Glenn Larson, and we're getting to Fall Guy now, folks. Thanks for bearing with me. Glenn Larson died on Friday, November 14th, 2014, from cancer of the esophagus at age 77. So finally we can talk Fall Guy. I just wanted to set the stage and talk about the origin of it. So over 40 years ago, on Wednesday, November 4th, 1981, The Fall Guy premiered as a 2-hour movie on ABC at 9 p.m. Lee Majors starred as Colt Seavers, a Hollywood stuntman and bounty hunter. He moonlights as a bounty hunter for a bail bondswoman named Samantha Big Jack Jack. Her name is Samantha Jack, but she goes by Big Jack. And her father had started a bail bonds company that she runs. And later in season 2, Terry Shannon was the original character's name. They changed it to Terry Michaels, was played by Marky Post, and she became the bail bondswoman working for Big Jack that Colt worked for. Now, this action-adventure series ran for 5 seasons. Let me put something up for the camera. Got some really cool pictures. Here's a picture of the cast and crew of The Fall Guy. I have several of these pictures for the rap party. I'll put that up while I talk about Fall Guy here. Fall Guy ran as an action-adventure show, and it had a lot of humor in it, too. It ran for 5 seasons, consisting of 110 episodes in their original aired order. What I do is I count it by story. Some online services say there was 111 episodes, but like License to Kill Parts 1 and 2, that was the only 2-parter from season 1, the only 2-part of the whole series. I consider that one story, even though it's technically 2 episodes. And if something aired the same night, like Colt's Outlaws, Colt Breaks Out, that was a 2-hour episode towards the beginning of season 2. In syndication, it's cut in 2 halves. So they labeled that as 2 episodes. No, in the original airing, it was one night. It was aired as a movie, a 2-hour special episode, so I count that as 1 episode. So that's how I come up with my number of 110 episodes. In addition to the 2-hour pilot movie titled The Fall Guy, another 2-hour episode was filmed that I just described. Heather Thomas and Douglas Barr co-starred in the show. And Heather Thomas played another aspiring stunt person who Colt is training. She is his protege, as is his cousin who shows up in the pilot movie. And there were many themed episodes of note in The Fall Guy, including 2 James Bond episodes. One served as the season 2 premiere titled Bail and Bond, but it wasn't the first one filmed that year. The first one filmed that year was a episode titled Piece of Cake. But anyway, I digress. But they had some really cool themed episodes. And the other one was in season 3, and they brought back a lot of the Bond girls, like Plenty O'Toole, and they're playing themselves, the actresses. That was Lana Wood. They brought back Britt Eklund. She's in the episode who played Mary Goodnight in the second Roger Moore James Bond movie, The Man with the Golden Gun. But that was a really cool episode. In that second James Bond-themed Fall Guy, they actually had to blur out. It said 007 on a license plate of a car in a stunt they're doing. Colt's supposedly working on the latest James Bond movie. And they had to, this is before CGI, they had to literally blur out. They didn't have the right to use 007, that trademarked number. And so if you look at the episode, and you can't, because unfortunately, The Fall Guy's not airing anywhere. Hopefully Disney Plus will start streaming it since they took over 20th Century Fox. I think there's a good chance, and I have inside information. I can't mention names. I think it's coming to Disney Plus soon with the original music, because when they released it on DVD, 20th Century Fox did a horrible job with it back in 2006. I almost said 2006, violating my own rule. In 2006, 20th Century Fox released season 1 of The Fall Guy on DVD. And you know what they did? They took out all of the background pop music songs and replaced them with this terrible garage band junk music. It didn't match the scene. It changed the whole tone of the show and the song and the scenes. And so they did that. And then in the pilot, Paul Williams, of all people, was in it, the singer, songwriter, actor, and he sings Crazy by Patsy Cline at the Palomino Club. They cut all of that out, and they blurred out his face. So I don't know if his agent wanted more money that 20th Century Fox was willing to pay, or what the reason is, but Paul Williams was completely removed from the DVD version and the version that the Decades channel airs. Sometimes they air the Fall Guy in the Decades channel. Started in 2016. This is very rare. They'll have a weekend binge, which they still do. They do this every weekend, starting Saturday, I think, at noon, and into Monday morning at 6 a.m., I think it is. They'll just play continuous back-to-back episodes. And so they only play pretty much season 1 of The Fall Guy, the DVD versions with the altered music and with Paul Williams cut from the pilot. And they do air like the last episode of season 2, which had Heather Locklear in it. Heather Locklear was in 2 Fall Guy episodes. It was exciting to see Heather Locklear and Heather Thomas together. I'm going to hold up a picture of them together in just a sec. I held it up earlier for the camera. Yeah, here it is. And that episode, that's the only season 2 episode. And the reason that aired that on Decades is there's no background pop music songs that needed to be dealt with. They could lazily air the DVD versions of season 1, which had already been professionally butchered up. But no one had done anything with season 2. Well, season 2 was released on DVD in Europe, not in America. And again, I ordered it. I have a region-free DVD and Blu-ray player. And they took out all the songs, and that was in 2007 that was released, and it sucked. It was time compressed, and it had the song. But I've got every episode on 16 millimeter film, reel-to-reel film. I started collecting in 1995. Back in the day, TV stations would show reruns on film. Al Hardy worked at Turner. He would run the film department. Movies were shown on film. They didn't look as good as they do when they've been professionally remastered from the digital masters 35 millimeter negatives, but that's just how things were done. So I have collected over the years all 110 episodes, all 5 seasons of The Fall Guy with the original music intact. I should probably sell it now before Disney Plus starts streaming, because I bet Disney has deep pockets. If they have the money to buy Fox, they're not going to be cheap. If they start streaming it on Disney Plus, it's going to have the original music, and it'll have Paul Williams restored. It'll be done right, like they've done with The Muppet Show. Money's no object to Disney. So I think it'll be done right. That's the light at the end of the tunnel. I trust in Disney that they will do Fall Guy right and not just shelve it. But I don't really want to sell my films. On film, you gain something. It's like watching a movie. This is 16 millimeter film, not 35. So it's in mono, but that's okay. Fall Guy and old shows like that were not in stereo anyway. Shows weren't done in stereo until like the late 1980s on network television. So what's neat about film is I have a 65 millimeter lens, which was made for the U.S. military in Germany in 1987. That's how they would show for the troops, movies and TV shows. And they had like the Armed Forces Network, and they would have film prints struck for the military in their off time, in their leisure time that they could watch. And so this lens, it's better than 1080p HD, this lens I have. So when you watch these Fall Guys through my movie projector, I have it piped through a receiver, through a board, and through 5 huge speakers. I have like top-notch speakers like JBL, Klipsch speakers, and what's the other brand? Bose. And it sounds awesome. And you gain something. Again, it's like converting a small screen TV show to a big screen when you watch it this way. I wish I could invite you over. I know that means nothing. You're like, well, shit, I want that. Convert those to DVD. People have asked me all the time. I'm not a bootlegger. I'm not going to do that. And besides, it's very expensive. It costs about $100 per episode to convert them digitally. At least, because most of these companies that convert to film, like home movies on Super 8 to digital, they charge by the foot. And most of these are like 2,000 feet reels. So, and they charge so many cents, like 10 cents a foot or whatever. And it just gets really costly. Plus, I want to keep it rare. I sound like a selfish jerk, but it took me years to collect these. I collected them from a magazine called The Big Reel, which is now since defunct, since I think 2009. It was a monthly magazine that had ads of people that had film prints for sale. And so I think I paid $35 a pop for most of these Fall Guys. But some of the episodes, getting back on track with what I was going to talk about Fall Guy, the themed episodes, there was one that had Roy Rogers. 2, actually. 2 Roy Rogers Western specials that were very well done, that starred the great Roy Rogers. One was called Happy Trails. The other was called King of the Cowboys, and somebody's put them on YouTube, but they're time compressed and sped up, like we talked about earlier. But they showed old film clips from the Fox Westerns and everything they had the rights to at the time. And plus, they brought back all these great Western stars of shows like The Virginian and Happy Trails. And they had the Sons of the Pioneer singing songs with Roy. He performed most of his classics, like Happy Trails and Water and the Skyball Number. That was in King of the Cowboys. And what else did he perform? Don't Fence Me In. Just a lot of great songs. And so I had great difficulty finding those 2 episodes, and I paid a premium price for each of them. I don't know, 15 years ago or so. I finally found them because the Western fans and Western stars and fans of Roy Rogers scooped those up. Same thing happened with the Elvira episodes, another themed episode. There were 2 Halloween-themed episodes. The first one was in season 4 of The Fall Guy, titled October the 31st, which had Cassandra Peterson as Elvira, Mistress of the Dark in it. And aired Halloween night. And then they did a sequel in season 5 called October the 32nd. The network effed up. ABC, they aired it in December instead of on Halloween. In season 4, they got it right. But network sabotage led to the cancellation of The Fall Guy. A couple things happened. The writers screwed up, and they didn't write enough scripts for Marky Post, who played Terry Michaels. Formerly, character name was Terry Shannon. And so she left to do Night Court. She was unhappy. And by the way, she passed away of all days her birthday is on November 4th, the same day as the debut of The Fall Guy. Even though she didn't start at the beginning, she came along in season 2 and she stayed through the end of season 4. But as the show went on, there were some episodes that were well written for her character and she had a lot to do. But then towards the end of season 3, season 4, they still had some, like in the beginning, they would write some for her character, but then they'd get lazy and they wouldn't even use her in some episodes. Or some episodes she'd come in, give Colt an assignment, and then walk off. And you could tell in the way she was acting in the scene that she wasn't thrilled. Like I could tell she was improvising. She's like, okay, bye. Like she was kind of sarcastic, So with her figure and her brains, it's no wonder that NBC scooped her up for Night Court, which as Christine, which is an attorney, which is one of her best roles of her entire career. But I did like her on Fall Guy a lot. So let me get back to my little script here. I sort of digressed through my knowledge. Oh yeah, so the themed episodes. So I finally got the Elvira ones in my film collection, but it was so hard to find those and the Roy Rogers ones. Those were like some missing pieces. And then they had one that had the 4 tops that was hard to find that I eventually got and had to pay a premium price for that one. It had The Temptations, the 4 tops, LaToya Jackson. It was a Motown themed episode that also was hard to find. It had original music in it. They're performing in it. And it was a very entertaining episode, actually, for season 4. So let's see, what are the notes of Fall Guy here? If I repeat myself, it's because I'm doing this from memory, and I did write a little script to talk about Fall Guy here. Let's see, 2-hour episode. James Bond episodes, from season 2 and 3, the Roy Rogers, the Motown. And there were some good Vietnam War themed shows as well. One that starred the star of Kung Fu, David Carradine, for season 3, and there was a season 5 episode that had the voice of Allstate. You're in good hands with Allstate. What's his name? Seibert? No. Black actor. He was in 24. He did a great season 5 episode of Fall Guy that pertained to getting some soldiers out of Vietnam that were prisoners of war. It was actually well done. Like I said, some of the episodes were not just 80s cheese and TNA and lame jokes and car crashes. I mean, there were some that were actually pretty well written. And in the beginning, Nick Thiel was the head writer and the script supervisor. I believe he was the head writer of Fall Guy, and he was from 8 is Enough and other shows, and he left at the end of season 1, but some of the best episodes were the ones that he wrote. Nick Thiel, Thiel. He was one of the better writers. Joaquin Phoenix, the Joker himself, was in a 4th season episode of Fall Guy titled Terror U, as in University. It's kind of a ripoff of Animal House. Of course, on TV, you couldn't get away with much risque stuff, but they did get away with some. No nudity, of course, but a lot of like really funny jokes, kind of risque jokes in that one. And he had a speaking role. He was really young in that episode. Let's see. Oh, and the actor from Weekend at Bernie's who played the corpse, Terry Kaiser. He guest acted in every season of The Fall Guy, starting with the pilot. He played a director in the pilot, and then he was in another season 1 episode. He's one of my favorite actors. He always played a bad guy. One time he played a good guy and a bad guy in a split role in season 4 called Split Image. That was a really, really good episode. And there's some really big notable guest stars in The Fall Guy, like where did I put that in my notes? Oh, Susan Lucci was in one, and she's playing a character. She's in the entire episode, and that was the rip-off of Romancing the Stone, the movie, the hit movie with Michael Douglas and Kathleen Turner. They did the rip-off in season 4 of Fall Guy of that show, and so she played like the Kathleen Turner character, Susan Lucci. And let's see, what else did I say? Richard Burton, that was it. Richard Burton, in one of his last roles, played himself, and he's in the whole episode where Richard Burton's on a train, a season 2 episode, and he's on camera. And allegedly, he worked with Colt, who's a stuntman, allegedly in the show, his character, and he's trying to study a script. He took a train from Philadelphia to L.A. so he could be undisturbed studying his script. And he had some funny lines in it, playing himself. And I'm going to play a little bit of a documentary while I take a break, and I'm sort of all over the place here. I've got some more Fall Guy stuff to say, and then I want to talk about some notable birthdays of the last several days. Let me find this documentary I'd pulled for you. Let's see, it's right here. I just love it. I'm glad to have all those episodes on film, and if you are local, I would invite you over here to watch one on film. It's a hell of a lot of fun. So let's see where that clip is for you guys. I played him for Al Hardy. He liked a couple of them. There was one that dealt with child abduction from season 5 when the milk cartons were coming out. Have you seen this child? And it was a very, very deep episode, actually. Stanley Camel, who's a character actor who went on to do Beverly Hills 90210 as Antonio's dad. The woman that Dylan McKay married, and then she got killed off. They kind of ripped off James Bond Under Majesty's Secret Service, where Diana Rigg is Bond's wife. Teresa got shot to death at the end after their wedding ceremony. They did that in Beverly Hills 90210, but I digress. But Stanley Camel is a great character actor. He's gone now, but he was in that episode of Fall Guy called The Life of Riley. And it also had, as a desperate dad searching for his kidnapped daughter, it was Peter Barton, who had starred in The Powers of Matthew Starr. It lasted only 1 year. It was a kind of a bad sci-fi show from 1982-83 season. So let me see here. Where the hell did I find that clip? Oh, here it is. I want to play a little bit of this documentary, and if you're watching, I'm going to hold up some of my Fall Guy memorabilia from my collection, just some of it, for the camera. And again, this is all on the YouTube channel, The Nostalgic Podblast. This title is Fall Guy Hits 40. That'll be my video title. So let me play a little bit of this documentary. This is just a couple minutes long. Let me see here.
I'm just a Hollywood stuntman in between pictures.
I've done a number of shows.
Glenn
and
Larson.
Of all the shows, they include Baghdad PI and Quincy and a lot of others, Knight Rider. I think probably the most fun show of all of them was The Fall Guy.
Man, I can't believe this guy's luck. Well, his luck just ran out.
There was a big trend in the 80s about being interested in stuntmen. So, I mean, the appetite was there for a stunt show. We didn't sell this in a conventional way. This is the most unusual pitch that ever took place in television. A friend of mine who was the lead singer in a group called the Diamonds, who had 27 gold records back in the old days. And I had started in a singing group too, and we knew each other well. He had done some little stunt thing.
In 1979, I wrote a theme for a CBS television special about stuntmen. There I was a year later as a guest of my friend Glenn Larson in Hawaii, and I had one song in my guitar case. And I was off in the corner singing this tune to myself, and he wandered by and said, "What are you singing?"
I've been on fire with Sally Field, gone fast with a girl named Bo, but somehow they just don't end up as mine.
And I listened to it, and I said, that's a great idea.
By the time I'd finished, he'd gotten the idea for a television show about stuntmen.
I might fall from a tall building, I might roll a brand new car, 'cause I'm the unknown stuntman that made Redford
went to ABC television over in Century City, and a couple of fellows who were empowered to buy listened to his idea.
We took this idea of this song, and instead of going in and pitching anything, we just went in and sang the song.
Actually, I opened the meeting with the song that we had written, which was then retitled to be the Ballad of the Unknown Stuntman.
Cause I'm the unknown stuntman that makes Eastwood look so fine.
At the end of the singing of the song, they said, go write the pilot.
Although Glenn had nothing on paper.
It was probably the most perfect pitch and the most easy pitch I've ever had in my life.
Kid, stuntmen live by rule of thumb. Any stunt they can walk away from, they're a winner.
I ran into Lee Majors in an airport, and I had worked with Lee on The $6 Million Man. I developed that show.
I was really ready to do something different because it was very tough. I didn't want to still be known as just the $6 Million Man, so I tried to get rid of that typecast. And I thought, well, if I do one more series for 5 years, maybe they'll kind of forget the other one.
So we stood there, he was going one place and I was going another, and we made the deal in the terminal.
He really hadn't written the script yet, and it was story ideas and storyline, and it sounded like fun and very interesting, and I know Glenn writes good stuff.
It's me, Colt Sears, your friendly neighborhood bounty hunter. You dirty rat!
Everybody wanted to find
It's the voice of Richard Keel, Jaws, from James Bond.
Show. It's a great franchise.
Here's your expense money and photograph. Good luck.
You know, Big Jack, this time I think you made a bad deal.
Why?
Because I'd have gone after this guy for nothing.
Being the bounty hunter was something that we added that was, made it, give it some more jeopardy, because you can't do a show on a stuntman. You have to have him doing something on the sideline, because most stuntmen do other jobs on the side.
Colleen, I'd like to help you, but I'm a bounty hunter. I only go after a man if there's a court order to bring him back.
The premise of the show was so flexible. A guy has to go out and bring someone back who's bailed out on the criminal justice system, jump, bail, and run. They have abilities to do things no policeman can do. It's based on an old law from the 1800s.
Colt, maybe you better explain something to me.
Well, if you look in the glove box, you'll find a federal law that defines legal restrictions in going after a dangerous fugitive.
Wow, Colt, according to this, you don't need warrants or court orders or anything.
Yeah, that's a good thing. Those fugitives usually don't wait around for you to get help.
It's a pretty simple show, It was this is the bad guy, go get him. Do all this goofy stuff to get him, put on costumes.
But I wouldn't recommend...
And it wasn't boring, that's the thing. Was it Shakespeare? Absolutely not. But was it boring? Hell no.
You try anything until I come to a complete stop.
It's kind of like Scooby-Doo, only we weren't detectives.
Colt, that was far and away the most exciting stunt I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, well, it felt pretty good. Thought I died and gone to hell. We'll see you on the next picture.
The pilot was a joy because it just came together, and we kept evolving it even during the pilot. We found some other ideas and what we could do.
You're supposed to be in that fancy Eastern college.
Yeah, well, I'm back. The Ivy League taught me everything I need to know about being rich and famous like you. I learned it all, Colt.
Rich and famous like me, you ain't learned it all.
To see Lee Majors, who had been a robot for so long, or that really kind of stoic character on the Big Valley, he was very self-effacing in the show, and I think that delighted people.
And we opened with him in a bathtub with the bubble bath with a little duck, and he's cigar in his mouth, and his bathtub's outside. And it's based on a real true place that my friend from the Diamonds lived in on top of the mountain.
This isn't a shed, it's my house.
That's your house?
This house in which we now sit and reside became the set for the Fall Guy. They remade the inside of the house.
Where are you going?
To go get Joe.
Don't pack that thing unless you're expecting trouble.
It's a movie.
See, he didn't use a real gun. I thought that was interesting. People that are anti-gun would probably like that. He would use his ingenuity or use blanks, which I thought was kind of strange. He never would use a real gun, Colt Sears, except for one episode, the second episode that ever aired, the Meek Shall Inherit Rhonda. I'll hold up a picture for the camera later. He uses an Uzi and some real weapons. But and he had a special compartment in his truck, his GMC Sierra truck. That was the real star of the show, besides sexy Heather Thomas. where he would hide his weapons. And he originally had this little pressure device in the bed of his truck that operated on, what do you call it? Pressure. No, what's the word I'm looking for? Well, anyway, you would stand on this device and you would set. They forgot about this later in the show. This device, you would set the pressure levels, and you could basically it made him bionic, where he could jump over a wall using this device. And he had one of the first cell phones early on in the show. They forgot about that. He had a car phone, and anyway, I digress. Let's continue with this documentary.
And Jody, 3/4 load blanks. I only pack it to impress people.
We spiced up the pilot with a lot of pretty wonderful guest stars.
All right. Which one of you is the liar?
Judging from that handsome picture on the wall out there, you must be Sheriff Kramer.
And you'd be Colt Seavers, huh?
That's right.
We had James Colburn, who was a friend of mine, who I approached and asked if he would do a cameo. He said yes.
Colt! Listen, man, that was fantastic, that stuff. You've got to be insane. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome, Jim. Good luck with the rest of the picture.
They'll need help, those guys. Major psychiatric help.
There was a young lady named Farrah something that I approached and asked if she would do a cameo, which she agreed to.
You taking care of yourself?
Well, I always do.
No, you don't. I know you. Remember?
Ready on the set.
Thank you.
We just had an abundance of fun.
Lee was part of the genesis of the show, and we talked, and we would, as I was developing it.
It's a collaboration. Lee had a very big hand in the show.
Great at taking control of the set. I'd say he and Jim Garner are two of the best in the business at having a team in which everybody likes everybody.
When you got a producer on the set, I was there for almost every shot. Then you see what's going on, you see how it's going slow or not getting done in certain ways.
He basically said, be on time, don't bump into the furniture, know your lines. We're not going for the envelope, we're going for the parking lot, so just talk fast, because when you stop, I start.
So it was a benefit for Glenn being in the office and for me being on the set. It worked well.
These stuntmen are definitely not all there.
Y'all set, Colt?
As ready as I'll ever be.
I think it was one of the first shows that showed behind the scenes as far as stunts were concerned.
Good luck, Jody.
They didn't have extras on CDs in those days that would show you the making of, and they never even thought the public would even be interested in the making of. That was something Glenn touched on.
Coming up on you, Jody.
Interesting thing about the show is that in all the time we did a show which was based on stunts, we never had any accidents. We just didn't have any problems. And we were doing some really tricky stunts.
Open your door. Get ready for a quick exit.
The part I liked about it was representing the Hollywood stuntmen and a chance to do a lot of stunts.
General Motors was very generous with us. They gave us a lot of trucks because that truck was always jumping something. I remember one of the first days we did it, it jumped some curb thing, some minor thing, and came down, broke both axles, all four wheels are going off in different directions.
We were going through so many trucks that they said, look, there's got to be a better way. So they moved the engine back underneath the seat, which gave it the balance switch. When you went up, you could land it. And then not only that, it wouldn't damage it so much that you couldn't go right around and do it again.
The first time they gave me that gigantic truck and they put a little tiny mark, like it looked like a dime, about 200 yards away, and they said, okay, just do a four-wheel slide and put your right front tire on that at a 45-degree angle. It was like, take 95, you know, but I learned how to do it.
Hi, Jody.
Hi.
I met Heather Thomas at Universal.
I had worked for Glenn on a pilot or two and done some guest stars on a couple of his shows.
I just liked her work. I thought she was very, very good. So when it came time to cast this show, I just took her over to ABC.
I just got called in, you know, saying that Glenn wanted you to read for this role, and I read 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 and got the part.
Technically she read, but technically she had the part. You know, I didn't think they were going to find anybody better than her. She's a good little actress. I think probably highly underrated in terms of that because she was so sexy.
Well, I guess everybody remembers her coming through the Batwing doors.
Ta-da!
Everybody bought the posters. I don't know if they cared much about what the acting was like, but she was always there to deliver the goods. Sometimes that's not an easy role, you know, to be the sex symbol in a show and to be taken seriously.
Unless you want to spend the night picking up your teeth, you'll watch the way you talk and look at me. Do we understand each other?
Yes, ma'am. I'm all business.
Doug Barr, just a very, very bright guy. And he plays this buffoon.
Okay, pal. I'm sorry you did that.
Doug had to play a character that was a little bit like Yale, Harvard kind of guy, and he's kind of like trying to follow Colt around, who's a tougher bounty hunter and stuntman, and he wants to be like Colt.
I realize I'm just a junior partner. Can I make a suggestion?
That's the only way you're gonna learn,
Let's get out of here.
Your first suggestion, kid, that's excellent, really excellent.
The minute we went on the air, we took off immediately, and we went into the top 10.
You know, trying to perceive how a show is being received is really difficult. You're not out in the public that much. I mean, I'm working 14 hours a day. It takes all your time, so you don't really get a chance to watch television, and you're just concerned with doing your work and doing it the best you can. So you don't know about ratings. I mean, they say, oh, you're rated number, whatever. It goes in one ear and out the other. I got to go do the job right now.
Bien, yo iré adelante rumbo al sur. Y solo quiero que sus ayudantes traten de alcanzarme.
It was a terrific hit overseas.
I still get a tremendous amount of mail from various places I've never even heard of.
A show like that, what helps it in the foreign markets is that it's not just dialogue driven. I mean, you have some wonderful visuals which hold, you know, you don't have to have as many subtitles or whatever, or looping.
Howie, ¿en dónde saliste? Porque Colt conducía el auto, ¿no? That was always the weirdest one, was watching yourself speak in a different language.
No lo logrará.
No, the show, it's like a James Bond movie or a movie that has a good action core to it. So those things translate overseas very well.
How'd it go?
Don't ask. And don't bother with the tan.
You don't expect me to go to Acapulco with that one, do you?
Yeah, well, we may have to postpone our trip.
All the cast members, they got along great. Heather Thomas, Doug Barr. Everybody loved their part. The show was so much fun to go to work. It was fun to go to work.
Hey, I always wanted to do this for real.
Just sit there and relax.
There you have it. Now here's one other piece. Well, actually, I'm going to talk for a second about this. In the beginning of Fall Guy, they had notable cameos, actors as themselves. And you heard about James Coburn. He was in the pilot, and Farrah Fawcett Majors. They were about to go through a divorce in 1982. And this debuted November 4th, 81, after they were separated. But she was in it. Linda Evans is herself in a great episode in season 1 titled Colt's Angels. Colt's Outlaws was the 2-hour episode. I think I called it Colt's Angels before. Colt's Angels is a season 1 episode with Linda Evans as herself getting a hot dog at Pink's, which is like a famous hot dog stand in Hollywood. Milton Berle was in an episode called The Rich Get Richer from season 1. He played himself coming out of a club with 2 beautiful ladies on each arm. Talked about Richard Burton being in an episode in season 2. And also Doug McClure, who was one of the stars of the original Virginian show. He also guest starred in every season of The Fall Guy. All 5 years, he played himself in the first Roy Rogers special, Happy Trails. He played himself, and then he played different characters in season 1. He played actually Heather Locklear's dad in his first Fall Guy he did, the last episode of season 1. He played her father. And then he played like a crooked sheriff in season 3. And he was in the second Elvira Halloween episode, October the 32nd. And he played actually the same character in season 4 and season 5. The 2 Halloweens, he was in both of the Elvira episodes playing this actor. He thinks he's a stud, and he thinks that Elvira wants to go to bed with him. And really, she's after Colt, Lee Major's character. And that was an entertaining episode. So he was in all 5 seasons. I already mentioned that the second season was released in Europe only in Region 2 in the PAL format on DVD by 20th Century Fox in 2007, and that both of these had drastic cuts that I've discussed, including Paul Williams removed from the pilot, and all the background pop songs of the times were replaced. Even the covers, like they weren't even the original artists, I guess because you have to pay for the use of the music and the lyrics. And the last time the entire Fall Guy series was syndicated for reruns in the United States of America in full, like the whole show, was in 1997 on the FX channel on cable TV. Since 1997, the over-the-air free digital channel Decades ran the show, starting in 2016, talked about this a moment ago, in their weekend binge. But only the butchered DVD versions of Season 1 were included, with the exception of the final Season 2 episode titled Just a Small Circle of Friends with Heather Locklear, the Season 3 episodes titled Pleasure Isle, the Hollywood Shorties, which was a funny one about little people that work as stunt people in the industry, Cool Hand Colt, The Huntress, which had Sid Charisse in it, who was a great dancing star from the golden age of Hollywood, an episode titled Rabbit's Feet. That's Season 3, Episode 16, with Robert Morse, who went on to do Mad Men on AMC. And they aired a few Season 4 episodes, including Stranger Than Fiction, which had Susan Lucci in it. Sandcastles, the 7th episode aired for Season 4, but the first episode filmed for the 4th year. And Sheriff Severs, which was the 15th episode of Season 4. They aired nothing from Season 5. And like I said, all the episodes that Decades ran from Season 1 were just the DVD versions and the Hulu versions. Hulu ran it for a while. I don't know if it's still on Hulu. Probably not anymore since Disney has acquired the rights. This is kind of interesting. Janet Leigh was in the unaired version of the pilot as the Bill bondswoman Soapy, who Colt worked for. And I don't know why she was replaced, but she was, by Joanne Flug as Samantha Big Jack to play the bondswoman. But she was Soapy and I have a film print of this unaired version of the pilot, and she's the one calling the shots. It's offering him $5,000, $10,000 to bring back Bell Jumpers, a pop. So again, since the Walt Disney Empire now owns Fall Guy, perhaps it'll stream on Disney Plus with the original music and scenes intact. So happy 40th anniversary of the debut of this 1980s lost gem. The Decades has done a binge, I think, 3 times, maybe 4 times top since 2016, and they did one in 2021 in the summertime. And I've been showing some of my many publicity stills in my collection on camera. So, and William Conrad was the narrator, and just during the station ID for Fall Guy, he said, "Fall Guy will continue in a moment." I can't do an impression of him. William Conrad had a one-of-a-kind voice. You know, he was the original Matt Dillon in the radio play of Gunsmoke before it was a TV show, and of course, Jake and the Fat Man, Cannon. But he also narrated the opening to this show for Glenn Larson before Fall Guy. Fall Guy. Easy for me to say. And then we'll move on to some notable birthdays and some other stuff. I've devoted a lot of time to Fall Guy, and a lot of people just don't get it. Oh, let me play. Nope. Let me stay on topic here and play this before I get to that. Here is William Conrad working for Glenn Larson in this show.
The year is 1987, and NASA launches the last of America's deep space probes. In a freak mishap, Ranger 3 and its pilot, Captain William Buck Rogers, are blown out of their trajectory into an orbit which freezes his life support systems and returns Buck Rogers to Earth 500 years later.
That was William Conrad narrating the opening to Season 1 of Buck Rogers in the 25th century, starring Gil Gerard and Aaron Gray. Now, here's a quick, brief thing about the origin of the Fall Guy theme song. This is, let's see how long this is, just 4 minutes long here. See if I can get this for you guys. I love this show. That's why I'm devoting so much time to it.
I've never spent much time in school, but I taught ladies plenty. It's true, I hire my body out to pay. Hey, hey.
We came up with a very successful theme song, and the only reason that I sang it because it was a personal song. It was a guy singing about himself, and I'm not the kind to kiss and tell, but I've been seen with, and they had somebody else's name in there at the time, so I substituted that girl again, Farrah something, and I put that in.
Well, I'm not the kind to kiss and tell, but I've been seen with Farrah. I've never been with anything less than a 9. So fine.
It was actually a hit record in Germany.
I don't know why, but everybody has a hit in Germany. David Hasselhoff had a hit in Germany, a #1. I had a #1 in Germany. I guess they just don't know much about music over there.
I've gotten burned over Cheryl Teague's, blown up for Raquel Welch. But when I wind up in the hay, it's only hay, hey, hey.
Most people have never heard anything but the one set of lyrics that are attached to the main title.
This is the original version of the theme from The Fall Guy, most of which has not been heard on network television. And except for in Germany, the entire lyric has not been enjoyed, hopefully, by the listening public. Hope you enjoy this.
I'm not the kind to kiss and tell, but I've been there with Farrah. Never seen with a less than a 9. So fine. I've been on fire with Sally Field, and I've raced with Bo. It's just my job, they don't end up as mine. It's a death-defying life I lead, but I take the chances. I play with the girls for fun and pay. I do the danger, but another guy gets the action. No telling how it'll all come out today. I might fall from a tall building, I might roll a brand new car, 'cause I'm the unknown stuntman that makes Redford such a star. I made more this year than the president. I've had the 10 first ladies. It's true, I hire my body out for pay. Yeah, I've burned my britches for Liza, got busted for Raquel. But when I wind up in the hay, it's only hay, hey, hey. Falling on a motorcycle, flying with a horse. I die for a living in the movies and TV. But the hardest thing I ever do is watch my leading lady kiss some other guy while I'm bandaging my knee. I might jump an open drawbridge, I might Tarzan from a vine, 'cause I'm the unknown stuntman that makes Eastwood look so fine. I didn't spend much time in school, but I've taught ladies plenty. I went down with Miss Bissett beneath the sea. Ooh-wee. I've been up sky high with Jackie, and I've crashed with Cheryl Ladd. Oh, but in the end, they never stay with me. I might fall from a tall building, so Burt Reynolds don't get hurt. While that smooth talker's a kissing my girl, I'm just kissing dirt. Yes, I'm the unknown stuntman, made a lover out of Burt. I take full responsibility.
There you go. So that's the origin. So they had more sexually suggestive, God dang it, they had sexually suggestive dialogue in the original lyric. Like, well, I'm not the kind to kiss and tell, but I've been there with Farrah. Instead of I've been seen with, that I've been there with. And it was in the unaired version, too. It's in my film print that had Janet Leigh as the bail bondswoman. And I don't know why she was not selected to be in the show. So, let's see here. What else did I have for you? Oh, finally, we can move on. Happy 40th to the Fall Guy. We're going to talk about now some notable birthdays of the past few days. So let's get it. know what? I forgot one more thing about Fall Guy, real quick, about Doug Barr. He met his wife on the set of Fall Guy. God dang it. Stop! All right, her name's Claire Kirkconnell. She was in 2 episodes of The Fall Guy. She was in a season 1 episode titled Ladies on the Ropes, in which she played a lady wrestler. And then she returned in a season 5 episode that was actually written for both of them after they were a couple, and she played a nun. But I'm going to hold up for the camera a magazine article. She was a beautiful lady. I think they're still together. Claire Kirkconnell. And and the episode was called A Fistful of Liar, and TV Guide wrote an article about shooting that episode in their Grapevine section of the old TV Guide in 1985. I have that article somewhere. But anyway, I thought that was notable. Now we can get on with birthdays. Let's see here. I'm going to start with Matthew McConaughey. He turned 52 back on November 4th. Born in Texas on Tuesday, November 4th, 1969. I like several movies he's been in. I really like the movie We Are Marshall, which was released on Friday, December 22nd, 2006. In that cast is Anthony Mackie, who is now the new Captain America. And he played the Falcon in the Avengers movies. Ian McShane, classic British character actor, was in We Are Marshall, as was January Jones before Mad Men. I'm going to play a little bit of the preview of that. Now, I went to Marshall University. I studied communications there, so that movie holds a special place in my heart. And also, it was filmed in part in Atlanta, Georgia. But I recognized one of the dorm buildings. I lived in the first year at Marshall in a dorm, and I could recognize the roof of one of the dorm buildings, the very building, one of several dorm buildings. I lived in one of them, and it was my very building. I thought that was cool that they featured that in We Are Marshall. And he remember the time when he got caught allegedly he was naked, high on weed, playing the bongos, and the cops showed up, and he just shows up allegedly at the door naked. Matthew did. Pretty funny. But I remember him, of course, from Dazed and Confused. We'll talk about that in a second. But let me just play a little bit of the very serious movie We Are Marshall. And that's based on the true story, of course, about the ill-fated football team of 1970 and the coaching staff who perished in a plane crash. And that's very serious. And there's a great statue and certainly memorials all over the campus of Marshall University, which is in Huntington, West Virginia, in the tri-state area. It's kind of on the border of Ohio State, the state of Ohio.
I love you, Chris Griffin.
Hey, that was a big hit today. Fellas, I'm proud of it. We are Marshall! Almost home.
What's happened?
All 75 people are dead in the greatest disaster in college sports history.
This is our team.
I think you should have this back.
Chris gave it to you.
I promised mothers that I'd look after their sons. There's not one of them left.
You might cancel the program. This ain't right.
I'm sorry.
A Jacqueline Gale called. Says he may be interested in the open coaching job.
Why do you want this job? When I heard about what had happened, the only thing I could think about was how bad it would hurt if I was to lose before them. And I thought, hell, maybe I can help. This is my varsity team, huh? It's a new day, man. We gotta get creative about who we're going after.
Ever shake football before?
No, sir.
Rough it! You think you're the only one that's had it rough?
We're not honoring them, Jack. We're disgracing them.
This is not about a game. This is about what happened to this town.
There's something I think y'all need to hear.
This is our past. We cannot forget that. This is your opportunity to rise from these ashes.
Funeral's in today.
One day we're gonna be like every other team, where winning is everything, and nothing else matters. And when that day comes, that's when we'll honor them. What day is it, son?
Game day. What day? Game day. Time to play till the whistle blows.
Awesome movie. Awesome, awesome movie. We Are Marshall indeed. And of course, Dazed and Confused was released in 1993, set in May 1976. It was set, I think, on May 28th, 1976. It was a coming-of-age movie, and it was epic. The movie was released on Friday, September 24th, 1993, and you can't forget him and some of his iconic lines. Let's listen to a little bit of how Dazed and Confused went down, which also had Parker Posey in the cast, who we'll talk about later. She had a birthday. We'll mention her later in tonight's Podblast.
This country is founded by people who were into aliens, man. George Washington, man, he was in a cult. And the cult was into aliens, man. You didn't know that? No. Oh, man, they were way into that type of stuff, man.
Benny!
The music might get me in trouble.
You're getting air from there, man. It's no good.
It was the last day of school.
Miss Crawford, I was thinking that maybe you and I can get together over the summer. I mean, it'll be legal. I mean, come here.
It was the first day of summer vacation.
You guys know anything about a party here tonight? No, sir.
It was a time they will never forget.
There's a new Fiesta in the making as we speak.
I thought he was cute.
Oh, let's just... You thought he was cute? Then.
Do you realize when he graduated, we were like 3 years old?
If only they could remember it.
Okay. So you're not going to go to law school? What do you want to do then? I want to dance. You going to be quarterback next year? I don't know. I might not even play.
A great movie.
You're in need of a serious attitude adjustment, young man.
Super dominant male in a 50s greaser uniform. That's what I love about these high school girls, man. I get older, they stay the same age.
There it is.
The 50s were boring. The 60s rocked. The 70s, oh my God, they obviously suck.
Dazed and Confused. See it with a bud.
Behind every good man, there's a woman. And that woman was Martha Washington, man. And every day George would come home, she'd have a big fat bowl waiting for him, man, when he come in the door, man. She was a hip lady, man.
Classic. I love Matthew. He's just got the funny. And here's a last look at Matthew as I celebrate his birthday back on November 4th. I loved this movie from 2008. He had great chemistry with Goldie Hawn's kid, Kate Hudson, in a movie called Fool's Gold. I love any movie that has anything to do with treasure. Let's listen to a little bit of Fool's Gold. This is from 2008. When was it released? Let me see. Did I write that in my notes? February 8th, 2008. And Kevin Hart's in the cast. Remember him? Of course you do. He's a hilarious short African-American comedian. And I think he's hysterical. Let's listen to a little bit.
How humiliating it is to get divorced by yourself?
Maybe he had car trouble.
Car trouble? He'd have to own a car. I'm going back to Chicago. I'm going to get my PhD and I'm going to spend the rest of my life writing books.
Where are you going to get the tuition money?
By selling my boat, which belongs to me.
Oh, come on, Tess, you're not going to hit me.
Finn is a genius at exactly 3 things. Treasure salving, finding money for treasure salving, and one other thing.
What other thing?
I don't want to talk about it.
Warner Brothers Pictures presents.
Oh my God! Daddy, this man saved my life.
A story.
That girl was funny. Let me stop. There's a weird scene where a sword lands between her legs on a yacht. Anyway, have you seen that movie Fool's Gold? It's hysterical. Hang on.
What are you doing here?
Have a good day.
I take it you've met.
Donald Sutherland.
If we don't go after that treasure, it's going to haunt us the rest of our lives, and you know it. You really think I'd lie about this?
Why not? You're a liar.
I mean, this is such an inappropriate time to dwell on that.
So tell us about the treasure.
It's $500 million worth of diamonds, rubies.
So, Fool's Gold's a funny comedy, and I loved him in Wolf of Wall Street, too. Matthew McConaughey, plus those Lincoln car ads, right? He's just a good old boy and a Texas dude, and I wish him all the best with his career. He doesn't need any help from me. He's got all the luck and talent in the world. Good for him. So also on November 4th, back in 1950, Markie Post was born in Palo Alto, California. Of course, we talked about her being in the Fall Guys, Terry Michaels. Terry Shannon was her original character name in that. Colt's boss on the bounty hunting side. And she was on there from 1982 until 1985. And then, of course, the role of her life began in 85 as public defender Christine Sullivan on the NBC sitcom Night Court from 84 to 1992. And then she played Georgie on the CBS sitcom Hearts of Fire with John Ritter from 1992 to 1995. And she was in Something About Mary, I've talked about in the Podblast before, because there was a cameo in there by several actors and, of course, athletes as well. But prior to acting, Markie Post worked on several game shows. She began her career with the production crew of Tom Kennedy, the host version of Split Second. She also served as an associate producer of CBS in the game show Double Dare on CBS, as a card dealer on NBC's Card Sharks. I didn't know that. She was a dealer on Card Sharks, I guess Jim Perry's Card Sharks, huh? And she played in various game shows as a celebrity, including the Match Game Hollywood Squares Hour, Super Password, the new $25,000 Pyramid with Dick Clark, the $100,000 Pyramid, and she helped a contestant win a $100,000 grand prize in a November 1987 tournament episode of the $100,000 Pyramid. And she wrote questions for Richard Dawson's Family Feud. And her dad was like a physicist. She's a very intelligent lady. Unfortunately, she passed away. We'll talk about that in a minute. But some of Markie Post's early acting credits included a 1979 episode of Barnaby Jones, the pilot episode of Simon and Simon, titled Details at 11. She was in the pilot of Simon Simon, and she was in an episode of The Greatest American Hero in season 2. Titled Details at 11, and she was in 2 episodes of the A-Team. She was in The Incredible Hulk in 1979, filmed in late 78. And she was 2 different characters in the 1983 episode of the A-Team titled The Only Church in Town, and she was in the 1984 episode Hot Styles on the A-Team. She was also in The Love Boat. Markie Post appeared in the science fiction show Buck Rogers in the 25th Century we featured earlier tonight. And she played Diane Chambers' best friend on Cheers, the classic sitcom, before becoming a regular on The Fall Guy. And after The Fall Guy, we already mentioned this, she was in Night Court and Hearts of Fire. And she had regular reoccurring guest star roles in The District and on Scrubs as the mother of Dr. Elliot Reed. And film credits include There's Something About Mary, just talked about that, with Brett Favre. He was in that as himself, in which Post played Mary's mother. She played a call girl in Dominatrix in the 1988 TV movie Tricks of the Trade, opposite Cindy Williams from Laverne and Shirley and Jesus Christ, Lord in Heaven. What's that movie directed by? George Lucas. Geez, I can't believe I'm zoning out on that. It was like the basis of Happy Days. Hang on. I got to look this up. I can't believe it. I'm losing my mind. American Graffiti. I don't need to look that up. It just came into my little empty head. Okay. Let me see. Oh, she was also in a 30 Rock episode titled The One with the cast of Night Court, playing herself when she, Harry Anderson, and Charles Robinson staged a mock reunion of the Night Court cast. She did a bunch of stuff. I don't want to go through her whole resume, but she was just lovely and had a great body, of course, and a great mind, more importantly. And let's see. She also did voice work. She voiced June Darby on the computer animated robot superhero TV show Transformers Prime. And she was in Chicago PD also as a character, Barbara Bunny Fletcher, in the first 4 seasons of that show. She was married to Stephen Knox, who she met at Lewis and Clark College, and she later married actor and writer Michael A. Ross, with whom she had 2 daughters. Markie Post has been diagnosed with cancer since 2017, and sadly, she succumbed to cancer on Saturday, August 7th, 2021, at 70 years of age. She was born on a Saturday and sadly passed away on a Saturday. Moving on, Ralph Macchio turned 60 he looks like he's damn 40, but Ralph Macchio was born Ralph George Macchio Jr. on Saturday, November 4th, 1961 in Huntington, New York. And he was kind of like the cousin Oliver of Eight is Enough. And Cousin Oliver, of course, is a Brady Bunch reference. That was a little character introduced when the show's ratings had tanked at the end of season 5, played by Robbie Rist. But on Eight is Enough, Ralph Macchio, 3 years before Karate Kid, he played Abby's troubled nephew, Jeremy Andretti, in the 1980 to 1981 final 5th season of Eight is Enough. And that was, of course, before Karate Kid hit theaters in 1984. And, of course, that's his best role is Daniel LaRusso in 3 Karate Kid films and in Cobra Kai, a hit sequel series on Netflix. And he played Johnny Cade after Eight is Enough ended in the hit movie The Outsiders. So The Outsiders was between Eight is Enough and Karate Kid. What a hit movie. We're going to talk about that later. The Outsiders, man. What a cast in that movie of heartthrobs for the girls and the guys. If there's any gay guys out there, I'm sure there are listening. Jeremy Andretti on Eight is Enough was his first big role, and he was also Bill Gambini in My Cousin Vinny, Eugene Martone in Crossroads, and Archie Rodriguez in Ugly Betty on ABC. And he also had a recurring role as Officer Haddix in The Deuce. But now he's had a total comeback with Cobra Kai on Netflix, and it's a tremendous hit. Another birthday on November 4th, Loretta Swit, TV's Hot Lips from MASH. She took over the role from the movie Hot Lips. It was played by, God, I am off tonight. Sally Kellerman played Hot Lips in the MASH movie from 1970. Yes, Sally Kellerman, who was in the first Star Trek with William Shatner titled Where No Man's Gone Before, and she was in 2 key Outer Limits episodes from 1963, the first season of Outer Limits, but she was the movie Hot Lips. So Loretta Swit took over, and she was born Thursday, November 4th, 1937. She's still alive. She was born in New Jersey. Here's another big one, another heavenly birthday, Art Carney. The great Art Carney from the Honeymooners. He was born Monday, November 4th, 1918 in Mount Vernon, New York. He started in radio and then got into live television. He was a regular on the Jackie Gleason Show, which is where the Honeymooners came from. It was a skit on the Jackie Gleason Show on the Dumont Network in the 1950 to 51 season, and then on CBS on the Jackie Gleason Show. And he also recorded records. Art Carney made records in the 1950s for Columbia Records. 2 of his hits were titled The Song of the Sewer, sung in character as Ed Norton. And another record was 'Twas the Night Before Christmas, a spoken word record in which Art Carney, accompanied only by a jazz drummer, recited the famous Yuletide poem. Some of Art Carney's recordings were comedy novelty songs, but most were silly songs intended especially for children. Art Carney made his Broadway debut in 1957 as the lead in The Rope Dancers, a drama by Morton Wishengrad. His subsequent Broadway appearances included his portrayal in 1965 to 1967 of Felix Unger in The Odd Couple, opposite Walter Matthau and then Jack Klugman as Oscar. In 1969, Art Carney was nominated for a Tony Award for his performance in Brian Friel's Lovers. In 1961 to 1962, Carney played Frank Michelson in an English comedy by Phoebe and Henry Ephron titled Take Her, She's Mine, with Phyllis Thaxter, who played Ma Kent in Superman the Movie as his co-star in the Biltmore Theater in New York. The character was played by James Stewart in the 1963 film version. Art Carney also narrated a version of The Wizard of Oz for Golden Records, with Mitch Miller and his chorus performing 4 of the songs from the 1939 classic film. Art Carney was married 3 times to 2 women. In 1940, Art Carney married his high school sweetheart, Jean Myers, with whom he had 3 children, Eileen, Brian, and Paul, before divorcing her in 1965. In 1966, Art Carney married production assistant Barbara Isaac, and they divorced in 1977. After Art Carney's divorce from Isaac, he reunited with Myers, and they remarried in 1980 and remained together until his death. His great-nephew is musician and actor Reeve Carney. According to Art Carney, he was an alcoholic by his late teens. His stage partner, comedian Ollie O'Toole, quote, would order gin and grapefruit juice for us in the morning, and gee, it was great. Art Carney later used barbiturates, amphetamines, and alcohol substitutes to battle his addiction, which he said ran in the family. He tried psychotherapy and joined Alcoholics Anonymous. Art Carney finally found success and quit drinking during the filming of Harry and Tonto. Going to play a clip of him with the great Johnny Carson promoting that movie, which received critical praise for Art Carney. Like I said, he just won the Academy. He won the Academy Award for Best Actor for his 1974 performance as Harry Combes, an elderly man on the road with his pet cat in Harry and Tonto. Other nominees that year were Albert Finney, Dustin Hoffman, Jack Nicholson, and Al Pacino. It was presented to him at the 47th Academy Awards on April 8, 1975, by actress Glenda Jackson, with whom Art Carney would go on to co-star in the comedy House Calls in 1978. Art Carney also won a Golden Globe Award for his performance in Harry and Tonto. Now I'm going to play a little bit. This is with, I think, in this clip on The Tonight Show with Johnny Carson. This is from way back on September 26th, 1974. Burt Reynolds is on there. I've got to edit this briefly on the fly because some of it is visual, and I don't want to bore you guys to death if you're not already bored to death. Let's see, what is this? Yeah, here it is. Let me get right to the moment where there's some decent audio.
A new movie called Harry and Tonto, which has received great reviews. Couldn't be a nicer gentleman. Would you welcome Mr. Art Carney?
Okay.
He came out with no pants on. He's wearing boxer shorts and socks up to his knees. All right, I'm going to skip ahead. Kind of a wild entrance there. So here we go.
How, what a tacky-looking group we are tonight. Tacky.
I really think that that these moments do happen.
Yeah.
What's the matter?
Listen to Burt Reynolds. His trademark laugh.
You know, this is ending up like a tribute to Jack Carter, huh? You know? What do we have in there? Yes. You find anything and do 3 minutes. It doesn't make anything. Okay, difference. What we're going to talk about tonight? Harry and Tonto, I understand,
What did you say about the title of the movie?
Is super. Harry and Tonto. Tonto and me.
Tonto and you.
Tonto and you.
Harry
and me. And Harry and me.
Tonto is the cat.
All together now. Harry and Tonto. Cut.
Tonto is... And Tonto is the cat, right?
Yeah.
I understand it's a great... I've not seen it yet, but really the reviews, you ought to be very happy with that.
Now, there's a
Dew is setting in early. So more humid than I thought in here.
Don't worry about it.
There's some deodorant here. Go on to use some of that.
No, I had some body makeup a little while ago, and you used Ready Whip.
Yeah. Remember when they came out with the giant size of this, and the guy blew his arm off? It was the tiniest thing. 4, 5, 6, 7. But I want to tell you, going right into pulling out everything now.
Right, the heavy stuff.
Yeah, well, you used to do this, because I remember when you and Gleason would rehearse the old Honeymooners thing, and you'd get carried away in things and just start going silly. Or not rehearse, but just, you know, you'd start on a mad thing. There's a lot of that going around. You have pants in the bag? Yeah. Would you like to put your trousers on first? Sure, all right. Well, you can go backstage and put the...
Might as well.
Okay, put your trousers on and...
Doing a commercial.
You can do it now.
We'll do a commercial while you...
Do a little dance.
I heard about you.
We'll do this first, and while we change outfits, and we'll be right back. Oh.
That's all I could find. It wasn't a terribly great clip. It was more visual, but Art Carney was certainly in demand in Hollywood after the critical praise for Harry and Tonto. And he then appeared in WW and the Dixie Dance Kings as a deranged preacher. He was in The Late Show as an aging detective, House Calls as a senile chief surgeon, Movie, playing multiple roles, and he was in Going in Style as a bored senior citizen who joins in on bank robberies. He also was in a movie called Steel with Lee Majors, which was released in 1979, shot on location in Lexington, Kentucky, and a stuntman died attempting a record high fall. A.J. Bakunis, he died performing a stunt from a building. The airbag burst and he was killed. But it was a great movie. It's very underrated. It had a lot of actors that went on to be hired by executive producer Lee Majors. Don't think I mentioned that in the Fall Guy segment, that Lee Majors was the executive producer, so he called the shots. And he actually lived off temporarily. He lived right there on the Fox lot because he was working so hard on the Fall Guy for those 5 years. So Steele had Art Carney, Lee Majors, Jennifer O'Neill, who did a show called Cover Up, which didn't last long. Roger Mosley, right before the start of Magnum P.I. as TC, and George Kennedy, among other actors. And also Art Carney acted with Farrah Fawcett Majors and Charles Grodin in a Paramount movie titled Sunburn. And I have all these on film, by the way, Steele and Sunburn. They're very rare. Later films for Art Carney included The Muppets Take Manhattan and the crime drama titled The Naked Face, as well as the sci-fi thriller Firestarter, based on the Stephen King novel. In 1981, Art Carney portrayed former President Harry... Oh, I'm sorry, geez Louise. In 1981, Art Carney portrayed Harry R. Truman, not Harry S. Truman, Harry R. Truman, an 83-year-old lodge owner in the semi-fictional account of events leading up to the eruption of Mount St. Helens in Washington State, titled St. Helens. Art Carney's final film role was in the 1993 action comedy film The Last Action Hero with Arnold Schwarzenegger. Art Carney died on Sunday, November 9th, 2003, at age 85 of natural causes in his home in Connecticut. Rest in peace, Art Carney. Next on the birthday list, Berlinda Tolbert. Do you know who that is? You do. You may not recognize the name. I'll say it again. Berlinda Tolbert. She was born Friday, November 4th, 1949, in Charlotte, North Carolina. She's one of the last surviving members of the cast of The Jeffersons as Jenny. She's 72 years old. And by the way, another member of the cast is still alive, is the actor who played Lionel. Lionel number 2 is still alive. Damon Evans is 71. The original Lionel was played by actor Mike Evans, and Mike Evans sadly died of throat cancer at his mother's home on Thursday, December 14th, 2006. And isn't that odd? Both actors who played Lionel have the same last name of Evans. Damon Evans and the original Mike Evans. And they're no relation to each other. But Lionel was the first Jefferson, the character, ever introduced in All in the Family from the very start in episode 1 of the All in the Family series titled Meet the Bunkers, which aired on CBS on Tuesday, January 12th, 1971. Like Berlinda Tolbert, the birthday lady, back on November 4th, Mike Evans was also born in the state of North Carolina, is in Salisbury, as in Salisbury steak. Speaking of Salisbury steak, I learned this. Hungry Man TV Dinners by Swanson originally was a division of the Campbell Soup family. And now Hungry Man, which is still being produced, is owned by Conagra Brands, which is headquartered in Chicago, Illinois. I did not know that. Now we're going to November 5th birthdays. Back on November 5th, Art Garfunkel turned 80. He was born November 5th, 1941 in Forest Hills, New York. And I always liked Bridge Over Troubled Water, Simon and Garfunkel hit, Sound of Silence. And he did some weird movies too, like in the early 80s and stuff. But happy 80th birthday to Art Garfunkel. Film actor, model and director, film producer, screenwriter Famke Janssen turned 57 back on November 5th. She was born Thursday, November 5th, 1964 in the Netherlands. She was a Bond girl in GoldenEye. She played Onatopp in that 1995 film, which was the first 007 movie with Pierce Brosnan from Remington Steele. And the Broccolis wanted Pierce to play James Bond for quite some time, but he was doing the television show Remington Steele and couldn't get out of his contract. That happened a lot. Like we talked last time about, or was it 2 times ago, about Kate Jackson. She was supposed to be, and it was written for her to be in the movie Kramer versus Kramer, the role that earned an Oscar to Jesus, I am off tonight. Meryl Streep, who I met on the set of in Westville, Georgia, on the set of The Homesman. But and then also, Al Hardy doesn't believe me, but I'm absolutely right. Anyone can read about this. Lee Majors was supposed to be the star of Midnight Cowboy that John Voight got the role for. And that movie was rated X originally. But that was written for Lee Majors, and he couldn't get out of working in the Big Valley for 4-Star Productions. Now, I think everything happens for a reason, and I think that role was meant to be played by John Voight, Midnight Cowboy. But that was supposed to be Lee Majors. Anyway, I digress. So, Famke Janssen, happy 57th birthday. And who else did she play? She of course was Jean Grey / Phoenix in the X-Men film series from 2000 to 2014. She played a character Ava Moore in Nip Tuck on the FX cable channel. And she was Lenore Mills in the Taken film trilogy from 2008 to 2014. And she has no kids. Famke Janssen, happy birthday. Robert Patrick was born in Marietta, Georgia on Wednesday, November 5th, 1958. He's 63 years old. And he's best known for playing the T-1000 villain in T2, Terminator 2. And he was hysterical in the hilarious Melissa McCarthy comedy Identity Thief, playing a bounty hunter, like Colt Seavers in The Fall Guy we talked about earlier tonight. In television, Robert Patrick is known for his portrayals of the FBI special agent John Doggett in The X-Files, and Colonel Tom Ryan in The Unit, and has played ongoing roles in such series such as The Outer Limits, the Showtime remake on cable, The Sopranos, Elvis, Avatar, The Last Airbender, Burn Notice, The Last Resort, Sons of Anarchy, and its spinoff Mayans MC, and From Dusk Till Dawn, the series. In 2014, he was cast in the role of DHS agent Cabe Gallo in the CBS drama series Scorpion. He was also a guest host on season 2 of Gunny Time. In 2021, Patrick also had a role in season 10 of The Walking Dead. He's just a great character actor. I'm in the Atlanta, Georgia area, so I love when Georgia natives, like the Roberts kids, Julia Roberts and her brother before her. They're from Smyrna, Georgia, where I live right now, presently. Eric Roberts. He was in like Gypsy, which is a little-known movie. But happy birthday to Robert Patrick. Moving on, Vivian Leigh. What a classic actress. She was born Wednesday, November 5th, back in 1913 in British India. And, of course, she was Scarlett O'Hara in Gone with the Wind. Her second husband was Sir Laurence Olivier from 1940 to 1960. And Vivian Leigh and Laurence Olivier starred together in many stage productions, with Sir Laurence Olivier often directing. And they were in 3 films together. She earned a reputation for being difficult to work with. And for much of her adult life, she had bipolar disorder, as well as recurrent bouts of chronic TB, which was first diagnosed in the mid-1940s and ultimately led to her death. Vivian Leigh died Saturday, July 8th, 1967, at the age of 53. Musician Bryan Adams. It was the summer of '60. I can't sing right now. My voice is, I couldn't sing even if my voice wasn't cracked. But summer of '69. Hang on. Well, the summer of '60. I can't do it. This is not my night. Bryan Adams. I love that song, Summer '69. Was born Thursday, November 5th, 1959, in Kingston, Ontario, Canada. He had great songs like I Need Somebody, great 80s hits, and stuff in the 90s too. Bryan Adams joined his first band at the age of 15, and at age 20, his debut album was released. He rose to fame in North America with the 1983 Top 10 album Cuts Like a Knife, featuring its title track and the ballad Straight from the Heart, his first U.S. top hit. His 1984 album Reckless made him a global star with tracks like Run to You and Summer of '69, both top 10 hits in the U.S. and Canada, and the power ballad Heaven, a U.S. #1 hit. His 1987 album Into the Fire went to #2 in Canada and the top 10 in several other countries. In 1991, Bryan Adams released Everything I Do It For You, which went to #1 in at least 19 countries, including for 16 and 18 straight weeks in the United Kingdom and Europe overall. Next up, Tatum O'Neal was born on Tuesday, November 5th, 1963 in Los Angeles, California. She's Ryan O'Neal's daughter, and of course she's an American actress and author. She's the youngest person ever to win a competitive Academy Award. She won in 1974 at age 10 for a performance as Addie Loggins in the movie Paper Moon, released in 1973, opposite her father. And she beat Patty Duke's record for being the youngest Oscar winner for The Miracle Worker, in which Patty Duke played Helen Keller. And she was on stage playing Helen Keller in the Miracle Worker play. But the film was released in 1962, in which Patty Duke received the Academy Award for Best Supporting Actress at age 16. She was the youngest person at that time to have received the Academy Award in a competitive category until Tatum O'Neal. So Tatum also starred in The Bad News Bears. I'm going to play some scenes from these coming-of-age movies, followed by a movie called Nickelodeon in 1976 and Little Darlings in 1980. Tatum O'Neal later appeared in guest roles in Sex and the City, 8 Simple Rules for Dating My Teenage Daughter, and Law & Order Criminal Intent. From 2006 to 2007, Tatum O'Neal portrayed Blythe Hunter in my network TV drama series Wicked Games. And she was married to John McEnroe, the tennis ace and hothead, from 1986 until 1994, and they had a bitter divorce. And her mom was an actress who allegedly was an alcoholic, Joanna Moore, who died. That was Ryan O'Neal's ex-wife. And she was in The Fugitive. She guest starred in The Fugitive with David Jansen. Joanna Moore did many times. So let's play a little bit of her acceptance speech when she won that Oscar and made an Oscar record for being the youngest person to win an Academy Award. Let's see here. Did I say how old she is? God dang, I don't know if I did, but I will. Let me get back to this clip here. Let's see. Where the hell are you, my little friend? Here we go. Here she is winning her Oscar. Let's see if I can get this to go. Here we go.
Well, now, the ladies nominated for Best...
This is Charles Bronson and his wife at the time, Jill Ireland, who sadly died of cancer. They're both gone. Introducing and naming the competition for Tatum O'Neal.
In a supporting role. Linda Blair for The Exorcist.
Woo! Stiff
Candy
competition.
Clark for American Graffiti.
Madeline Kahn for Paper Moon.
Tatum O'Neal for Paper Moon.
Sylvia Sidney for Summer Wishes, Winter Dreams.
58.
The winner is...
Tatum O'Neal.
She looks like a boy. She looks like a boy. She does. That short hair.
All I really want to thank is my director, Peter Bogdanovich, and my father. Thank you.
Okay, it was kind of short and sweet and to the point. Now here, I love this movie. Didn't really like the remake that much, but
no limit to
here's a
what
little
some
bit
men
of
will
the
do
Bad News Bears.
There is no limit to what some men will do for money, especially a man like Morris Buttermaker.
No, I really appreciate this. It's just a damn shame that none of the fathers had the time for it. God knows if I wasn't so busy down at City Hall.
You got my check, Whitewood? Even if it meant coaching an unlikely group called the Bad News Bears. It was a team of superstars like Mike Engelberg, Rudy Stein, Reggie Tower, Ahmad Abdul-Rahim, the incomparable Ogilvy, Timmy Lupus, Kelly Leak, the Aguilar brothers. With a team like this, there is only one way you can go.
Cups and supporters. Gotta be worn at all times. Well, either you wear them, give that one. Either you wear them or you don't play.
Walter Matthau is Morris Buttermaker, a man so desperate to make a buck that he did the unforgivable. He put a girl on the team.
Boys, I'd like you to meet your new pitcher, Amanda Wurlitzer.
Juice, fix, niggers, and now a girl? Grab a fat punk.
Tatum O'Neal is Amanda, but Amanda is no ordinary girl. And with her help, the Bad News Bears went from totally terrible to just plain bad.
Like the show.
I mean, why don't you do this league a favor? You and the Bears just drop out.
Amanda knew what the Bad News Bears needed. She also knew how to get it.
If I win, you play baseball for the Bears.
And if I win?
Name it.
What if he tries something,
I know an 11-year-old girl who's already on the pill.
Don't ever say that word again.
Oh, well, if it is, it ain't gonna puke. How'd you like me to stick this bat where the sun never shines, Turner? Sit on it.
But a little success is a strange thing. Once you taste it, you want more. And from just plain bad, the Bad News Bears climbed up the ladder to become the team that played baseball like it has never been played before. Academy Award winner Walter Matthau is the coach. Academy Award winner Tatum O'Neal is his secret weapon. Together, they turned the Bad News Bears into a team of superstars you will never forget. The Bad News Bears, the incredible story of how a disaster combined with a catastrophe and somehow became the greatest champs who ever played ball.
Yeah. Bad News Bears. They had a sequel, Bad News Bears in Breaking Training, and the Bad News Bears go to Japan. I saw them all, and I loved them. So here's the final little clip I want to play featuring Tatum O'Neal and Little Darlings. And I know a girl, I went to elementary school with a girl who worked on that movie in a bus scene. But here is a little bit of Little Darling. I won't say her full name. Her name's Kelly, but she worked on this show.
Tatum O'Neal, the kid from Paper Moon and Bad News Bears, is now more adorable than ever.
Look, I don't like sharing this space with you either. You keep out of my way, and I'll keep out of yours. Deal?
Isn't she a little darling? And Christy McNichol, everybody's favorite daughter from TV's Family. She's sweeter than ever.
Slide me something nice.
Oh, isn't she a little darling? Tatum and Christy, together for the first time in the true spirit of hot-blooded American competition. Nobody can stop these girls, so if you can't beat them, join them. Little Darlings.
You're entering a new era. This summer, do something special, something you've never done before.
Angel versus Ferris. Whoever catches a guy first wins.
You just lost $100, sucker.
Now the game is on, and every male is up for grabs.
What's your name, anyway?
It's Randy. Don't let the name fool you.
Wow, he is great, great.
You'll have to do.
Okay, make it look good.
All right.
Oh, this is so romantic.
Kind of a girls' movie, coming of age movie, but it used to run on cable endlessly.
That was nice.
Anyway, Matt Dillon was in it as one of his first big parts, big roles.
I envy Juliet.
Anyway, it's kind of inappropriate now to play that, but so happy birthday, happy 58th birthday to Tatum O'Neal. Roy Rogers is a big heavenly birthday to the king of the Cowboys, born Leonard Franklin Sly in Cincinnati, Ohio on Sunday, November 5th, 1911. Roy sadly passed away on Monday, July 6th, 1998 from heart failure, but he was full of heart. Happy trails to Roy and the love of his life we talked about last time, Dale Evans. Roy acted with Linda Carter, by the way, on the set of Wonder Woman in 1976, filming an episode titled The Bushwhackers that I have on 16mm film and is out on Blu-ray and streaming and DVD. And Roy Rogers guest starred in that. And that aired way back on January 29th, 1977, which was a Saturday night, and it was the 13th episode of Wonder Woman. But got a little interview I want to play with the great Roy Rogers, the king of the Cowboys, with David Letterman from June 22nd, 1983. Let's listen. On NBC television. Paul Schaefer's music.
Thank you very much. Welcome back to the program, ladies and gentlemen. My first guest tonight is truly an international star, instantly recognized the world over, and we're going to take a look at him now in his very first screen appearance. This gentleman would be the one on the right. That was from a motion picture called The Old Homestead. I also had a small part in that. The date was 1935, and that gentleman, of course, was the king of the cowboys, Mr. Roy Rogers. It's a pleasure to welcome him here. Nice to meet you, Roy. Thank you very much for being here.
For having me, and thank you for the nice welcome.
The bit of film that we just saw, the Old Homestead, what was that? The Sons of the Pioneers, or one of those?
Yes, I was the original Sons of the Pioneers, organized back in the early 30s, and that was one of the first pictures we did.
Did you guys perform as a group before movies or just for movies?
No, we were on radio as a group for a long time, and we made a whole bunch of transcriptions in 1934, 35, which started the Standard Radio Transcription Company. And of course, we never made any money out of it, but the people that had the transcriptions did. And it started, we become known all over the country, and they started getting requests for pictures, and this was one of them, one of the first ones.
Do you remember who the other gentlemen were in the group that we just saw?
Oh,
there?
yeah, Hugh and Carl Farr, and Lloyd, Bob Nolan, and Tim Spencer. And I'm the only one left of the original 5. The other fellows are gone.
Before that, you were in another singing group. Now, did you think of yourself in those days as a cowboy, or just sort of like a Toledo lawyer there?
In 1931 and 32, you didn't think yourself of anybody. You're just worrying about trying to get enough to eat.
Yeah.
It was right at the bottom of the Depression. And
what was the first group, or the one that preceded this one?
The Rocky Mountaineers, and then later on the Obaro Cowboys. We barnstormed down through New Mexico, Arizona, and Texas, like to starve to death, but we eat half the jackrabbits between here and Oklahoma.
Now, yeah, that you actually did have interesting ways of getting yourself meals, didn't you?
You betcha.
What would you do?
Well, we, you mean to eat?
Yeah.
Well, I told you, rabbits. We ate rabbits.
But rabbits that you mashed with the car, or?
No.
How did you, just exactly?
No, we got to Roswell, New Mexico, and it was in June, about this time of the year, in 1933. And we, out of money, didn't have a dime. And we went to this little motel and told them our story, and we were playing the theater there, the local theater, in a week or so. And we went on a local radio station, and I asked the man if he had a little 22 or something I could borrow. We like to hunt, you know. Didn't want to tell him we were hungry, so he let me have his little rifle, and we'd go out in the evening, get us a couple of jackrabbits, and bring them in and fry them in our motel.
Oh, I love rabbits.
Over the air, what we like to
gotta do what you gotta do, I guess. But damn.
People started bringing us chicken, fried chicken.
Oh, that's great.
I liked
poor rabbits. But they're wild rabbits.
Lemon cream pies.
Yeah.
And one day I got a call if I would sing the Swiss yodel.
I've got a pet rabbit. Oh well.
They would have
I digress.
2 big, beautiful lemon meringue pies at our motel that night. Well, I sang the song as best I knew how. And that evening, sure enough, here come a young lady and her mother over with 2 of the most beautiful lemon pies. They were about that thick. And we couldn't wait for them to leave so we could inhale those things. It was really hungry out. And the young lady that brought the pies over turned out to be my first wife, who I have 2 children by her, and she unfortunately passed away 3 days after my boy was born. Dusty was born. Yeah. Then later on, Dale and I got married. But that's the story of our trip, except there's a lot of in between, but you don't have time to tell it.
We got plenty of time, Roy.
Yeah.
I'm wondering, though, if that technique would work now. If you and I suddenly said, boy, we're ever hungry, people show up here with...
If you got me with you, you're going to eat.
Well, that's good to hear.
Hush puppies. Dale could make them.
Well, we'll go away here for a commercial break. We'll be back to talk to the legendary Mr. Roy Rogers some more. Welcome back to the show. This, of course, is Roy Rogers. When I met you earlier in the green room back there, a gentleman, I assume he's with you, he said, be sure and ask Roy about Gabby and the
Gabby
bear.
Hayes.
That was a funny story. I think it is. Gabby was like my brother and my buddy and my dad all wrapped up in one. We did 65 pictures together. So old Gabby, we were doing a picture one time, and we had this big bear, and we're supposed to be in Central Park in the picture. In New York.
Cowboys in Central Park?
Yeah, we came to New York for some reason, and I don't remember the story except this particular one, part of it. And so Gabby had to play with this bear, you know, and it was supposed to be his bear, and he said, I'm not going to mess with that bear. You know, Gabby, he was very opinionated, so when he thought something's wrong, he wouldn't do it. So the guy that owned the bear, he says, he was an Italian guy. I can't do much of an Italian dialect, but he says, this bear says, he don't hurt nobody. I raised him from a little teeny baby. He says, watch this. Says, kush papa. And the bear ran out and bit the end of his nose off. And Gabby says, see what I mean, you know? You can't argue with that. So we had to rush him to the hospital and sew his nose back on.
Oh, my.
So accidents do happen in these pictures, but that's a joke about it.
Gee. Now, let me get this straight. The owner had taught the bear to bite his nose off? Was it?
No, Gabby was supposed to do a certain thing with the bear, but he wouldn't have anything to do with it. He was scared of it.
What was Gabby like? He couldn't have been like the character he played. Nobody really was
Gabby
like that.
he was like well, he wore those beautiful English tweed suits, you know, and he was straight as an arrow.
He was a very dapper guy.
Yeah, very dapper guy, and he drove a long Continental four-door convertible and had a beautiful white beard. One time he decided I was going to be gone about 4 months, and he decided he's going to shave his beard off, see what he looked like without a beard. He hadn't seen himself in about 15 or 20 years, and he was telling me about it when I got back, and he said, Roy, I got that beard off, and I took one look in the mirror, and he said, you never saw such an ugly so-and-so in your life. He put his wife in the car, and they all went to the Palm Desert and stayed in the house for 6 weeks so his beard grew out. He wouldn't get out in front of the people at all.
But he was one of the all-time great characters in motion pictures.
I just loved him. He just couldn't be beat. I just loved him very much.
There's another great character from motion pictures, Ronald Reagan, who tells, I didn't mean that the way it came out, or maybe I did, who knows, who cares. But Ronald Reagan has a story about you and Dale that he...
Yeah, I've heard him tell that one.
Yeah, how does that go?
Well, I don't like to repeat somebody else's stories.
Well, let's bring the president out. He's backstage. No, it's a great story.
Anyway, well, he was campaigning, and he told us as a story when he was campaigning that he and his lovely wife went to this little place out in some small town and walked up on the porch. And the old man was up there rocking, and he said, how do you do? I'm running for president. Says, I want to say hello to everybody. And he said, the guy says, well, who are you? And he said, well, I'll give you a hint. Says, my initials are RR. And the old man jumped up and hollered in the house and says, hey, Ma, says, come on out here and meet Roy Rogers and Dale Evans are running for president. Something like that. Excuse me, Ron.
Running for president. That's a great story. That's wonderful. Do we have time to show the stuff now? Yes or no? Yes. Okay. We have some compilation of some of your old films, and I think maybe, well, let's just take a look. This would be the Roy Rogers, ladies and gentlemen, doing what he does best. So watch closely.
And Roy Rogers riding Trigger.
When you hear you see him riding to his gal, and you see the way.
Ask me what?
About a marriage. I want your permission to,
You want to marry my daughter?
No, the Golden Sovereign.
You mean to say you want to marry a horse? You must be plumb loco. Well, gang, if we're making a picture, right here's for somebody to holler action. Let's go! We better get out of here.
No, wait.
Say, Roy, this is just like one of your movies. Yeah, Roy, but your pictures always finish with music. No time to wait, perhaps before it is too late. She may find what she's dreaming.
Roy Rogers, Dale Evans. You look great. You always look terrific. We'll be right back. We're going to pause for station identifications. You always look...
Long clip, but I think it's important.
Welcome back to the show. Later in this half hour, ladies and gentlemen, some acting tips from Larry Melman, also
Larry Bud Melman, remember him?
Snyder, and
Calvert
right
DeForest
now,
was his real name.
Tomorrow night, Robin Williams will be here, and also Peter Tosh. Roy Rogers is here. Boy, looking at those film clips of you in action, you looked great. Your stuff looked good. Your horse looked good. Dale looked good. I mean, it was very attractive presentation.
Well, you know, I was talking to you about 20 of the pictures we've picked out, and Dale and I are going to do a live opening as of now and talk about them when the year they were made, and they're going to run them on the Disney thing.
Yeah, that'd be great. Yeah, these films are also still being played on television.
Yeah, a lot of people have their home movies with the cassettes too.
Yeah. Tell me a little bit about Trigger. How did you get him? And he
was without a doubt the greatest horse that ever came along. I got him when I made my first picture. He was 4 years old, and before that, just the fall preceding that, the first time he was ever in a picture was Olivia de Havilland rode him in Sherwood Forest in that picture she made with Errol Flynn. Mm-hmm. And I made my first picture with him in January 1938, and we made around 90 of our features and 101 of the half-hour TV shows plus appearances, and he was like an iron horse, and he's just
smart also.
Well, if there's a heaven for horses, that's where Trigger is. He was something else.
But he could do things that...
he could do anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was just... he was sharp, and you show him a few times, and he'd just do it. Yeah. It's on cue, you know. A horse has two sets of brains, one for each eye, and you...
Really?
Mm-hmm. A lot of people don't know that or realize that, but you've probably heard the saying, never mount a horse from the right side. That's because you saddle him and do everything from the left side, and most people do. And if you go on the other side, you're a stranger. And I could prove it by Trigger. I could work on the left side where you always mount the horse from the left side, and I'd give him the cues to go through the things, and he'd go through everything. I'd go on the other side and give him the same cues, and he'd just stand there as if I wasn't there.
So the right side of him had never really met you.
That's right.
No, but
no, that you can balance them going up the same way. You turn a horse to the left several times and never turn him to the right. You can't get him to turn to the right. You have to train him to do that.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I didn't realize that. Now you wanted to mention you're in town for.
Yeah, this is a big occasion.
In addition to being a world famous motion picture singing cowboy, you're a restaurateur.
Well, I don't know about restaurateur or not, but I'm Roy Rogers. It has something to do with a lot of restaurants. We have about 500 of them now. But
wow.
The reason I'm in New York
500 restaurants?
Yeah. And I like to go out and meet the people. We have a little get-together, and I talk and answer questions, and it's like old home week because I feel like I've grown up with practically everybody that's alive today. So we have a lot of fun and answering questions. Yeah. So we're opening one on Times Square tomorrow, 11 o'clock, and it's we're going to have a lot of fun.
Now, will you actually be there serving?
Oh, yeah. I just came from one. I was one this morning.
Now, what kind of food is this? Is this Italian
it's
or
good
Chinese?
Or we have hamburgers, cheeseburgers, Roy Rogers, double R bar burgers. We have chicken. We have a salad bar.
Sounds good.
We have a lot of food.
Okay.
And it's good.
All right. So this was one of 500.
Yeah, I'm with the Marriott Corporation, and we've been together for 15 years, and we started off with 22 little restaurants. Now we got
Not
Really
bad.
climbing.
Not bad for a cowboy.
I can't
ladies
boil
and
water. I
gentlemen.
can't boil water myself, but I can eat those hamburgers.
Roy, I understand, and this is a treat. You are now going to sing for us.
Yay!
Right here?
I love Roy Rogers.
Right here. Thank you. This is a little song that some of you may remember. We used it as our theme song for many, many years. Dale wrote it, and it goes like this. Happy trails to you until we meet again. Happy trails to you. Keep smiling until then. Who cares about the clouds if we're together? Just sing a song and bring the sunny weather. Happy trails to you till we meet again.
Thank you very much. Roy Rogers, ladies and gentlemen.
Very impressive. Thank you, Roy. We'll be right back with some acting tips. Thank you, Roy.
I love that organ. I love Paul Schaefer and his band. Will Lead, all those guys are just awesome. Now, as we wrap with Roy Rogers, I want to play one of his most famous songs of all. Here it goes. And hopefully I can get away with playing this.
While Cat Kelly, looking mighty pale, was standing by the sheriff's side. And when that sheriff said, I'm sending you to jail, Wildcat raised his head and cried, oh, give me land, lots of land under starry skies above. Don't fence me in, let me ride through the wide open country that I love. Don't fence me in, let me be by myself in the evening breeze. Listen to the murmur of the cottonwood trees. Send me off forever, but I ask you please, don't fence me in, just turn me loose. Let me straddle my old saddle underneath the western skies. On my cayuse, let me wander over yonder till I see the mountains rise. I want to ride to the ridge where the west commences and gaze at the moon until I lose my senses. I can't look at hobbles and I can't stand fences. Don't fence me in. Give me land, lots of land, under starry skies. Don't fence me in. Let me ride through the wide country that I love. Don't fence me in. Let me be by myself in the evening breeze. Listen to the murmur of the cottonwood trees. Send me off forever, but I ask you please, don't fence me in, just turn me loose. Let me straddle my old saddle underneath the western skies. On my cayuse, let me wander over yonder till I see the mountains rise. I want to ride to the ridge where the west commences and gaze at the moon until I lose my senses. I can't look at hobbles and I can't stand fences. Don't fence me in.
Yeah, the great Roy Rogers. On November 5th, 1947, Peter Noone was born in Manchester, England. He just turned 74 recently. He's best known as Herman of the successful 1960s pop group Herman's Hermits. The band's hits included I'm Into Something Good, Can't You Hear My Heartbeat, Mrs. Brown, You've Got a Lovely Daughter, Silhouettes, Wonderful World, I'm Henry VIII, I Am, in the United States, and then just a little bit better, A Must to Avoid, Listen People, The End of the World, Dandy, and No Milk Today. Herman's Hermits sold more than 60 million recordings, had 14 gold singles, and 7 gold albums. The Hermits were twice named in the U.S. trade paper Cash Box as Entertainers of the Year. And moving on, this guy is he's a great athlete, but he's a dumbass. Golfer and Masters champion Bubba Watson is 43 years old. He was born Jerry Lester Bubba Watson Jr. on Sunday, November 5th, 1978 in Baghdad, Florida. And he plays on the PGA Tour. He's one of the few left-handed golfers on the tour, and he's a multiple major champion. Can't disagree with that. And no one can take that away with victories at the Masters tournament in 2012 and 2014. Got that green jacket. In February 2015, Bubba Watson reached a career-high second place in the official world golf ranking. Here's the reason I have an issue with him. But Watson is among the longest drivers on the PGA Tour. This isn't it, but hang on. In 2007, he had an average drive of 315.2 yards, and he can hit a ball over 350 yards. Capable of generating a ball speed of up to 194 miles per hour. That's incredible. But here's why I think he's a bit of an idiot. He bought a General Lee from the Dukes of Hazzard, a 1969 Dodge Charger, just to be able to paint over the hood. And he paid $110,000 for it. Now here's a clip to prove what I'm saying. Let me play this clip. This is very brief. And this is from back in 2015. But just as a lover of classic television and memorabilia, when I heard this back on July 3rd, right before the 4th of July, July 3rd, 2015, I was in shock. Listen.
One of Bubba Watson's cars will be getting a fresh paint job. In a tweet Thursday night, Watson announced he would paint the American flag over the Confederate flag atop the iconic General Lee, a car made famous by the TV show The Dukes of Hazzard. Watson purchased the car in 2012 for $110,000. On Friday, Watson further explained his decision, saying, quote, "You know, there was enough buzz and I felt it was the right gesture for me to do. I don't stand for hatred." The Confederate flag has come under renewed fire in recent weeks after pictures emerged of
I understand that, the timing of it. There was a terrible shooting by a psycho in South Carolina. I won't even mention that asshole's name who killed those poor people. But I just think that's terrible if that's true. If you really paint it over the car, say what you will about the flag, it's the memorabilia that should not be tarnished, especially since there's not that many original cars from the Dukes of Hazzard that were used. I mean, there were some stunt cars, of course, but anyway, I don't know if that's true. I don't know if he went through with that, but how about that? Now, moving on to November 6th birthdays. Actress Emma Stone turned 33. She was born Sunday, November 6th, 1988 in Scottsdale, Arizona. In 2017, Emma Stone was the world's highest paid actress and was named by Time magazine as one of the 100 most influential people in the world. Seriously? Damn. Gag me with a spoon on that. Emma Stone made her television debut as Lori Partridge on the VH1 talent competition reality show titled In Search of the New Partridge Family in 2004. The resulting show, retitled The New Partridge Family in 2004, remained an unsold pilot, meaning it wasn't picked up and went nowhere like this show. Kidding. Emma Stone followed this with a guest appearance on Louis C.K.'s HBO series Lucky Louie. She auditioned to star as Claire Bennett in the NBC science fiction drama Heroes in 2007, but was unsuccessful, and later called this her rock bottom experience. In April 2007, Emma Stone played Violet Trimble in the Fox action drama Drive, but the show was canceled after 7 episodes. In movies, she fared far better, as Emma Stone has been nominated for 3 Academy Awards: Best Supporting Actress for Birdman and The Favorite. and Best Actress for La La Land, and 4 British Academy Film Awards. BAFTA Rising Star Award, Best Supporting Actress for Birdman and The Favorite, and Best Actress in a Leading Role for La La Land. She won the Best Actress Award at both ceremonies for La La Land. So happy birthday to Emma Stone. She's 33. Ethan Hawke turned 51 on November 6th. He was born Friday, November 6th, 1970 in Austin, Texas. He screwed up his relationship with Uma Thurman by cheating, allegedly. He was in the Before trilogy movies, Before Sunrise in 1995, Before Sunset in 2004, and Before Midnight, the final movie in the trilogy in 2013, all of which have received critical acclaim. Here's a big one. Happy 75th birthday to future Frog in Smokey and the Bandit, the talented Sally Field, who was born on Wednesday, November 6th, 1946 in Pasadena, California. She was on TV first as a beach babe, Gidget, a show that lasted only 32 episodes for one single season on ABC TV from Wednesday, September 15th, 1965 through Thursday, September 1st, 1966. Now, Gidget had a very tough time slot opposite the final hour of the 90-minute color western The Virginian on NBC, which was really popular, and then the extremely popular head-to-head with the extremely popular Beverly Hillbillies on CBS. The Flying Nun did better for Sally Field on TV, airing from Thursday, September 7th, 1967 until Friday, September 18th, 1970 on ABC for 3 seasons and a total of 82 episodes. Smokey and the Bandit and Forrest Gump are 2 unforgettable movies that Sally Field acted in that are favorites of mine. Chance Bartels, that's me. Though she's won Best Actress Oscar for the films Norma Ray in 1979 and for Places of the Heart in 1985. Had a typo there, sorry. I know better. Use your head, Chance. Sally Field won an Emmy for portraying Sybil in 1977. A real life story of someone who suffered from multiple personality disorder, schizophrenia. Sally Field also had a recurring role in ER in the 2000 to 2001 season as Dr. Amy Lockhart's mother, Maggie, who suffers from bipolar disorder, a role which she won an Emmy Award for in 2001. Now, I want to play a clip of Sally with Johnny Carson. This is the first time that she was on The Tonight Show and first time she ever met Johnny Carson. This is a pretty cool interview. Let me play some of this here. And thanks for tuning in to the Nostalgic Podblast, by the way. We are on YouTube and we are live most Sundays, actually just about every Sunday, around 7 o'clock Eastern time in the Nostalgic Podblast Facebook group. And then we're on YouTube as well. And of course, Apple TV, anywhere you can find podcasts, you'll find us. Tune in, et cetera, et cetera. But here's an appearance of Sally Field from way back on February 20th, 1979 with the great Johnny Carson, who's the best interviewer. Cutie Pie, Sally Field. This sounds sped up. Her voice sounds altered.
different ways. I mean, we don't necessarily all preserve boys. Ready? Anyway, I need to come. Shit. Because I just kind of like it in a way that they want to wear it. I like that name right now. I mean, that is fun. I mean, I understand that kind of stuff. What they did was, first they dressed me like a clown. Yes, this is a clown party. They dressed me like a clown and put the wrestling on and the face on, and then they threw me outside and locked the door and said, let's go because they're all the guys around the corner. He was the religious guy, and he got like a fool. Then they brought me in, took all their clothes off me and put chocolate peanut butter all over my body. Then they threw me in the pool.
Uh-huh. That's right.
She hadn't seen the film. Yes, it's hard to talk about. You know, it's hard to put a face on it. I mean, it's also new. But I think in all ways now a contemporary Southern woman working in a textile mill with 2 children, 1 illegitimate, who organizes a union in the textile mill on behalf of a Jewish worker that comes in. Yes, but that was it so much.
Union. A clip within a clip. Why does she keep mentioning his religion? I don't get it. Oh. That makes sense. Buddy Hackett. Burt Reynolds. Unlike this clip.
he said, well, say, go hard, you know, find something that's not going to work. So I was doing that for 3 days, went to a police, and I don't want to say, I mean, that's a strong word, you know, it's real strong. So I thought, what do I feel? I guess I would just say, I hate your suit. I guess that I don't like plans and structures. He told me that, of course, I know to be true, you are the king of physical comedy. I mean, there isn't anybody. I can imagine comedy that isn't happening. I know you and Berkeley, you know, you go and look at concerts and you have such a good time. But I, being this short and cute little woman, yeah, exactly. You would feel uncomfortable being this gentleman that you are, doing any of that physical kind of stuff with me, you know, it just wouldn't work out.
Now it gets visual. She takes out a can of shaving cream. Anyway, the rest of it's pretty visual. And now I know you're groaning out there if you don't like Sally Field. I don't know why you wouldn't, but I have one other clip. This isn't very long. This is her first appearance with David Letterman from 1993. The quality of this might be a little rough. This is from videotape, but let me just play a little bit of this. David Letterman meets Sally Field. And let's see how long this clip is, actually.
Two-time Academy Award winner who is currently starring in the blockbuster motion picture Mrs. Doubtfire. Tonight she is making her first appearance with us. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Sally Field.
Who just turned 75. That's why I'm playing this. She turned 75 years old on November 6th, 2021. That's a milestone. She's a pop culture icon. I love Sally Field.
You look great.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming to the show. You just look wonderful. I've never seen you in person before.
That's true.
What a knockout.
Gee, thanks.
How you doing?
Good, good, very good.
Is there a reason? Have we offended you? Is there a reason why you haven't come on our show before?
I just don't know what the answer to this is. I've been
He asked that question to Cher once. She goes, yeah, I heard you were an asshole. Anyway.
racking my brain. I can't figure it out. I stay in a lot. I had nothing to wear. I don't know. Probably it was something really egotistical, like if I couldn't be the best, I didn't want to be on at all. And am I the best so far?
Well, yeah, considering...
Best you've ever had, so to speak?
Considering my performance tonight, yes, you are by far the best. And the blockbuster movie, the Mrs. Doubtfire thing, Robin Williams in a dress, it goes through the roof.
Oh, through the roof. I take full credit for it.
Well, you should. What was that like? Was that fun, or was he in drag all the time? Was it
all the time? It's Robin. He's wonderful.
He wears you out sometimes.
Oh.
That was kind of like Tootsie. Remember Tootsie with Dustin Hoffman? Mrs. Doubtfire? That was like the Robin Williams version of that movie.
Wears you out, but you have a really good time. And you just do it again and 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 again.
Tootsie, I just thought about Terry Garr was in it. I think she won an Oscar for that. And Dabney Coleman, who was on such a hot streak in his career in those days, after 9 to 5, really put him on the map as that ass boss, Mr. Hart, the chauvinist, the pig. Anyway, I digress.
And you're talking about the movie, right? Because, I don't know. I have no idea. We're just back from a vacation, so everybody's a little giddy. Have you taken trips recently? Do you travel a lot? Do you enjoy travel?
Well, I do. I enjoy travel. Where did you go on your vacation?
I have a vacation property in Gary, Indiana. It's a timeshare.
That sounds like such fun.
It's a little slice of heaven.
Well, usually my vacations are kind of horrible.
Really?
You know, you plan and you plan and you plan and you get there and it's like a total fiasco. Yeah. You know, is Gary, Indiana like that?
You know, I never...
Or it always delivers, huh?
Yes, it does. It's very satisfying. But I don't like planning. I like to be surprised.
Really?
Yeah.
How can you be surprised on a vacation? I mean, you just get on a plane, you don't know where you're going, and you just...
Well, what you're describing there is more like a kidnapping. Tell us about your most recent trip somewhere. Was it like this summer, perhaps?
Well, actually, my most recent trip was Italy this summer, but my most interesting trip, I'd have to say, if I were to talk about trips, I was a single mother for a long time.
Me too.
Really? This is all of a sudden like the Oprah Winfrey Show. Let's talk about it. And I had an invitation by the American Sportsman to take my two boys, who were then like 8 and 10 or something, to
This was a great
Africa.
show. They would travel the world looking for adventure and
stuff.
stuff.
Yeah, it was fabulous. I thought we were going to go camping in the Gorgora Crater. How fabulous. The only problem was that I had a hot air balloon. Have you ever been on a hot air balloon?
No, I've actually been in one, but it was tethered, so we didn't drift away.
Well, then you've never really been in one.
No, that's right. But I think it's a little dangerous.
I think it's very, very dangerous.
Yeah.
Terrible. We were supposed to fly, and it was way too windy. You know, I mean, the sock on the stick, and it's supposed to just sort of dangle down here.
Oh, the
sock
windsock.
was straight out,
Yeah.
And that was bad. You shouldn't be in it. We were in it. The first time we went out, we landed in the hippo pond. And they tell you, they warn you about these things. This isn't like a zoo. This is real stuff.
This is actually out there on the veldt, the African...
Yeah. And they say the hippos are mean. They won't eat you. They'll just tear you to pieces.
Oh.
and the other one's the Cape buffalo. I mean, they're really bad.
Yeah.
Well, we landed in the hippo pond. We got out of that one. But the next day we went up and right out of the Maasai village. It was very picturesque. But then we were coming down in the Serengeti, and the balloonist, actually, who has subsequently died in a ballooning accident.
Mm-hmm.
Yikes.
I think it's more dangerous than the general public feels or knows.
So.
Yeah, I think it is.
I know so.
Yeah.
And we came to, he said, we got to go down quick, and he let out the plug. Truly.
The man unplugged his balloon, eh? Well.
He unplugged it, and it goes, and it really it unravels. And we came down really fast and really hard, and to make a long story really long and totally boring, my kneecaps, as you hit, my knees hit on the steel container where the fuel was, and snapped my kneecap in two. That just snapped that sucker right.
Did you hear that? An audible gasp from the audience.
It was like too grisly to think about. And then the other one was ruined.
Oh my! Big lawsuit, huge litigation.
No,
Giant
none
settlement.
at all. Oh no. I just, I jumped up and said, I'm fine. Don't worry about a thing.
Oh no, that's no good.
Yeah.
Hang right there. That's a beautiful dress.
Do you want to touch it? I know.
Easy.
Not until you get it shaved.
Now we're getting somewhere, ain't we? Oh yeah, guy's gonna come out. Bruno is gonna come out and shave me.
His name isn't Bruno.
What's his name?
Mickey.
Oh, Mickey.
I could have shaved you. Why didn't you?
You may have to jump in. I know this is going to be a huge bloodletting. We have to do a commercial. We'll continue chatting here with Sally Field. Come on back, folks. Robert Duvall. How do you like him? Do you get along well with Robert Duvall?
I don't know him very well.
Have you ever worked with him?
No, I haven't worked with him. I'm a huge fan. He's fabulous.
You have 2 Academy Awards. He only has the 1.
I know. Oh, well.
But I would think as an actor, a person who devotes their lives to that craft, that winning an Academy Award, that's just it. That's the best. That must be fulfilling and satisfying all in one. And you've won 2 of them.
It's a great thing, yeah. It's a great thing. But it's that was then and this is now. I mean, it's sort of like it's always about what did you do yesterday.
Yeah, I understand that. But still in all, there are many people who do good work all their lives and never get one.
That's right. That's very, very right, and I feel real bad for them.
Let's talk about stuff you did as a kid.
Oh, yeah, let's.
Do you want to?
Oh, sure.
You started out as, you were Gidget, right?
Yeah.
How old were you when you were Gidget?
How old was I? I was just turning 18.
Wow.
Yeah.
And what was the deal on Gidget? Gidget was like a Southern California beach kind of girl deal?
Oh, you bet. She was 15 and a half, and she was a surfer. It came from the movie, Sandra Dee's movie. And it was so great. We all loved it. It was fabulous. And then that I was Gidget, it was like a dream come true.
Uh-huh. How long were you Gidget?
In my heart, always.
Well, good. I applaud that as a fellow performer.
I was only Gidget for a year.
For a year?
Yeah.
Is that right?
That was, but in those days it was 36 shows. It was a year.
That's a lot of work.
That was old days of television.
So for 1 year, one show, that's like a classic role for you. And then after that, you went to the Flying Nun.
Went right to the Flying Nun.
Now, how did that... It seems unlikely. I mean,
does.
yeah. Looking back on it now, I mean, did you want to be the Flying Nun? No,
absolutely not. I did not want to be the Flying Nun. It was like the only time in my life I said, no, I don't want to do this, and you see how well it worked.
Well, where did it collapse? How were you
persuaded? It collapsed along about the time that my stepfather, who was in the business, and I was being very brave, and I'd moved out and everything, and he came to the house and said, Sally, he actually said this to me, he said, Sally, you know you may never work again.
Wow.
And I said, quick, get me, I got to call them quickly, this may be it for me. And so I did it, always in my heart saying, I don't think I really want to do this.
Yeah.
And it was fine, it was, situation comedy for the time. I think the real thing is that I was 19, and who wanted to be dressed as a nun?
Mm-hmm.
And it was the heart of the 60s, and everybody was doing other things.
They're finding other ways to fly. But again, and forgive me if this comes out clumsily or awkward.
Right ahead.
Thank you. But it's the kind of thing, while of its day, of its time, it was successful, it could also have been a stumbling block later in someone's career. But you prevailed and have...
I did.
Yes.
I don't know how.
Well, I know how.
I prevailed over amazing
Well,
things.
it's because you're talented and people like you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
They like me. They really like me.
Sally, thank you very much. I appreciate you coming by. It was a great pleasure to meet you. Have a wonderful holiday season.
You too.
And if we get around to the shave, come on out with a styptic pencil.
Oh, I will.
Nice to meet you. Thank you. Sally Field, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be right back here.
Sally Field is 75 years old. Moving on. Glenn Frey was born Saturday, November 6th, 1948 in Detroit, Michigan. He has a romantic connection to actress Maren Jensen from Battlestar Galactica. Oh, no, that was Don Henley. Never mind. Anyway, Glenn Frey was a singer, songwriter, and actor, and founding member of the rock band The Eagles. Glenn Frey was the co-lead singer and frontman for The Eagles, and he shared that role with Don Henley, with whom he wrote most of the Eagles' material. Frey played guitar and keyboards, as well as singing lead vocals on songs such as the classics Take It Easy, Peaceful Easy Feeling, Tequila Sunrise, Already Gone, James Dean, Lion Eyes, You Can't Hide Your Lion Eyes, New Kid in Town, and Heartache Tonight, among others. During the hiatus of the Eagles from 1980 to 1994, Glenn Frey embarked on a successful solo career. He released his debut album, No Fun Allowed, in 1982, and went on to record the top 40 hits, The One You Love, Smuggler's Blues, Sexy Girl, The Heat Is On, You Belong to the City, True Love, Soul Searching, and Living Right. A lot of those were featured in Miami Vice. Talk about that in a second. As a member of the Eagles, Glenn Frey won 6 Grammy Awards and 5 American Music Awards. The Eagles were inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame in 1998, the first year they were nominated. Consolidating his solo recordings and those with the Eagles, Glenn Frey had 24 top 40 singles on the Billboard Hot 100 charts. Glenn Frey was among hundreds of artists whose material was reportedly destroyed in the 2008 Universal fire at Universal Studios in California. I mentioned that, and that idiot man-child Barry King, I'm kidding, he thought it was irrelevant when he talked about some bullshit William Shatner story where Shatner saved Paramount Studios from burning to the ground in 1983. It was a total crock of crap story. And so I just mentioned, that reminds me of the great studio fire of 2008, and then like his co-host says, well, is it the anniversary of that fire? And I said, No, we're talking about big studio fires, and the Universal fire was much more destructive and important than this bullshit story about, I didn't say that on the air, but I said, of William Shatner. This guy is like practically giving William Shatner head. I mean, if you weren't married, anyway, nothing wrong with that. You know, you could be a switch hitter all you want. But anyway, I couldn't believe it. Anyway, getting back to Glenn Frey, yeah, that fire in Universal, it's amazing they stored all that stuff so close to the surface. I mean, there were movies and music. A lot of things were destroyed in that devastating fire in 2008. Look it up, the Universal Studios fire of 2008. That hit Glenn Frey hard, supposedly. So, yeah, that was one of the worst ever. As a television actor, Glenn Frey guest starred on Miami Vice in the first season episode, Smuggler's Blues. That was the title of the episode, hence the song, Smuggler's Blues. That was really the first TV show that featured real music, and I think that's why Fall Guy started to, not only did they lose Marky Post, but when season 4 of the Fall Guy was airing on ABC, Miami Vice hit on NBC, and it was a very sophisticated television show, and audiences loved it. It was a huge hit, and Glenn Frey acted in that, as we're talking about now. So let's see. He was in the first season episode Smuggler's Blues, inspired by his hit song of the same name, and he had a starring role in the Dead Dog Arc episode of Wise Guy. Glenn Frey was also the star of South of the Sunset, which was canceled after just one episode. In the late 1990s, Glenn Frey guest starred on Nash Bridges as a policeman whose teenage daughter had run amok and gone on a crime spree with her sociopathic boyfriend. In 2002, Glenn Frey appeared on HBO's Arliss, playing a political candidate who double-crosses Arliss and must pay a high price for it. I love revenge. I love getting revenge. It's so much fun. Glenn Frey's first foray into film was his starring role in Let's Get Harry, a 1986 film about a group of plumbers who travel to Colombia, where they make two things, coffee and cocaine, to rescue a friend from a drug lord. Glenn Frey also did 7 episodes of Wise Guy, co-starring with Ken Wall in 1989. Glenn Frey's next film appearance was a smaller role in Cameron Crowe's third film, Jerry Maguire, classic film starring Tom Cruise. Glenn Frey played the frugal general manager of the Arizona Cardinals football team, who in the film's climax finally agrees to award Cuba Gooding Jr.'s character, wide receiver Rod Tidwell, a large professional contract, like Freddie Freeman deserves, from the Atlanta Braves, owned by Liberty Media. We talked about it at the top of tonight's Podblast. Glenn Frey sadly died Monday, January 18th, 2016, at age 67 from complications from arthritis and pneumonia. And I'm showing before the camera a couple of records of the Eagles. Of course, that's the greatest hits album, and I love the classic Hotel California right there. So, moving on Monday, November 6th, 1972, model and actress Rebecca Romijn was born in Berkeley, California. She's 49 years old now. Best known for her role as Mystique in the trilogy of the original X-Men film movie starting in the year 2000. In the year 2000. And she also returned in X-Men First Class, playing the grown-up Mystique. Let's see. And then also she played Joan in The Punisher in 2004. And both X-Men and The Punisher, of course, are based on Marvel Comics characters. She played the dual roles. This was a cool movie of Laura Ashe and Lily Watson, Femme Fatale, in 2002. I think she was naked in that, for what it's worth. She also had recurring roles as Alexis Meade in the television series Ugly Betty, and as number 1 on Star Trek Discovery and Star Trek Strange New Worlds. Her other major roles include Eve Bard in the TNT cable series The Librarians, voicing Lois Lane in the DC animated movie universe from The Death of Superman until Justice League Dark Apocalypse War, and as the host of the reality competition show titled Skin Wars. Rebecca Romijn began dating actor John Stamos in 1994, best known for General Hospital as Blackie. That's how he got his start. And he's a musician, of course, and he was on Full House, which started in 1987. So Rebecca Romijn began dating actor John Stamos in 1984 after they met at a Victoria's Secret fashion show in which she was modeling. Rebecca Romaine and John Stamos became engaged on Christmas Eve 1997, and they married on September 19th, 1998 at the Beverly Hills Hotel, a very posh ceremony. During the marriage, she used the name Rebecca Romaine-Stamos in both her personal and professional life on-screen credits, like in the X-Men movies, for instance. The couple announced their separation in April 2004. John Stamos filed for divorce in August 2004, and it became final on March 1st, 2005. Rebecca Romaine resumed using only her maiden name, but revealed in an August 2013 interview on Conan O'Brien that she had never legally changed her name back from Romaine Stamos after a Conan staff member noticed Rebecca-Stamos on her driver's license. Boy, what a snoop that guy was on the crew. In 2004, Rebecca Romaine started dating actor Jerry O'Connell, who's now on the CBS talk show The Talk, which airs at 2 to 3 p.m. on the East Coast here in Atlanta, Georgia. So Rebecca Romaine and Jerry O'Connell became engaged in September 2005, and they married at their home in California on July 14th, 2007. Rebecca Romaine and Jerry O'Connell have twin daughters born in 2008. Now next, this is someone, a character actor who I met. This guy actually pinched my ass once, and he's just a classic actor. Jonathan Harris. Unfortunately, his death day happened last week, as well as his birthday last weekend. So Jonathan Harris was born Friday, November 6th, 1914 in the Bronx, New York. You know, he sounded like he was British on some of the shows he acted in. He did a really neat accent, but he was really a New Yorker. But get this, his birth name, Jonathan Harris, best known as Dr. Smith on Lost in Space, was birthed as Jonathan Daniel Cherashukhin, which is a Russian name. And the character actor, whose career included more than 500 television and movie appearances, as well as voiceover work. And two of his best-known roles were, of course, as the timid accountant Bradford Webster in the television version of The Third Man. A lot of the older audience members will remember. And, of course, as the fussy villain Dr. Zachary Smith of the 1960s science fiction series Lost in Space, which lasted 3 years. 83 episodes were produced of that show. During the end of his career, Jonathan Harris provided voices for the animated features A Bug's Life and Toy Story 2. And I remember he did the voice of Lucifer, the Cylon robot, the android villain in the classic Battlestar Galactica by Glenn A. Larson, both of which we've talked about tonight in the Nostalgic Podblast. And he was seen at the end of Saga of Star World, the 3-hour premiere of Battlestar Galactica. In the very last scene, he didn't speak. You saw the character come towards the camera, and that's how it ended. So Jonathan Harris was the second of 3 children, born on November 6th, 1914, as I mentioned, in the Bronx, to Sam and Jenny Cherashushkin, a poor Russian Jewish immigrant family. His father worked in Manhattan's garment district. The family lived in a 6-story tenement, and his mother often took in boarders to help make ends meet, giving them Jonathan's room and bed, and relegating him to sleep on the dining room chairs. By age 12, Jonathan Harris was working in a pharmacy as a stock boy. While there was little money for luxuries, Jonathan Harris's father made an effort to expand his son's cultural horizons with occasional trips to see Yiddish theater and by listening to opera on the dining room radio. Young Jonathan Harris was enthralled. Although he could seldom afford tickets to them, Broadway plays were also of daily interest to Jonathan Harris. He detested his Bronx accent, and by high school cultivated an English one in its place, watching British B-movies at the Arts Theater. He also developed interest in archaeology, Latin, romantic poetry, and Shakespeare. In 1931, at age 16, Jonathan Harris graduated from James Monroe High School, where his classmates included Estelle Reiner. He had difficulty fitting in with his peers. Oh, boy, I can relate to that. With the exception of his girlfriend and future wife, Gertrude, he legally changed his name to Harris before entering college after a year-long standoff with his father, who disagreed with the change. Jonathan Harris earned a degree in pharmacology from Fordham University, from which he graduated in 1936. For a time, Jonathan Harris worked in various drugstores before marrying in 1938. Jonathan Harris was cast over 2 other actors for the role of Dr. Zachary Smith, the evil and conniving enemy agent and saboteur on Lost in Space, which started for him in September 1965, airing on CBS. The character did not appear in the original 1965 pilot of Lost in Space for CBS, nor did the robot. The series pilot was shot in January 1965, and the series was picked up and started production in June 1965. So Irwin Allen decided to add those 2 characters of Smith and the robot, and Dr. Smith was only supposed to be around for the first 5 episodes. What they were going to do was use the unaired pilot and stretch it over the first 5 episodes using footage from the pilot and then shooting around that, adding new scenes. So since the series was already in production with Jonathan Harris joining the cast, his starring and co-starring billing had already been contractually assigned. Harris successfully negotiated to receive a special guest star billing on every episode. And the next time I saw that was way back, or flash forward from 1965 to 1968 when Lost in Space aired to 1993 on Melrose Place, an Aaron Spelling show spinoff of Beverly Hills 90210 with Heather Locklear getting the special guest star credit. Anyway, but Jonathan Harris was the first. Bill Mooney, who played Will Robinson, said about Jonathan Harris's role in his first episode, quote, "It was actually implied that his villainous character that sabotaged the mission and ended up with us was going to be killed off after a while," Mooney added. Quote, "Jonathan played him as written, which was this really dark, straight-ahead villain," unquote. Let's see. And also he played a couple dual roles on Lost in Space. Jonathan Harris did. He played an android version of himself in episode 25 of season 1 of Lost in Space, the 25th episode shot, called His Majesty Smith. He played like an android version that was good and heroic. And then also he played Zeno in a season 2 episode West of Mars in 1966, where he played a villain. And those were 2 dual roles he did on the show with split screen, kind of like the Patty Duke show on ABC. The series was successful upon its debut. Lost in Space was, and midway through the first season, Jonathan Harris began to rewrite his own dialogue and add more comedy because he felt that his strength was in portraying a comedic villain. Due to Jonathan Harris's popularity on the show, Irwin Allen approved of Jonathan's changes to the script and gave him sort of a carte blanche as a writer. Jonathan Harris stole the show, which Guy Williams and some of the actors weren't too keen on, but he did. Guy Williams, real name Armando Catalina, was the real star on paper of Lost in Space, and he was in the pilot. And he sort of fell into the background of Dr. Smith as the show went on. What happened was Batman debuted on rival network ABC, but they were both Fox shows shot on the same soundstage, same lot, 20th Century Fox back in those days. And Batman debuted in the middle of the 1965 to 1966 season, the first season of Lost in Space, and it was very campy. So that was another reason why Jonathan Harris got away with some of the outrageous comedy and silliness that he did on the show as Dr. Smith. And he wrote the insults to the robot. In fact, I should grab some of those and read them. I have a list of every insult of the robot. I'd like to read some of those. I'll play a clip of Jonathan and grab that list when we come back. I'm gonna read some of these to you. I hope you have a 12-pack of beer. This is a long Podblast. I may hit 5 hours tonight. I hope not, but maybe I'll need to stop and resume tomorrow. I don't know. But as I said, Jonathan Harris stole the show of Lost in Space, and he just kept coming up with these funny jabs against the robot, such as bubble-headed booby, clamoring Claude, and many, many, many others. According to Bill Mooney, Harris moved quickly to develop the character. Quote, "And we'd start working on a scene together, and he'd have a line. And then in the script, I'd have my reply, and he'd say, 'No, no, no, dear boy, no, no, no. Before you say that, the robot will say this, 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 and then you'll deliver your line.'" Mooney also said of Jonathan Harris's portrayal, quote, he truly single-handedly created the character of Dr. Zachary Smith that we know. This man we love to hate. The coward who would cower behind the little boy. Oh, the pain! Save me, William! That's all him. A strong bond developed between Jonathan Harris, Bill Mumy, and some of the rest of the cast during the series' 3-year tenure. However, according to one of Jonathan Harris's co-stars, Mark Goddard, who played Major Crash West, Major Don West, they called him Crash because he was always crashing the Jupiter 2. Quote, there's a lot of tension on the set for the 3 years it was filmed. There was a lot of tension all the time because the show started going more towards the robot and Smith. There were hard feelings from especially Guy and June, and also myself, but not as heavy as them because they were originally sold as being the stars of the show when it began. And it ended up that Jonathan Harris became the star of the show. I think there was a period of a couple months I was angry at Jonathan Harris for the same reasons, feeling that he was getting too many shows thrown his way by the writers. I'm paraphrasing there. But we talked today. This was before he died, of course. I see him, and there's no animosity between us. Mark Goddard said of the series' eventual shift towards Harris's character, let's see here. I guess they felt that people wanted to see more of the robot in Jonathan. Goddard believed that the series creator Irwin Allen distanced the show from its original, more science fiction-based concept. And also, Irwin Allen didn't want the parents to kiss anymore. He thought it would embarrass the children, so the parents could show no more affection, nor could Don and Judy, which they did in the pilot. All that was done away with, and it became more of a kiddie show. Quote, Irwin can really do those things so beautifully, so he really took those away from himself when he wanted to deal with the robot and Jonathan playing games, cooking souffles, or whatever else, unquote. When the series was renewed for its third and final season, it remained the focus on Harris's character, Dr. Smith. While the series was still solidly placed in the middle of the ratings pack, the writers appeared to run out of fresh ideas, and the show was unexpectedly canceled in 1968 after 83 episodes, despite protests from its fans. Harris was succeeded in the role of Dr. Zachary Smith by Gary Oldman in the 1998 film version. It was a bad movie. He played the role more genuinely, menacingly, and less likable than Jonathan Harris did on television. And for the 2018 reboot of Lost in Space, as a Netflix original series, Parker Posey was cast as Dr. Zachary Smith. And of course, she was in, we talked about it earlier, in Dazed and Confused. And she played a female Dr. Zachary Smith, a psychopath using a stolen identity to assume the role of the ship's psychologist. And season 3, the final season, is about to debut. I'll give you that information in just a little bit. In the mid-1970s, Jonathan Harris starred in live-action roles in 2 Saturday morning children's shows, Space Academy and Uncle Croc's Block, and was a well-known TV spokesman for the International House of Pancakes. He made several cameo and guest appearances during this period, including episodes of Bewitched and Sanford and Son. Got a funny Sanford and Son story real quick. When I met Jonathan in 1992, we had drinks, me and just maybe 5 or 6 people at the Century Center Marriott Hotel near North Druid Hills in the Atlanta, Georgia area. And he was talking about working on Sanford and Son with Red Fox, and he goes, he was a nasty man. He goes, he would talk to the production assistant and say, come here, honey, I got half a hard, meaning hard on. I've got half a hard, come here. And I remember I was going home, and the man was happily married. I have no problem with alternative lifestyle. I really don't. I joke, but I don't. And when we were leaving, he was going up to his room, and I was leaving to go home, and he pinched my butt, and he goes, night, Chance. Good night, Chance. And he pinched me on the butt. It's kind of weird. But anyway, that's a true story. I was back in 1992, summer of 92 when that happened. But I really liked him as an actor, and he was really funny that night telling stories of working on all these shows. And he also was in Fantasy Island and other shows of the 70s. And then he was in a 1971 episode of Night Gallery titled Since Aunt Edna Came to Stay. No, Since Aunt Ada, A-D-A, Ada Came to Stay. And Jonathan Harris played Professor Nicholas Porteous, an expert on witchcraft. His last series guest starring role was in an episode of Fantasy Island. I just said that. I need to just... He also starred as the character Fagin in the first episode of the science fiction series Arc 2, and he also was in Land of the Giants playing the Pied Piper this season after Lost in Space ended, the 1969 to 1970. No, I'm sorry, it was 2 years after Lost in Space ended. Lost in Space ended at the end of 67-68, and season 2 of Land of the Giants was 69 to 70, so it was 2 years after Lost in Space. He played the Pied Piper in Land of the Giants season 2. Anyway, Jonathan Harris taught drama and was Chuck Norris's vocal coach for many years. I did not know that. Chuck Norris credited Jonathan Harris for teaching him how to speak. Because, yeah, he would do all those martial arts movies like Octagon and the like, and he wasn't the best actor back then, long before Walker, Texas Ranger. I can't speak. I need to get some speaking lessons. Jesus. Chuck Norris credited Harris for teaching him how to speak by sticking his fingers in Norris's mouth. Yuck. Hope he washed his hand first, adding that Jonathan Harris was the only person in the world he would allow to do that. I would say so. That's pretty creepy there. So I'm going to play a little interview, and then I'm going to grab that list of all of jabs to the robot and read some of those. But Jonathan Harris was concerned about being typecast as a villain. Although he was considered something of a cult icon for the role of Dr. Smith, Jonathan Harris did become typecast as a sometimes campy villain. For example, I already talked about this. Irwin Allen cast him as the villainous Pied Piper in The Land of the Giants episode Pay the Piper, which aired in 1970. He was approached, Jonathan Harris, by Irwin Allen a second time to star in a children's series, Jumbelina and the Teeners. As in teenagers, but Teeners, Teners, which Jonathan Harris turned down. In 1970, Jonathan Harris played the role of another not-so-likable villain, an ambassador in the Get Smart episode, How Green Was My Ballet. Jonathan Harris was also a co-star along Charles Nelson Riley in the series Uncle Croc's Block, in which Harris and Riley portrayed malcontents producing a children's television show. Jonathan Harris played the director and Riley the host, Uncle Croc. In the cartoon Visionaries, Knights of the Magical Light, Jonathan Harris played lackey and assistant to the main villain. Now, I want to play a clip of Jonathan Harris talking about Lost in Space. This isn't too long, but I love his voice. And this would have been recorded in the late 1990s, I believe. This is from the archive of television. Let me find that right fast quick for you guys and gals. Here we are. What a great character actor. And if you're watching on Fistful of Radio, on the Nostalgic Podblast, if you're listening on fistfulofradio.com, I'd direct you to the Nostalgic Podblast YouTube channel. I always hold up collectibles and artifacts, and there's an autographed picture I have that Jonathan Harris signed for me. Big whoop, but it means a hell of a lot to me. Right. Here's Jonathan Harris talking about being cast in Lost in Space. This is from...
The day that I was hired.
Hang on, back it up. I'm going to give credit to this YouTube channel. This is from Foundation Interviews YouTube channel. So let's start from the top.
The day that I was hired by a very talented man named Irwin Allen. A strange, talented man who was humorless. Totally without humor. Can you fancy that? Oh, I study them all because it keeps you on an even keel. You can live through it. I study them all. All of them I study. And what comes out is fascinating. My then agent, whose name escapes me at the moment, called up one day, 1962. Two, was it? Yeah, I think.
65.
Well, that's when we opened.
Okay.
And said Irwin Allen is doing a television series at 20th Century Fox. I said, who is Irwin Allen? You don't know? I said, no, I don't. Lost in Space is the name. And he wants to see film on you. Well, you know what that means. I said, what's the part? Well, I don't know, said Mr. Templeton. I said, well, then you tell Mr. Allen that I hesitate to show film unless I know what the part is. Oh, well, he's not going to like that. And I said, bug him. That's exactly what I said. He called back in about 10 minutes. Irwin Allen wants to know who the hell you think you are, and he'll see you at 4 o'clock. Isn't that interesting? I said, okay. So I got myself gussied up and went to 20th Century Fox, which is my favorite movie studio, because that was my first series. at Fox. And they directed me to his office. And there was a secretary. Her name was Margaret. And she said, "In there." So I walked in there, and there was this strange-looking man sitting at a huge table, surrounded by about 20 yes men. I was already terrified. I hadn't opened my mouth, except I did say, "Good afternoon." And he said, the famous finger, which lived through 3.5 years of my life, and that one day I knew I was going to bite off. And I never did, thank God. "Who do you think you are? No film." I found myself doing this. "Well, Mr. Allen," I said, "why would you want to see possibly the wrong film when you can see the real thing? Me." And he turned to what turned out to be one of the head men, Frank LaTourette. And he said, "What did he say, Frank?" And Frank said, "Why do you want to see the wrong film? You can see the real thing, him." Irwin said, "Oh, you want to be in this series?" Now, this is verbatim. I said, well, I don't know. I haven't read a script." "What did he say, LaTourette?" "He hasn't read a script." "Somebody give him a script." Somebody gave me a script. I was holding a script. I don't know where it came from. And I said, "May I ask, Mr. Allen, who is in this piece?" He said, "I know where you're going. We've already done the pilot. You were not in it. Your character was not in it." I said, "Oh, may we discuss billing?" "Ah, billing. Everybody's billed. Everybody's billed. It's already contracted in the contracts. You'll have to be last." I said, "I'm afraid I would not be comfortable that way." "What did he say, LaTourette?" "He's not comfortable." "Well, somebody make him comfortable." "But I really..." He said, "You go home, and you read those scripts that you've been given, and you call me up and solve this billing problem. I'm busy. Out." I was determined not to back out or fall down, but I almost did. It was like that. A strange man. In my whole career, I never experienced anybody like that. I went home, read the scripts. 2 they had given me. And I liked them. I thought, not that I liked them, I thought, this is good, this is going to work. And it's a marvelous part, this villain, terrible villain. He told me when I first was meeting with him that the pilot had been shot without me because the character didn't exist. There was no change. The part that I was given to play was a terrible spy villain. Already we were in trouble because I hated him. I not only hated him, but I said, 5 shows and I'm out. They're going to have to kill me. Unemployed again? No, really, that is what I said. I said, this man is hideous, because it got progressively worse, you see. And I don't want to do that because they'll fire me. They have to. I called my friend Jimmy, who was head of casting at NBC. Thank God. And I said, did you ever give billing? This had come to me. Special guest star every week. Did you ever give billing like that when you cast a series? He said, what are you, crazy? Of course not. There is no such billing. Nobody gets billing like that. I said, that's all I need to know. So I called Irwin, and I said, I've solved your billing problem. Yeah, well, talk fast, busy. I'm busy all the time, you know. I said, I will accept last billing. Special guest star, Jonathan Harris, every week. Well, you should have heard him. I never heard such cursing and screaming. And you stupid bastards, none of you can act anyway. You're not a good actor. None of you are a good actor. I don't have to put up with this crap. I just sat there and on and on and on, and then, okay, and he hung up. I laughed for about a week.
I've got funny tapes of Jonathan that I recorded back in the 90s with a camcorder. I need to transfer those desperately to digital. Here's a very brief clip of Jonathan talking about Bill Mooney.
Very good kid actor. Excellent.
Only a minute long.
We got on very, very well together. And we worked very well together because he was such a good actor. He was, what was he, 12 years old? And perfect. He understood about acting. There's always a teacher on set. Francis Clamp, we had one of the great ones. And if I had a scene to play with Billy that was a little tricky, it seemed to me, I would get permission from Francis Clamp to steal Billy for 5 minutes in my dressing room. And that's all it took because he was so smart and so fast. Very fast. I said, Billy, this is what no, just listen to me. What is happening here is, get it? Yeah, I got it. That's all it took. Wonderful. I was very lucky because he was a wonderful, wonderful kid actor.
He's my favorite child actor of all time, Bill Mooney. That's from the Archive of American Television. So I'll just read a few. This is really getting long. I mean, I'm approaching 5 hours and I still have so much to cover. This is ridiculous how much time this is taking. But during Lost in Space's earliest episode, Dr. Smith began employing a verbal device which was to become one of the series' trademarks, insulting the robot. So here's alphabetical list. I'll read some of them. You addle-plated armor bearer, you addle-plated amateur, aluminum canary, animated hunk of machinery, delivered by dawn in the hungry sea. Okay. Animated weather station, arrogant automination, assassin, as protective as a leaky umbrella, automated oaf, babbling bird brain, babbling bumpkin, bellicose bumpkin, Benedict Arnold, delivered by an angry Will on the Ghost Planet. You Benedict Arnold, that's right. Big mouth. So I guess Jonathan Harris wrote that line for Bill, I assume. Blithering. I could go on and on. I'm running out of time. I'll read that list another time, like next year on his birthday or something. But, I didn't hold this up for the camera. A picture from season 1 of Dr. Smith and the Robot, and that was before they painted the robot's claws red when the show went to color. That was still when it was in black and white. And if you notice the molding, it had like more of a foam feel, not a slick, compact torso or lower section, tread section of the robot. I just love that photo because it's a color shot from the black and white first season where the robot's like all silver and gray. But Red Fox was married to his childhood sweetheart, Gertrude Bregman, from 1938 until his death in 2002. And she died of natural causes at the age of 93 on Tuesday, August 28th, 2007. They had one child together, Richard, born in 1942. Throughout his life, Jonathan Harris had a number of hobbies: gourmet cooking, watching movies, reading, traveling, painting, magic, playing piano, which he did. And he played a piano instructor in a 1968 episode of Bewitched, in season 5 of Bewitched. The protege, when he sees Tabitha after she's been zapped to play the piano by Endora brilliantly. He liked listening to opera, spending time with children. No, I'm kidding. Gardening and knitting. He also did some dancing in his spare time. 2 months before the reunion TV movie Lost in Space, The Journey Home was set to film, Jonathan Harris was taken to the hospital with what he thought was a back problem. My delicate back. On Sunday, November 3rd, 2002, he sadly died of a blood clot to the heart just 3 days before his 88th birthday. And he did do Lost in Space Forever, a DVD set. They did a reunion skit, he and Bill Mooney and the robot. And Bob May passed away too. That was a gentleman inside the robot, sadly. I'm going to move on to birthdays on November 7th of 2021. But before I do, I want to play a little bit of Jonathan Harris with Conan O'Brien in his first and last interview with Conan O'Brien. Play a bit of this. Let's see. And let me, yeah, here we go. Let me see where this is from, so give them credit. This is from My Talk Show Heroes.
Ladies and gentlemen, my next guest tonight was the original Dr. Zachary Smith on the Lost in Space TV series. Please welcome my role model in television, Jonathan Harris.
Thank you very much.
Now, my first question, of course, have you seen the new movie, which is doing quite well?
Yes, I have seen the new
It
movie.
beat Titanic at the box
I
office.
suggest you all see the new movie. I am not in it. It has the most spectacular effects I've ever seen in my whole life. It is a very different movie from the classic series, which is my great love. But it's a very, very important movie. And I must tell you that because of my contribution to the series and the contribution of my colleagues, New Line Cinema was able to do this multi-million-dollar epic. And an epic it is.
I only asked you one question.
I've only just begun. Now then.
Now, what about this? Let me... You are Dr. Smith.
Yes.
You are the classic Dr. Smith. I'm not going to say the classic Smith. You are Smith. Why not you play that part in the movie? Would you have been interested?
I would have been interested to play Smith, and only Smith in Lost in Space, because it's very close to my heart. But they hired Gary Oldman, who is a very fine actor, and a very inventive and innovative actor. And I'm told that he's a fan of mine, shows remarkable good taste, seems to me. And he's lovely in the part.
I think they blew it myself because
no, he's a wonderful actor.
Okay, I have to say that I grew up watching this series. I enjoyed the series. It was in reruns in the Boston area when I was growing up. I loved the series. I thought you were spectacular. My one problem with it was the monsters looked horrible. They were kind of fake-looking monsters. Can we show this, Ada, please, Liz? Just look at the monsters.
What's fake about that?
You could see the real. You could.
For those that know the show, he was playing a still from The Golden Man in season 2 of Mr. Kima and the Frog Alien, who actually was a good alien. That was the twist. Mr. Kima, played by Dennis Patrick, was a handsome golden man, but that wasn't his real appearance. He was really a hideous monster.
Absolutely real.
Well, I know Smith did.
They scared the hell out of me.
You could see the paint drying on them in most episodes.
Well, they had just worked on Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea, you see, and had a new paint job.
Oh, they would use the same monsters for Irwin Allen's other series.
Irwin Allen was not known for spending money. And so he used them on Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea. And in Time Tunnel.
Right.
And in Lost in Space.
So he would recycle the bad monsters.
Yes, of course. And I found them real, you see, because that's what my part was. That's what I created.
Of course, that's what you needed to do.
I was a coward.
You were a coward. You were many things.
Yes, all of which I created.
You created all this.
Very proud of that.
And you created, I'm told, the insults that you hurled at the robot.
Oh, yes.
Which was my favorite part, is when you would get angry at the robot, you wouldn't just say, "You stupid robot."
Good heavens, no. You.
Claude.
You bubble-headed booby. You Neanderthal ninny. You cackling cacophony. That was a good one. Oh. Oh, yes. I used to sit up all night dreaming them up, and I had a pad by the bed, you see. And I would think of one and quickly write it down so I wouldn't forget it.
Wait a minute.
And use it the next morning.
Wait a minute. So you'd wake up in the middle of the night and go, "Bubble-headed booby!" And you'd write it down?
That's exactly what I did. I have thousands of them. And I have the list.
You were terrific also.
I've been offered money for that list, but I won't sell it.
Colonel's secret recipe you have.
Yeah.
All the classics.
Oh, the classics.
Oh my God. I thought you deserved an Emmy. The show never, did you never got an Emmy? Were you ever nominated for an Emmy for that role?
No, and I took it in view of that. I think, at the risk of seeming immodest, is one of my problems, modesty.
You are Dr. Smith.
I was very, very proud of my creation there.
Yes.
I created that from the ground up.
Yes.
And I gave him 1,000 facets. And I looked at the screen every week and I watched him being Smith. And I said, he's bloody good, he is. Yeah. And I said, he ought to get a prize. And nobody gave me a prize.
Oh.
But instead, I managed to get Irwin Allen to give me a great deal of money instead.
Oh, that's better than a prize. Well, we have a prize of sorts for you, I believe. It's a high honor.
Oh.
Jonathan, we've got a robot on our show.
Oh.
And I thought that you might be interested in meeting. Please welcome our old friend, Pimpbot 5000.
Yo, my good Dr. Smith, when you gonna introduce me to that fine beehive Billy Jew Lockhart? I'm sure she's seen enough kinky things in space to help make her a fine addition to my stable of hoes. I will definitely turn that bitch out.
Would you repeat that, please, for the radio audience?
That's not necessary.
Turn that bitch out.
Yeah.
Good heavens, sir.
Do you like our robot?
Oh, I think he's fabulous, really.
You enjoy him?
What's his name? Pimpbot?
Pimpbot 5000.
Pimpbot 5000.
He's half 1950s robot, half 1970s street pimp. And we're gonna...
Well, then, be gone, you bumbling bucket of bolts.
Thank you. That'll be enough, Pimpbot. That's all I wanted. I wanted to hear you call the Pimpbot a bumbling bucket of bolts.
That's lovely.
Thank you. And praise for our robot. That's high praise from you.
Well, yes.
Jonathan Harris, the reissued classic Lost in Space, the toys are at stores now.
Ah, yes. I was at QVC last night, and we sold out everything, all the wonderful memorabilia and the collectibles, which New Line Cinema has done, the robots and a T-shirt autographed by me, $22 a bargain.
You know what I love? I don't know if you can tell this at home, but Pimpbot's had to stand here now doing nothing. Well, we're
But
chatting.
it's making a lot of motions,
Don't you
actually.
feel stupid? And we got to look for the movie A Bug's Life this November.
Oh, yes, I'm doing the Disney animated feature film called A Bug's Life. We're all circus bugs, and I am the praying mantis.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, dreams do come true. Jonathan Harris, give him a hand, everybody. He deserves it. Mr. Harris, thank you so much. That was great. We'll be right back. Stick around.
Yeah, Jonathan Harris. Rest in peace. One of a kind. One of a kind actor. So now moving on to November 7th, we have another heavenly birthday, Dana Plato. Happy heavenly birthday to Dana Plato, born Saturday, November 7th, 1964 in Maywood, California. Did you know her first acting job and very first appearance was in The $6 Million Man? In the first scene with Lindsay Wagner as the Bionic Woman, I might add. And she played, with lines, Girl on the Tennis Court. And I have a quick clip, literally this is a very fast clip, of that appearance. Let's listen.
Service.
She's terrific, huh?
Yes, she sure is.
Did you know she used to go to a high school?
Love 30. Yeah, I know.
Boy, I just know she's gonna be Billie Jean King at Forest Hills next time. All she has to do is tighten down her backhand a little. Boy, Jamie's the most important person that ever came out of our town. Except for that astronaut guy. Boy, she's terrific. Well, bye. See you later.
Goodbye.
So that was from an episode titled The Bionic Woman Part 1. It was a two-parter that introduced Lindsay Wagner as the Bionic Woman, and that aired way back on March 16th, 1975 on ABC TV. And of course, she's best known as Kimberly Drummond a few years after that on Different Strokes, which lasted 8 seasons from Friday, November 3rd, 1978 until Saturday, August 30th, 1986. Seasons 1 through 7 aired on NBC, and then the ABC television network aired the final season only of Different Strokes. Dana Plato died at the age of 34 on Saturday, May 8th, 1999, from a drug overdose of prescription drugs. Dana was born on a Saturday, and sadly she died on a Saturday. May Dana Plato rest in eternal peace. Also on November 7th, Christopher Knight was born. He turned 64. Will you still need me? Will you still feed me when I'm 64? He's aged really well, I think. He's done reality shows since then, and he was born back on Thursday, November 7th, 1957 in Manhattan, New York. Do it and die. That was his line in the Brady Bunch movie by Paramount, released in 1995. He played one of the school teachers in a scene where the new Peter Brady was being harassed by bullies, and he stepped in and defended him. So let's see. I do want to play a quick clip of Christopher Knight. We're getting really long here. Thanks for bearing with me. Take a break and pause this if you must. I mean, this is really, really long, but this is from Studio 10. I want to play a little bit of Christopher Knight. And I saw him on Mannix in a rerun.
The Brady Bunch creator interviewed 464 actors for the roles of 6 kids, and for the part of the little boy Peter Brady, Sherwood Schwartz chose 10-year-old Christopher Knight. Chris stole fans' hearts, and he recently reunited with his TV family for a very special Brady renovation. Check it out.
The rest of the world thinks this is the house, which it wasn't. We know what the inside of the house is supposed to look like, but it doesn't.
Hi, honey, I'm home.
Okay.
Whoa! We never lived here.
In the kitchen. This is going to be a huge
major overhaul. Everything is completely different. There's nothing the same. I'm having a hard time seeing it.
Oh, please give it up for the one, the only Christopher Knight.
Hi, how are you?
Welcome. How are you?
I'm wonderful. Thrilled to be here.
You know, this is home for you because the Brady Bunch was on every afternoon after school right here on Channel 10. And that is why everybody knows who you are.
Is that why everybody in Australia is very Brady?
Yeah.
There's a
Why we're so
goodness
happy
that's
and
sort
wholesome.
of the same, you know?
Yeah.
It works well together.
Yeah.
Do you look back at that was 50 years ago.
Really?
Yeah.
No,
Time flies.
It's just yesterday and a million years ago at the same time, so yeah.
How old were you at the time? 11, 12?
Well, we did the pilot when I was 10.
Right.
And that was in 68. But in 69, when we did the first season, I was 11 years old.
Wow.
And I'm like, 28
I know you.
now.
Yeah. The Brady house, I never knew this, is the second most photographed house in the United States
That's what
behind
they
the
say.
White House.
I'm not sure who keeps that score, but
not
let's
sure
just say
either.
he's right. Okay.
But you've never been there, had you? Because no filming was done there?
Well, let's just say I didn't know where the house was until about 98 when I realized other people are asking me where it is, and it's like for all these years I said, I don't know. And I could just ask Lloyd or Sherwood and did and found out where it was. And I, at one time, for about 5 years, lived only a quarter of a mile away from it.
Oh, really?
What was interesting in doing the show, though, is that there's all these people driving by this house over the last 40 years. I mean, that it's the second most photographed house in America. And that none of us 6 individuals from the show, had any curiosity as to where it was until 30 years after the fact.
Yeah,
because it just showed up. I'm watching the first episode. Here's a picture of a house. Wasn't anything we had an affinity with. We didn't touch it, we didn't work there, and didn't know where it was.
Even when you were living within a quarter of a mile of it, you never drove past it, went, hang on a minute, that place looks familiar.
I could have, but I might have not,
Now, HGTV bought the house, and this was the beginning of this sort of crazy Inception-style reality, but quasi-reality, but not quite reality TV shows where they said, right, we're going to get the Brady house that no one in the Brady Bunch has ever actually seen or really lived in, and then get them to come in and renovate it to make the inside of the house like the outside of the house was in the TV show.
Right. So we were taking fantasy and making it reality.
Yeah, that's it.
In an inside-out kind of way.
Yeah, it's crazy.
So it's weird for us even watching us in it, because the house now is brand new, right?
Yeah.
Hasn't aged a day. though the people in the house have aged 50 years. And we got a little larger.
The house has gone back in time. What was it like? What was your job? What did you have to do?
Well, we all got split up and had different assignments. I call it ambassador.
Yeah.
So I was the ambassador with Eve, with the kitchen and the family room.
Eve
Maureen
and Jan.
did this, the stairway. Barry did his attic room.
Who had the den?
The den was, I believe, Michael?
Bobby.
And
Yep.
Barry, I believe, worked on the den. I worked on the outside of the house.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, when you open, we knew when opening that door, it wasn't going to be the set we worked in. But in opening that door, clearly now this is what we have to work with. I had no idea how we were going to pull it off, or how they were going to pull it off. Right at that point, I'm saying, I don't know how you're going to do this. I'm the skeptic.
Seeing that kind of brought back to life. Did it bring back good memories for you?
Oh,
Did you
yeah.
have happy memories on that set?
You know, we had an exceptionally tight set, and in fact, I mean, it was so wholesome because there were 6 of us. I mean, I think growing up in show business, being a child actor is probably not the greatest way of living.
Yeah.
But in our case, they built an environment for us to exist in healthily, and as a result, it was a really supportive environment for children.
But I am going to say, I first met you in 1994. Let's go a little way back.
In high school.
In high school. You came to
Both
Sydney, and I tracked you down. You were at a computer software conference.
It was my first trip down under, yeah.
That was your job at the time.
Right.
And I had to really twist your arm to come on 10 News and talk about being in the Brady Bunch because you wanted nothing to do with it.
I didn't. And in fact, that trip, I was already in high tech. I had left the entertainment industry and was looking forward to coming to Australia thinking that I wasn't going to get recognized and I wasn't going to have to always sidestep the Brady thing and just could live my high tech existence. I didn't get through customs with somebody recognizing me and asking me if I was there for the premiere, and I'm saying the premiere of what? And it was the Real Life Brady Bunch.
Yeah, your timing was really bad.
That was custom. I said no. And then I'm at a private residence.
Yes.
I'm literally doing a 4-day stint at the convention hall. It was a high-tech conference.
How did that whole computer era of business go for you?
You know, if I'd never found acting as a child, I would have been a scientist. That's sort of where my head's at, or an engineer. And all my friends were physicists and in the aerospace industry. And a number of very close friends left that industry and went into the computer industry back in the mid-'80s, which was the beginning of the PC industry. And I followed them in.
But what made you change your mind and embrace your Bradiness, that trip?
So that trip, I am halfway around the world. And the first time one does that, you know, there's this feeling that you're going to a faraway land. I wasn't aware at that time, before getting here, how familiar it would feel, right? So there's
Australia had
sort
television.
of this kindred spirit between, I don't know, America and Australia. Nonetheless, it's intimidating your first time. You're that far away from home. And I'm amongst family and friends, you know, that treat me like family. There was something very powerful and supportive about that. And that I tried to avoid seeing a Real Life Brady Bunch in the States, and avoided it. And that it was playing here. News was calling me at a private residence.
Yeah,
you know, the whole thing was chasing me down. And I'm thinking, there's a sign here somewhere that I need to submit. And in so doing, the love I felt made it impossible for me to want to continue to try to discount it or run from it.
Not many people can say no to Angela Bishop, but call this blonde with great legs.
So we've got to move along, but that's a really good interview by Studio 10 of Christopher Knight. And he went on after Brady Bunch, the Brady Bunch Variety Hour, which lasted 6 weeks. There were 6 episodes, and that was by the same production team that brought you Donnie Marie in the 70s and other variety shows. And he was in The Bionic Woman and a bunch of other stuff. But he's, of course, if you heard, made a nice life for himself long after the Brady Bunch ended. So November 8th birthdays. This is more recent. You got this guy who hit double nickels back on November 8th, 2021. Let's listen.
Do you ever see 3 CEOs, 3 general managers, 3 executive chefs? Huh? It's like Dumber and Dumber.
Gordon
After
Ramsay.
angering Chef Ramsay by delivering a pile of raw scallops, Hell's Kitchen Season 16 contestant Matt Heem told the chef to check the cameras in a desperate attempt to prove what he was saying was true. Chef Ramsay obviously wasn't having any of it and proceeded to rip Matt apart in front of the other contestants.
The camera. Unfold your arms now, and don't give me a scallop unless it's cooked perfectly. Do you get it?
Yeah, I understand.
Look at me. And the attitude. Cook it or off.
Before threatening all contestants to...
Chef Ramsay is 55, Chef Gordon Ramsay. And you're only double digits 9 times in your life if you live to be 99. At 11, 22, 33, 44, 55, 66, 77, 88, and 99. Then you can go for 111 when you hit 111 if you're that lucky. But he was born, Chef Ramsay, on Tuesday, November 8th, 1966 in Johnstone, Scotland. And it figures he's a Scorpio. Courtney Thorne Smith is 54 years old. She was born on Wednesday, November 8th, 1967 in San Francisco, the San Francisco Treat, California. The woman never ages. I first saw her in Aaron Spelling's 90210 spinoff Melrose Place we talked about earlier with the special guest star role and credit for Heather Locklear. But Courtney Thorne Smith played Allison Parker on Melrose Place. And she played Georgia Thomas on Ally McBeal, Cheryl in According to Jim. And she had a recurring role in 2.5 Men as Lindsay. And I liked her when I first saw her also before. Actually, check that. I saw her first in the 1987 movie Summer School starring Mark Harmon. And we'll talk about his sister in a little bit. But let me just play a couple clips from Summer School from 1987. I haven't seen it in years. I bet I wouldn't like it as much, you know, being older and not so wiser. But let's just listen to a few scenes from Summer School starring Mark Harmon and Courtney Thorne Smith.
You know what we need? I mean, besides bread.
He's with his dog, as you can hear the panting.
A woman who appreciate what we have to offer.
Freddie Shute loves to cut class, hates to do homework, lives for summer vacation.
Look, Freddie, you're a semi-charming guy and a real snappy dresser. You're just not the kind of guy I date anymore.
Yeah? What kind of guy you dating now?
Oh, the kind who wears socks.
And the only reason he hasn't been expelled yet is because he's the gym teacher.
Oh, Mr. Shoup.
At Oceanfront High.
Congratulations. You've been chosen to teach summer school. No, I'm not a real teacher. That's all right. These aren't real students. They're unmotivated, irresponsible, not too bright. They'll relate to you.
You in this class too?
I'm teaching them.
No way!
Right off the bat, you show them who's in charge. Please take your seats.
Where should we take him?
Who is in charge?
I recommend this time I pass. You're gonna do well, Jerome. I can feel it.
I've seen some of your students.
Kirstie
Very
Alley.
Scary.
There's a very valid reason for summer vacation. The human brain needs rest.
I know you guys aren't exactly fired up about English, but we're stuck here. We're trapped like rats.
All right, that's enough of that. We got to move along. But I do have a quick clip with Norm Macdonald and Courtney Thorne Smith on Late Night with Conan O'Brien that I want to play. I think this is from Team Coco, yes.
Everybody, we're back, ladies and gentlemen, for the last 5 seasons. My next guest has played Allison Parker, one of the many dysfunctional but gorgeous residents of Melrose Place. Please welcome Courtney Thorne Smith.
Norm Macdonald hijacks the interview. The great and dearly missed Norm Macdonald. This is from the Team Coco YouTube channel with courtesy and thanks.
Norm, you're sick and you're all over her like a bear rug. Just leave her alone.
No, you know, because before, during the commercial, I was saying I had a huge crush on her.
Yeah.
And then you said you did too.
I said I did. When you were on Day by Day, I developed this big crush on you, and this whole talk show is a scheme to get you here.
I liked her when she was on the Tomorrow Show with Tom Snyder. Not the Tomorrow Show, but the Later Show.
He says to me in the break.
You have no
idea who I am.
Yeah, no, I know from that show. That's all.
He says to me, "Oh, I really like her. I saw her. I really think she's great. I really have a crush on her." And I said, "Where? You saw her at Melrose Place?" He said, "No, I was watching Tom Snyder, and she was on, and she was a great guest." And I said, "Wait a minute, that's the show that's opposite our show." Why weren't you watching our show, pal?
Because I wasn't on it that night.
All right, no, stay. We have exciting stuff to talk about. You've been on this show, Melrose Place, for 5 years.
For 5 years.
And now you're leaving. Why are you leaving?
It's just, it's time.
So this would have been
You know?
1997.
I mean, how many times
I
do
feel
you
like
be
Oprah.
fired, rehired, drunk, sober?
I understand.
know.
I
Thank
understand.
you.
Yes, I see. You mean you got tired of like because they had your character pretty much go insane, you know, go through all these really weird.
Allison has been through so much. I was sexually harassed, carjacked, had an affair with a married man who then tried to rape me and then shot himself while on the phone with me. I was drunk, sober. While getting sober, though, I got to have an affair.
Did he do all that
with
stuff
David
while on the
Elliott.
phone with you,
Jag,
or just
who's
shot
a sex
himself?
addict.
Wait, I'm curious.
No, I was on the phone in the office, which makes it really awkward.
All right, okay.
And he was in Seattle, and he shot himself.
Oh my God.
While he was on the phone. I know.
Yeah, and so you finally said there's no more that this character can do, right?
I can't do any more. I've been married and divorced and widowed, and it's too much.
What's going to happen in the season finale? Can you give us a tip for all those fans out there? What's going to happen?
I can't tell you.
Okay.
You'd be mad at
Good
me
night,
if I
everybody.
did.
We had a good time. No, I mean, but give us some
5 hour
sense
mark.
of like, is it one of those? Because every year they try and have a season finale where everybody gets into a Zeppelin and blows up. You know, something.
Well, now you've given it away.
It's a Zeppelin. It's a Zeppelin. All right.
Are you talking about Melrose Place? No, because
You're the biggest ass I ever met. That's what you for it.
All right. The rest is on Team Coco's YouTube channel. Wow, we just crossed over into the 5 hour mark. This is the longest I've ever gone. I want to make sure it wouldn't cut off. So we're nearing the end of the Podblast anyway in the material I prepared. So continuing on with our birthdays, this has become a big biography show, hasn't it? Jeez, I got to self-edit when I write my Podblasts. Born Saturday, November 8th, 1975, in Wyckoff, New Jersey, is hot mess Tara Reid. She's 46 years old. Tara Reid was Bunny Lebowski in The Big Lebowski in 1998. And in 2013, she starred as April Wexler in the television film Sharknado and went on to reprise the role in 5 sequels between 2013 and 2018. But of course, we met her in the American Pie movies. Tara Reid made her film debut in A Return to Salem's Lot back in 1987. Parker Posey had a birthday back on November 8th. She's the current Dr. Smith since 2018. She is 53 years old. She was born Friday, November 8th, 1968 in Baltimore, Maryland. And, of course, saw her in Dazed and Confused and Superman Returns in 2006. It's kind of like the new Miss Tessmacher to Lex Luthor in that film. And the new and final season of Lost in Space drops on Netflix on December 1st, 2021. Let me just quickly read. I might need to edit this in the interest of time, but I had an article. Let's see. Lost in Space Season 3 Netflix reveals premiere date. Yeah, so that's all you need to know. I'm gonna not read that because we're running so late, over 5 hours. Good Lord. I had a trailer too for the new Netflix. I'm gonna skip that. Now here's a big one. Leif Garrett is 60 years old. 60. He was a teen heartthrob. His music wasn't for everyone, of course. It was pop, disco pop. Holding up a cover of him with Christy McNichol of Dynamite magazine, which was a staple of the book fair growing up, if you're a Generation Xer. But I can't believe he's 60 years old. Leif Garrett was born Leif Per Nervik on Wednesday, November 8th, 1961 in Hollyweird, California. Now, did you know that it's Leif Garrett, not Leif Garrett, Leif Garrett. He is the real-life little brother of Don Lynn, who played Little Dodie in My Three Sons. Remember when Steve Douglas got married? The woman he married had a little child, Dodie, and that is Leif Garrett's older sister, and they acted together in a few projects. But Garrett and his sister Don Lynn worked a variety of acting jobs. They co-starred in the horror movie Devil Times 5 as juvenile mental patients who almost innocently go on a murder spree at an isolated ski resort. And that Don and Leif also guest starred in an episode of Gunsmoke, as well as Wonder Woman in a very weird episode, the season 3 premiere of Wonder Woman on CBS. I'm going to hold it for the camera. I have it on 16 millimeter film, uncut, and it's also out on Blu-ray and DVD for the masses by Warner Brothers Entertainment. And he plays a dual role, Leif Garrett. He plays two identical twin brothers. And Don Lynn plays his fan. He plays like he isn't or was in real life a pop icon, a musician. Anyway, look it up. It's a pretty good episode of Wonder Woman. Let me see what my film can says. I labeled it. It's titled My Teen Idol is Missing. And it debuted in September 1978 as the season 3 premiere of Wonder Woman. Anyway, let me move along here. Leif Garrett's more notable performances, aside from the season 3 premiere of Chips, a 90-minute special episode titled Roller Disco, in which he played a pop teen idol. Big surprise. But his more notable performances include the breakthrough role of Jimi Henderson in Bob and Carol and Ted and Alice in 1969, the protagonist's son, Mike, in the Walking Tall movies in 1973, 1975, and 1977, and the reoccurring role of Jack Russell on the ABC TV series Family, hence that picture on the cover of Dynamite magazine that's on the camera on the Nostalgic Podblast YouTube channel and Facebook group video. He also played the role of Leonard Unger, the son of Felix Unger, Tony Randall, on the ABC series The Odd Couple, based on the play and the movie, a part that had been previously played by Willie Ames, who went on to be in 8 is Enough and the movie Zapped with Heather Thomas from The Fall Guy and Scott Baio, among other things. And Willie Ames also acted in a guest shot in Little House on the Prairie around those days. Anyway, in late 1975, Leif appeared in the role of Andy Karas in the 12-week CBS drama 3 for the Road, with Alex Rocco as his father, Peter Karas, and Vincent Van Patten as his older brother, John Karas. Leif Garrett's appearance in the program triggered a response from teenage girls and led to his first appearances in teenage magazines such as Tiger Beat. Leif Garrett also played alongside Lee Van Cleef in 2 spaghetti westerns shot mainly in Israel, Kid Vengeance and God's Gun. Leif Garrett played the title role in the television film Peter Lundy and the Medicine Hat Stallion. He starred in the film Skateboard and in an episode of Wonder Woman I mentioned, and in Family. In the early 1980s, Leif Garrett returned to acting, appearing in a small role as Bob Sheldon in the 1983 Francis Ford Coppola-directed film The Outsider, as we mentioned tonight in the Nostalgic Podblast. Groundbreaking film. That was a comeback role for him. In 1985, he starred in Thunder Alley as the lead singer of a pop band that is torn apart by drugs. And he was in Shaker Run as a mechanic. Other notable Leif Garrett movies from the decade include Delta Fever and the horror film Cheerleader Camp. He played a deranged murderer who was in love with his sister in a movie called Party Line. He has no wife or kids. Cool. I'm going to play a clip of one of his most popular songs right now, and then a quick commercial that he did. Oh, thank you, Hat. Just hit my mic there. Okay, I'm going to play just a little bit of this song because this over 5 hours is ridiculous. I really prepared too much here. Here it is. Bear with me, folks. Audience. This is not the best music. I Was Made for Dancing by Leif Garrett. Yeah. Take anymore, but there's that, and it'll probably get muted anyway. It probably was muted, but one more thing about Leif Garrett, he did his commercial. Here's one from 1979 for this product. Let me see. I posted it on the YouTube group. The Facebook.
I love
group.
potato stick. dance with you and this. アイダホポテトがスリムになった。新発売アイダホポテトスティック。
Potato sticks, that snack, but that was Leif Garrett pitching potato sticks in a 1979 foreign commercial. One other thing about Leif Garrett, I want to play a little bit of The Outsiders. This is a fan-made trailer. Let's see here. We hear a couple scenes. I think this is fan-made. Yeah, hang on a sec, guys and gals. Come on, where is it? Maybe I wasn't meant to play this. Here it is. 1983, The Outsiders. Big movie at the time. C. Thomas Howell. God.
Hey, who's looking for police trouble, man? I just want to go see a movie like the good old days, right, Johnny?
Worn out places, worn out faces, bright and early for their daily races, going nowhere, going.
I came here to see a movie, and I'm gonna see a movie. What's your name?
Pony Boy Curtis.
What are you doing?
There's Leif Garrett. What are you doing?
Yeah, look, you've been. Do you know what time it is?
What a cast, though. Matt Dillon, Ralph Macchio, Leif Garrett,
What do you guys know?
C. Thomas Howell, Patrick Swayze. Anyway, I gotta cut it in the interest of time, but that was just a big movie. Now, really quickly, here's Leif Garrett talking about the secrets of being a teen idol in more recent years. I think this was CNN headline news, maybe from 12 years ago, maybe.
The privacy thing, and everyone wanting just a piece of you, you know, and literally grabbing at you, pulling, and you know, just wanting a piece of you.
And you really sort of start to lose yourself in all of that, I imagine, over the years.
Yeah, it's a weird thing because you know, you hate it when it's going on, but you like it. It's a double-edged sword. You know what I mean?
Yeah, kind of another addiction in a lot of ways. We hear about a lot of people being addicted to fame in that way.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Well, you were certainly one of the biggest teen idols on the planet and making a whole lot of money at a very young age. And people always wonder about the reality of that, Leif. So our next question, how much money would you guess you made back then?
You know, it's ridiculous amounts. And I was also, unfortunately, taken for quite a lot as well. But, you know, I used to spend money like crazy, too. I mean, you know, the Concorde and the terrace suite at the Dorchester, stuff like that, you know.
You know.
Didn't have anybody keeping you in line and watching your back as far as the money was concerned?
Unfortunately, no. The person that I thought was my business manager was actually somewhat in cahoots, if you will, with my management.
Such a sad story that we hear, unfortunately, all too often, and particularly with young stars. So you've made a fortune, you lost a fortune, you've been on the top, you've been on the bottom, but always wondered, would you do it all over again if you had the chance?
Yes, because this is something that very few people ever get to go through. I feel, you know, lucky and fortunate. And at this, I would hopefully make some better decisions, but, you know, I would definitely do it all again.
If only you knew then what you know now. All right, so I want you to think very carefully about what I'm about to ask you, because you are definitely somebody who knows more about being a teen idol than, I figure, Justin Bieber and all the boys in One Direction combined. What is the one burning, true teen idol confession that you have been dying to make all these years? Now's your opportunity.
Oh, man. You know, be artful in the art of business. You know, it's just as important. You got to really be aware of you're not being taken advantage of, as well as don't believe your own publicity.
Leif Garrett. He was one of the victims of being a child star. One of the sad stories, but he sure was big for a while there. Leif Garrett. Moving on. Esther Roll was born Monday, November 8th, 1920, in Pompano Beach, Florida. Like her character name on Maude in Good Times, Florida. That was her character's first name. Esther Roll, like I said, is best known for a television role as Florida Evans, the character she played on 2 1970 sitcoms. The character was introduced as Maude Finley's housekeeper on Maude, and it was spun off in the show's second season into Good Times, a show about Florida's family. Esther Roll was nominated in 1975 for a Best Actress in a Musical/Comedy Golden Globe Award for her role in Good Times. Esther Roll was 19 years older than the actor John Amos, who played her husband, James Evans, on Good Times. The James Evans character was only added after Esther Roll fought hard for a father figure and husband to be added to the show. Evans, I'm sorry, hang on a second, added to the show. Roll had fought for the father character on the show and more relevant themes and scripts. She was unhappy with the success of Jimmy Walker's Dynamite character, JJ, which she felt took the show into a frivolous direction. John Amos agreed with Roll about Walker's character, and he was fired from the show after the third season ended. Damn. Remember when he died? Her reaction was really powerful scene. Later on, in a standoff with Good Times producer Norman Lear, Esther Roll quit when her contract ended. Although the show continued without her for the 5th season, she returned for the show's final season. In 1979, she won an Emmy for a role in Summer of My German Soldier, a made-for-television movie. Among her guest-starring roles was one on The Incredible Hulk in an episode entitled Behind the Wheel, where David Banner was working at a cab company, in which she played a taxi cab business owner. In the 1990s, Esther Roll was a surprise guest on RuPaul's VH1 talk show. Her Maude co-star B. Arthur was the guest, and Esther Roll was brought out to surprise B. Arthur. The two had not seen each other in years. B. Arthur said and embraced warmly Esther Roll, and Roll appeared in a series of psychic hotline TV commercials in the 1990s. "Tell a mister sent you" was her trademark line. Esther Roll passed away on Tuesday, November 17th, 1998, from diabetes at the age of 78. She was great. And I got to do it. I got to play a clip of the theme songs of her 2 shows before we run out of time. I can't believe I've gone over 5 hours. Also, getting back to the Braves, I should have mentioned when I was talking about the ensemble heroes of the World Series victory of 2021, Max Fried, he had lost Game 2 and he redeemed himself brilliantly in Game 6 after being stomped on. And then also, really quickly, as I pull this clip, the pitcher in the bullpen had a lot of stars, including from Noonan, Georgia, Will Smith from Noonan, Georgia. All right, so here's a clip of Maude, just some of the opening theme. It'll probably get muted on Facebook, but what the F. Let's see if I can get it to go here. It's been a long night. I prepared too much material here. Well, hell, if I can't play Maude, then I'll play Good Times. Here it is.
Lady Godiva was a freedom rider. She didn't care if the whole world looked. Joan of Arc with the Lord to guide her. She was a sister who really cooked. Isadora was the first bra burner. Angel Black, she showed up. Oh, yeah. And when the country was falling apart, Betsy Ross got it all sewed up. And then there's Maude. 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 That uncompromising, enterprising, anything but tranquilizing.
Right on, Maude. Bam. That was a great theme. And now I got to play Good Times. Sounds like it was the same band doing that, doesn't it? Probably was. I should know. I should have researched that for you guys. I need to learn that. Who did that song? Here we go. Let me see. Where is it? Where are you? Anytime you make a payment. Hang on a second.
Good time. Anytime you need a payment. Good time. Anytime you need a free. Good time. Anytime you're out from under. Not getting hassled. Not getting hustled. Keeping your head above water. Making a way when you can. Temporary layoffs. Good times. Easy credit rip-offs. Good times. Scratching and surviving. Good times. Hanging in a job. Good times.
Mickey, we got him. Bum, 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 bum. Esther Roll, rest in peace. She was awesome. Let's see here. Oh, I do want to play. This is very interesting, I think. Match Game. You know Johnny Olson. He he was the announcer and he introduced most of the stars on Match Game. Well, he was out one week and this guy substituted. This announcer's name is Bern Bennett, and he sounds so white. When he introduces Esther Roll, hang on. He goes, I don't know if it's this one. I have one like Match Game PM, and he goes, Esther Roll. He just sounds like such a white, square dude. Let me just play Esther Roll being introduced on Match Game 1975. Match Game 75.
Get ready to match the star. Joe Silver, Brett Summers, Charles Nelson Riley, Esther Roll, Richard Dawson, Penny Flag, as we play the star-studded big money Match Game 75. And now, here's the star, Match Game 75, King Raiders.
Thank you, one and all. Listen, just for those of you who are curious to know about it, Johnny Olson is away for a few days, and we're delighted to have with us, while he's gone, Bern Bennett. And we thank Bern for coming in here. Yesterday, I forgot one thing. Yesterday, you know, when we did the little traditional thing and applauded politely the two newcomers on the block, I forgot one part of the traditional thing here that we do for the...
He's going to kiss her.
For the new kids on the block. Kiss me, you fool. You are now officially welcome. Let's say hello to Charles.
He would always kiss the new kid on the block, celebrity panelist, the female, when it was their first time on the show. So he just kissed Esther Roll. All right, so moving on. Boy, this is a big one. If you're in the Atlanta area, as I am, author and journalist Margaret Mitchell's birthday was on Thursday, November 8th. She was born in 1900 in Atlanta, Georgia. Margaret Mitchell only wrote that one novel published during her lifetime, the American Civil War era novel Gone with the Wind, for which she won the National Book Award for Most Distinguished Novel of 1936, as well as the Pulitzer Prize for Fiction in 1937. In recent years, long after her death, a collection of Margaret Mitchell's girlhood writings and a novella she wrote as a teenager titled Lost Layson have been published. A collection of newspaper articles written by Margaret Mitchell for the Atlanta Journal was republished in book form. Margaret Mitchell was struck by a speeding automobile as she crossed Peachtree Street at 13th Street in Atlanta with her husband, John Marsh, while on her way to see the movie A Canterbury Tale on the evening of Tuesday, August 11th, 1949. She died at age 48 at Grady Hospital 5 days later on August 16th without fully regaining consciousness. The driver, Hugh Gravett, was an off-duty taxi driver who was driving his personal vehicle when he struck Margaret Mitchell. After the collision, Gravett was arrested for drunken driving and released on a $5,450 bond until Margaret Mitchell's death. Gravett was originally charged with drunken driving, speeding, and driving on the wrong side of the road. He was convicted of he was convicted. This is important. He was convicted. Gravett was convicted of involuntary manslaughter in November 1949. He was sentenced to 18 months in jail. He served almost 11 months. Gravett died in 1994 at the age of 73. Margaret Mitchell was buried at Oakland Cemetery, Georgia. When her husband John died in 1952, he was buried next to his wife. In 1978, Margaret Mitchell was inducted into the Georgia Newspaper Hall of Fame, followed by the Georgia Women of Achievement in 1994 and the Georgia Writers Hall of Fame in 2000. In 1994, actress Shannon Doherty, best known for acting on Beverly Hills 90210 and Our House, before that, starred in the television film A Burning Passion, the Margaret Mitchell story, a fictionalized account of Margaret Mitchell's life. And I would recommend the Margaret Mitchell House if you're visiting the Atlanta, Georgia area. Tour that place. It's great. Now, moving on to November 9th birthdays. I can't do it. God, I've been talking so much over 5 hours. I can't do it. I wanted to do a Hulk impression. Lou Ferrigno turned 70 on November 9th, 2021. It was Ted Cassidy that did the voice. I can't do it. Oh, God, my voice is shot. Ted Cassidy, who played Lurch in the original Addams Family show, voiced the Hulk until he died in 1979 of a heart ailment, and he was a narrator. Dr. David Banner, physician, scientist, searching for a way to tap into the hidden strengths that all humans have. I'll play it in a second. Anyway, Lou Ferrigno is a actor, fitness trainer, fitness consultant, and retired professional bodybuilder. As a bodybuilder, Lou Ferrigno won an IFBB Mr. America title and 2 consecutive IFBB Mr. Universe titles, and appeared in the bodybuilding documentary Pumping Iron. As an actor, Lou Ferrigno is best known for his title role in The Incredible Hulk TV series on CBS Friday nights, and vocally reprising the role in subsequent animated and computer-generated incarnations. He has also appeared in the European-produced fantasy adventures such as Sinbad of the Seven Seas and Hercules. And he was also in Trauma Center, which was a show that was a backdoor pilot from The Fall Guy. It didn't last very long, but it was a medical drama with Wendy Malick. She was in that cast as well as some other performers that you know, like Eileen Heckart. Anyway, Lou Ferrigno played himself in the sitcom King of Queens and in the 2009 comedy I Love You, Man. Lou Ferrigno says he believes he suffered a series of ear infections and lost 75 to 80% of his hearing when he was a young child, though his condition was not diagnosed until he was 3 years old. Hearing loss and his speech impediment caused Lou Ferrigno to be bullied by peers during his childhood who called him deaf and mute. He began reading comic books such as the Hulk and Spider-Man at this time, later saying, "I was obsessed with power," and, quote, "I wanted to be strong enough so that I could be able to defend myself." After graduating from high school in 1969, Lou Ferrigno won his first major title, Mr. America. 4 years later, he won the Mr. Universe title. Early in his career, he lived in Columbus, Ohio, and trained with Arnold Schwarzenegger. In 1974, he came in second on his first attempt at the Mr. Olympia competition. He came in third the following year, and his attempt to beat Arnold Schwarzenegger was the subject of the 1977 documentary titled Pumping Iron. The documentary made Lou Ferrigno famous, replacing Richard Kiel, who played Jaws in the 007 movies The Spy Who Loved Me and Moonraker. Richard Kiel, right around that time in between those two Bond films, was cast in the pilot of The Incredible Hulk, directed by Kenneth Johnson, written and directed by Kenneth Johnson. And there's one shot that remains of Richard Kiel, who was thin and not muscular, where he's trying to save a girl from drowning in a takeoff with the classic Frankenstein scene, but in reverse. Anyway, he replaced Richard Kiel and landed the role of his life so far in The Incredible Hulk. And here's how that show, we all know how The Incredible Hulk sounded. Most of us have seen it, but this is a long version of the opening credits that I like from the second television movie before it became a regular weekly series. And this is narrated by Ted Cassidy. No, I don't have to take a dump. That's just me goofing around. All right, let's see if I can get this to go. And then we have got to wrap. I've got to wrap. I've taken too much of your time. This is obnoxious. Over 5 hours, 5.5 hours.
Dr. David Banner, physician, scientist, searching for a way to tap into the hidden strengths that all humans have. Then an accidental overdose of gamma radiation interacts with his unique body chemistry. And now when David Banner grows angry or outraged, a startling metamorphosis occurs. The creature is driven by rage and pursued by an investigative reporter.
Mr. McGee, don't make me angry. You wouldn't like me when I'm angry.
Accidental explosion took the life of a fellow scientist and supposedly David Banner as well. The reporter thinks the creature was responsible.
I gave a description to all the law enforcement agencies. They got a warrant for murder out of him.
A murder which David Banner can never prove he or the creature didn't commit. So he must let the world go on thinking that he too is dead, until he can find a way to control the raging spirit that dwells within him.
That's from A Death in the Family, the second movie from November 1977 after the pilot, a couple weeks after the very first movie, origin of the Incredible Hulk TV series, aired. Now, moving on, I'm going to play a little bit of a recent interview with Lou Ferrigno talking about his struggles.
I was born in Brooklyn, New York, 1951. And I was a skinny child. Very introverted. I had an ear infection and had nerve damage. I lost 85% of my hearing. That had a huge effect on my life because it made me different than everyone else. I made me very introverted as a child. I had kind of, like, would you say, a love and hate relationship with my father growing up because he had a hard time accepting me having a handicap because I wasn't perfect, the perfect son. He kind of pushed me and taught me never to feel sorry for myself. Every week, twice a week, I would have to take a train to the city to learn to lip read. So basically it was very hard for me because I would finish elementary school during the day and then go to the city, then come home in the evening like 6 p.m. It was almost like a full-time job. Being very introverted, I had kind of a walk-the-middle lifestyle. And I remember when I discovered the comic books, Spider-Man, the Hulk. I was like maybe 6, 7, 8, 9 years old at the time. It was like very therapeutic for me because it gave me a chance to escape and fantasize that someday that's the direction I want to go. That's the kind of superhero I like to become. I was reading these Hulk comics, admiring the physique on the Hulk, and I saw a magazine that said Muscle Power, and Dave Draper was on the cover. Before you know, I'm looking at this magazine and I says, oh boy, and I see these different bodybuilders doing different poses, and that made me discover muscles, what muscles all about. And I ended up buying now muscle magazine, bodybuilding magazines, learning about bodybuilding, and want to know how I can maximize my body. I remember my dad took me to the movie to see Steve Reeves' Hercules and Hercules Unchained. So when I saw Steve Reeves, the way he was built, and he was lifting all these monstrous poundages, and in fact he was fighting all these people, that's what I wanted to be. The next step was me to start working out and getting the feeling of picking up the iron, and it gave me a great feeling. I just like working out. The more I saw my body started to change, the more I became obsessed. I just loved working out. It was like an obsession to me. I had to do that. It meant to me more than anything. It gave me a tremendous boost in my self-esteem, even though at the time, bodybuilding was a shadow sport, and everyone kind of against it. I would get ridiculed by my friends. They kept laughing at me. But I didn't let it affect me because every time I trained, it made me feel good about myself. I was about 19 years old when I entered my first competition. I came 23rd place. But I remember that night when I stepped on stage, and the flashbulbs going off, I flexed and posed and everything, people clapping for me, and I'm saying to myself, wow, they're clapping for me. I mean, this is something I'm really proud of.
There you go, Lou Ferrigno. Happy birthday to you. Now, we talked about Mark Harmon earlier when I mentioned the movie Summer School from 1987. Well, his sister, Kelly Harmon, his pretty sister, was born on Tuesday, November 9th, 1948. She's best known for a national ad campaign back in the day. And I'm going to play one of those commercials. Yes, let's listen. She was so pretty. Still is.
Take a breath. Notice anything? Well, if you happen to have a Tic Tac in your mouth, you would. You notice your breath tastes fresh. People around you would notice your fresh breath, too. Can you breathe without a Tic Tac? Of course. But I wouldn't recommend it.
The Tic Tac Girl, Kelly Harmon. And here's another quick commercial for hawking Tic Tacs. I like this one. This is from 1984.
I've got a confession to make. I've always loved the freshness of Tic Tac. But when Sugar Freeze came along, I figured I'd give up some of that freshness to get fewer calories. Know what? I was wrong. Sugar-free mints aren't lower in calories. They have 7, even 9 calories per mint. And a Tic Tac has just 1.5. So I'm staying with Tic Tac. Because to get fewer calories, I don't have to give up taste or freshness or nothing. Tic Tac, the 1.5 calorie breath mint.
Right on, Kelly Harmon. And I saw her in the Chips episode, a 90-minute episode that same season as a Leif Garrett season 3 premiere roller disco. She did an episode with a young Tracy Gold titled Drive Lady Drive, where she played a female NASCAR driver. And let's see, so she is now, I didn't mention her age. It's so rude to do that, to mention a woman's age. But if they're famous, it's fair. She's 73 years old. Happy birthday as of November 9th to Kelly Harmon, the Tic Tac girl. And did you know when she was 20, on Saturday, May 31st, 1969, she married the automotive executive John DeLorean. They separated a couple years later in 1971 and divorced the following year in 1972. And on June 23rd, 1984, Kelly Harmon married Robert L. Bob Miller, an LA-based publishing entrepreneur, combining 3 children from previous marriages. And her brother is killing it on NCIS. He's still around acting, and he's married to Pam Dauber and has been for some time, Mindy from Mork and Mindy. So that's really great. And that's a wrap on birthdays, finally. Hallelujah. I was going to do a contest update. We're giving away every episode ever made of Lost in Space. No time for that. Want to mention the book, Angela Cartwright Studios is where you can order that. It's a great book written by Bill Mooney and Angela Cartwright of Lost in Space. Wanted to mention that. And we're about to wrap, but I want to play our game, Taglines, in just a second. Oh, hell, I wanted to mention this too before we wrap. The nostalgic treat of the week. It's the Manwich. It's 52 years old. The Manwich. And I saw a can of this stuff in the store, and I hadn't thought about that in years. Let me quickly play a commercial for Manwich that I pulled for you guys. This is from 1976. Listen to this commercial for Manwich. And it was by Hunt's originally. We'll talk about the origin here in a second. Here we go.
Look! We won! We won! Great! Stay for lunch. I'll make sandwiches. Mom, a sandwich is a sandwich.
But a manwich is more like a meal. What's a manwich?
Floppy Joe's with Hunt's Manwich sauce. Manwich's thick sauce with tomatoes, onions, peppers makes my ground beef more of a hot, hearty meal. Here's to the team.
Here's to you. A sandwich is a sandwich, but a manwich is a meal.
Right on. And that was the actor who played Bookman on Good Times. See, we come full circle here. But a Manwich, that's a combo of a man and a sandwich. It's a brand name of a canned Sloppy Joe sauce produced by ConAgra Foods. That's the company that now distributes Hungry Man TV dinners that originally was from the Campbell Soup Company. Talked about that earlier in this epic length nostalgic Podblast tonight. But Hunt's, as you heard, was the original, the ketchup maker Hunt's put it out originally. It was introduced in 1969. The can contains seasoned tomato sauce that is added to ground beef cooked in a skillet when you brown the ground beef. It is marketed as a quick and easy one-pan meal for the whole family, like Hamburger Helper. The Manwich slogan is, a sandwich is a sandwich, but a manwich is a meal, which you just heard in that classic ad from 1976. So Manwich Heat and Serve was introduced in 2004. It contains both the seasoned tomato sauce and ground beef in a microwavable bowl. Sounds disgusting. There are currently at least 4 different flavors of Manwich. Original, bourbon, BBQ, bold, and thick and chunky. Thick and chunky. Now it's time for our nostalgic toy of the week. And I'll just tell you, it's cap guns. All varieties. And I like the cap guns with the paper caps. Can't you just smell those caps? I love cap guns. Always have. And I got in a lot of trouble with cap guns. Let me play a quick commercial. And you'll notice a voice, a famous voice artist in one of these spots here. This is for a Roy Rogers cap gun. It's actually a cap hat. It's a hat that's also a gun. Since we talked about Roy Rogers earlier.
Hi, Butler, free!
Hi, fellas.
Roy Rogers!
Say, that's a pretty tricky hat, isn't it? Partners, how would you like to surprise your pals like that? Well, you can with my new Roy Rogers Quick Shooter hat. It's by Ideal. And here's how the Quick Shooter hat works. Just press this secret button right here, and a replica of an authentic Western pistol pops out and fires. It's your secret weapon, even when they think you're unarmed. So get Ideal's new Roy Rogers Quick Shooter hat at your favorite store today, and you'll always be ready for anything. Ask for Ideal's new Roy Rogers Quick Shooter hat.
That's cool.
You must not fail, Zero M. This mission is critical.
That's William Conrad we talked about earlier tonight. The original Matt Dillon and the Gunsmoke radio play. Radio drama Gunsmoke before the TV show.
This is a most unusual weapon. It is specially designed for counter-espionage, for Agent 0M. It's called the 0M Sonic Blaster. This is why. It fires a massive blast of compressed air, and this tremendous roar is the actual sound. For training purposes, this special delayed action target comes with it. Get Mattel's powerful 0M Sonic Blaster wherever toys are sold. Remember the password, 0M.
All right. You get the point. I love those paper ones. Can't you just smell those with your memory? I can. But cap guns, real guns that used caps, first appeared around the Civil War era, when faster firing weapons were needed. After the demand for caps declined, firearms companies experimented with toy cap guns modeled after real percussion cap guns. Cap guns became especially popular when the heroes of the cinema and television rode through the West, riding the territories of the villains. Many cap guns were named after or endorsed by leading matinee idols like Roy Rogers, Gene Autry, Hopalong Cassidy, the Lone Ranger, Tonto, Dale Evans, Marshall Matt Dillon, as you just heard, voiced by William Conrad, or any of countless others. A display of Nicholas Industries cap guns are collectible, and some collectors collect all brands of cap guns. The golden age of cap guns was roughly a 20-year period following World War II, when television became popular, and such companies as Nicholas, Mattel, Esquire, many others in the USA, and companies like Lone Star Toys in the United Kingdom made millions of cap guns in various versions. Remember, they put like the red tip so it wouldn't look like a real gun, and I was always color that black. That's when I got into a lot of trouble in school. I pretend it was a real gun. Geez, you can't do that these days. You'll be in jail. While many cap guns had their names patterned after a hero or heroine, many cap guns were also named with Western-sounding names like the Stallion 45, the Pony, the Mustang, the Pioneer, the Cowboy, the Texan, the Colt 45, the Rodeo, and so on and so forth. So, and now, isn't that a typical cheesy TV announcer thing to say? Shall we play a game? It's time for taglines as we wrap up this epic length nostalgic Podblast. This time, these are taglines or slogans, if you will, for soft drinks. So I'm going to name the slogan and the tagline, and you think of what the product is, or the soft drink is in this case. It starts easier and gets harder, and I have a couple clips of commercials that are brief, like less than 30 seconds each, that will help in the game. So here we go. Number one. I just have 10 for you tonight. Just for the taste of it. That's Diet Coke. That's easy. Next, number two. It's that refreshing. It's kind of a harder one, huh? Give you a little more time on that. It's that refreshing. What soft drink is that? Sierra Mist. Number three, tagline. Get dropped. Get dropped. A Sundrop. Number four, makes you feel so good, so fast. I got a commercial to play for this one. Again, makes you feel so good, so fast. Here's a retro commercial I'm going to play for this very soft drink, and as I reveal what it is, here we go. This is from, what year is this? Oh, 1980. Let's get to it. Here we go. Whoa, 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 whoa. There it is.
Look out, throat. Watch out, tongue. I've got the world's fastest soft drink, and here it comes. Mellow Yellow makes you feel so good, so fast. From your head down to your toe. Mellow Yellow makes you feel so good, so fast. You just can't drink it slow. Look out, lips. Watch out, toes. I've got another Mellow Yellow, and here it goes. Mellow Yellow makes you feel so good, so fast.
Mellow Yellow, a Coca-Cola product. But look out for that yellow 5. The rumor is guys out there, it'll shrink your worm. It'll shrink your wee-wee. It'll shrink your penis. So don't do it. Don't drink yellow 5. Same with Mountain Dew. And I'll probably get sued saying that, but I'm just joking around. But I believe it. They say yellow 5 is bad for your member. Moving on. Number 5. Tagline. The choice of a new generation. Kind of easy. That's Pepsi. Number 6. Another easy one. The Uncola. 7-Up. Got another ad for you for this one, and I think this is the last commercial I'm going to play in this segment of Taglines. Tagline number 7: the fun, sun, and the beach.
Good vibrations. Sun surfing excitations. Call for sun kiss, good vibrations. Bubbly orange jubilation. Sun kiss on soda taste sensation. Sun kiss is giving out good vibrations. Bubbly orange jubilation. Sun kiss is giving out good vibrations.
Sunkissed. There you go, Sunkissed. Good vibrations. They partnered with the Beach Boys on that one. They probably got a little check for that, of course. Number 8, tagline, obey your thirst. Easy. Sprite. Number 9, tagline, it goes down good. It goes down good. Sounds very sexual. This is all like subliminal. This is all like psychology with these taglines and commercials. Well, it goes down good. That's Mr. Pibb. Make your own joke. Write your own joke there. Number 10. We're going to conclude with an easy one. Tagline. It's the real thing. Coca-Cola. I'm in Atlanta, so I had to end with Coca-Cola. And man, they paid big money for keyword optimization in Google search and other search engines, because when I was searching for soft drink taglines, all that pops up when you just try Googling soft drink taglines, it's all Coca-Cola, Coca-Cola. So they paid big money for the keyword optimization. So that's it for our game this week. Continuing our list so far of our favorite funny folks. I've got one for you. Jim Brewer, otherwise known as the Goat Boy. He's an awesome, underrated comedian. James E. Brewer was born on Wednesday, June 21st, 1967. He's 54 years old. And he's, of course, a stand-up comedian, actor, musician, and radio host. He was on Saturday Night Live. And some of Jim Brewer's characters, aside from the Goat Boy, by the way, who hosted the fictional MTV program titled, Hey, Remember the 80s? But he also was Glenn Henderson, the elder brother to Chris Kattan's Todd Henderson, in the Goth Talk skits. And Jim Brewer previously starred in Home Improvement, the sitcom. That appearance gave way to the short-lived sitcom Buddies. Jim Brewer was originally scheduled to have been the co-star alongside friend and co-worker Dave Chappelle, but was pulled from the role after filming the pilot. Jim Brewer was a cast member on Saturday Night Live from 1995 to 1998. Brewer was a sit-in comedian on the Opie and Anthony show for many years during their WNEW-FM tenure. Brewer bits were often played whenever the show was on hiatus. With the XM Sirius merger complete, Jim Brewer returned to the Opie and Anthony show for the first time in 6 years on August 8th, 2008. He remained a frequent guest, and he starred in the film Half-Baked, released January 16th, 1998, which was co-written by his buddy Dave Chappelle. Now let's play a couple comedy bits, and then we'll wrap for the night of Jim Brewer. This is some funny shit here. I like his comedy. But let me see. Yeah, I did pull. I'm going to play. Okay, never mind. I won't play that. I don't have time. I was going to play a little bit of the preview, the trailer for Half-Baked. But here's Jim Brewer, a comedy bit about alcohol.
In the streets. So I must have seen like at least 10 people a night throwing up. I don't know what happened tonight. Must have been them hot dogs. People never learn when to quit drinking. It's not that you don't have to drink. If you don't want to get sick, it's very simple. What you do is, here's an easy analogy for everybody. Next time you go drinking, you have to remember it's like having a party, right? But the party is in your stomach. The stomach is the bouncer. He's the door guy. You don't want to annoy him, right? Now, when you have a party, you invite your friends, you invite your family, because you know everyone gets along. No problems. Same thing when you have a party in the stomach. Now, if you're going to invite alcohol, stick to one group. Like beer, you can mix up all the beer you want, because beer knows one another. They show up the stomach. He's here, I'm telling you, man. Hey, stomach, what's up, man? Listen, it's just us beer, you know? Looking for a little party, hang out, you know? Now, you know everyone. You know Coors Light, Sam Adams, Beck's. Und hello, he's crazy, man. He's nuts, sir. You know Heineken, you know? And your stomach's cool with that. All right, come on in. Just keep it down, all of you, understand? Beer goes, are you sure? Because there's like 20 of us here, man. Beer goes in, having a good time. Now, a party. People find out about parties. So does other liquor. Next thing you know, a couple scotches show up. How are you, stomach? Could you got a great party going on in there? Well, they couldn't fit in some big pipers. What do you say? Stomach, I don't know. Come on, show them that. Just want to buzz around. Now you're mixing a crowd up, stomach lets them in. Now that's when tension starts. People don't know one another, and that creates tension. Scotch is walking around with his boys. Come on, boys, look at there, look at her. Look at it, look at it. Oi! Heineken! Right here, you rot bastard, you. Don't like you. And now there's a lot of tension. You can feel it going on in there, but now everyone's showing up. Jägermeisters and Sambuca, sake. Oh, how's the party here tonight? What a big party. Come here, help all my friends. Come on. Now the place is packed. There's a lot of tension. Everything's getting out of control. Your stomach. Hey, come on, guys. I'm not going to tell you again. Keep it down. I've had up to here now. And that's when the crazy people always crash the party. Who always shows up at the end of the night? Tequila. And tequila doesn't show up alone. There's always 8 or 9 of them lined up. You know? Stomach gets all brave. How you doing, tequila? Listen, all right? It's a little late. Can't let you in tonight. I'm sorry. You know, besides, I let you in 3 weeks ago. You ruined the place. You hear me? Tequila's like, come on, man. We won't start no trouble, man. We just came here to have a good time, man. Right, senor? That's right, senor. We left the worm back in the van. He won't mess with nobody. Like an idiot, your stomach lets in 1 shot of tequila. And then he sneaks in all his friends when no one's looking. Come on, man, ain't nobody looking. Go to the legs. Go get the worm. We're gonna go get the bone. Your stomach. All right, that's it. Everyone, get out.
Sound a little like Jackie Gleason. Get out! Get out, Norton! Get out! Anyway, here's one more quick bit. And this is by Jim Brewer. Why mothers need their sleep. This is very short.
The best is I'm going to help every man in here because, again, they don't teach you about fatherhood, like real fatherhood. The best thing you could do as a father is make sure your wife, the mother of your children, get as much rest as possible. Because sleep deprivation in a mother leads to murder. You see it on the news, like another woman drowned her kids and she just needed a nap. That was it. And it's true, my wife's a beautiful woman and she installs faith in life. She's like, you know, the kids, and make sure you thank God for a wonderful day and just thank him for everything we have and just we're blessed. And but if she don't nap and she don't sleep, the devil goes, I'll take over from here. And there is nothing worse than waking up as a man in the middle of the night, like 5 in the morning, and your wife's just sitting on the edge of the bed, just staring at you. Baby, what are you doing? Why are you not? What are you doing up so early? Up so early? I haven't been to bed yet. I haven't had any sleep whatsoever. Well, we came to bed together at 10, and we went to bed. No. You fell asleep at 10. I was up, and who can fall asleep when you fall asleep? Because you pass out, your mouth is always facing my way. It smells like someone defecated in your mouth, and your breath is disgusting. It's disgusting. You need to go to a doctor. I have no eyebrows left because of your breath blowing on my face. And I kick you, and I shove you, and you don't even move. You wouldn't even wake up if we were attacked in the middle of the night. You would hear nothing. Why don't you go to sleep? I wish I could. And then just when I was ready to fall asleep, the 3-year-old came walking in, woke me up. She was filled with pee. She peed in her bed again. She wet her whole bed, and then I have to change her clothes, and then now she's mad, and she throws a fit, and then I throw a fit, and we're running around, I'm doing the clothes, and I have to change the covers, and do you know why she wet the bed? Because you gave her water before bedtime. And I tell you, don't give the children any liquid before bedtime, or they'll wake up bed. But you don't listen. You want to be the good guy all the time. By the way, I killed the cats.
Jim Brewer, everybody. Wow, what an epic comedian. I think he's very underrated, very funny. He can do clean material, as you could hear there, as well as some more risque stuff. And I just think he's awesome. So I'll get back to this list in a future Podblast of the insults Jonathan Harris wrote himself for the robot. Cackling canister, cackling clod, cackling cuckoo, cackling coward. I mean, it just goes this page after page after page after page. But I got to sign off, and I hope you have a great rest of your week. Have a nice weekend. Go Dogs if you like the Georgia Bulldogs, the #1 team in college football right now in the United States of America. And congratulations to the Atlanta Braves. I'm just delighted. And thanks for listening, and I hope you are back next time. And you can always hear the Nostalgic Podblast on fistfulofradio.com. It streams on fistfulofradio.com Saturday and Sunday, 2 to 6 p.m. in the afternoon. That's Eastern time. Monday night, the new episode debuts at 7 p.m. on Fistful of Radio. And of course, I'm Chance Bartels on the YouTube channel, The Nostalgic with a C, Podblast, The Nostalgic Podblast YouTube channel. Please subscribe if you will. I'd appreciate it, and I'll send you a sticker if you do. If you write me with a P.O. box to mail it to. And then also the Nostalgic Podblast Facebook group. And most people don't care about this podcast I do about nostalgia. They care about the articles and the items that I post from my collection. And most of the people are there for that reason and for the information. They don't give a flip about this show, and I understand that. But if you listen to the show, I'm very grateful, and I hope you learned something, and I hope you have some fun. And we'll be back next time. Thanks again, and we'll catch you later on the Nostalgic Podblast.
I'm a